Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
In a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude, Dua to you, Saba Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons, directly and indirectly, from the world and beyond this world, to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude. And as well, thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the seed, and allowing the Netert and the Netter and the Netiru and Ma'at to again be. Peace.
That's not all though, because the Hadza people also possess a special ability to communicate with birds. Whenever it's time to hunt for honey, the Hadza people shout and whistle a special tune directly to the birds, and they guide them to the beehives, chattering and fanning out their feathers. The tribesmen then smoke out the bees by building a large fire so they could collect their honey. As for the wax and the remnants, they leave those for the birds to feed on.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My DJed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
If you're the date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off, boy.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
Put some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? With the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
a command.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hage plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about HERU and the same about AUSAR.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that, sun editor?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Offset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. I'll send them one and I'll set one.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it
Let me ask you again. It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and black power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather. All the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost. gave me a call on Sunday and said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is shocker utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetta's platform, Sarnetta announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamika.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sarnetta didn't madness just be allowing.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes.
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it where the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official debate with anyone.
Maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So. I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If you want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Harakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
In Mary segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. Yes, I was following Jabari And there was a debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married second man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't.
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Right, so he's not.
You know that it has dips and all that.
Right. So he's not laying on his back then.
Reached 1,000, yo.
He's actually on his butt. Isn't he on his butt? Let's get that picture back up, because maybe I'm not seeing the right picture. I see a picture of a man. He's sitting on his butt.
I don't want to obsess over the new. There's ancient Hebrew.
Where'd the picture go?
We got.
Okay, is that man?
Representations as well.
Is this the man that's being described as laying on his back? This image? Because it looks like a man sitting on his butt with one leg, and he's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture. He's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture.
The point is, those are just
I don't know what we're
human representation.
I don't want to get it. I just want to know if this is the man
laying on his back. What are you trying to?
I want to just establish that we're looking at the same picture, because You said there's a man laying on his back, so I don't know if 80 has the right picture.
Okay, well, it looks like
yo, bro, let's just get to it. It's all right. Just make your point. It's good.
Okay, so the point is that I'm looking at a man on his butt with one leg down, and his name is Geb, and Geb represents the earth, and then underneath Geb is something else. But that something else in Kemet, all throughout Kemet, is called Ma'at, which is a standing stone. It's this thing you stand on, and it represents standards. So I never seen that image there, the line that the pharaohs are standing on. I never seen that called the earth before. So I was just looking for references. I like
Okay,
to
well,
walk through things
let's
slowly.
get rid of that and stop. Okay.
Okay, so this is we're gonna. I've just gotten rid of this.
Okay,
So
the earth is lying on my house.
Yo,
what's the point?
Yo, let me get back to like a simple question.
Okay, so we just got rid of.
Let's not cut everybody off though.
Okay.
That picture.
We gotta do it all.
Did we get rid of that evidence? We just
You
threw
come
that.
in. You come in. I know everybody.
Did we just get rid of that? Is that finished now? That is not the earth laying on his back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question?
It's back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question, Vaughn?
Hold on. What was the point that was supposed to be made?
We got rid of it. There's no more point. Lord Jamar got rid of it. So we're on to the next.
I don't have no control.
Hey, D's a flat earther.
Yeah, we got rid of it, so we're on to the next. The next.
All right, move on. Let's move on.
Okay. I just want to get rid of point by point.
So you said this.
When I stepped in, the original topic was that Copernicus was the first.
He brought in
to introduce the globe, and then an ancient image was shown to show that our people believe the Earth was flat. That image, Lord Jamar said he wants to throw that away. So I'm looking for.
Throw it away.
Or you'd like to get back to it?
Stop obsessing over it.
You literally said you wanted to throw it away.
That's one of some Egyptian science. So you want to, that's probably your field of expertise. So you want to get into that. That's why you want to go. There's also the ancient Hebrew. There's also an ancient Hebrew depiction of flat Earth. There's a lot of different images.
Right. So
you want to get into Newton because that's your expertise. We're not getting into that right now.
Yeah, actually, from what I remember,
there's a lot of.
I thought you were the one that brought that up. Not me. I didn't bring that up because of my expertise.
Not just that
one. Who brought that up? I'm late to the.
Brought them all up. Not just that one.
That was from the super chat.
I brought multiple ones, but you want to dwell on that one.
I want to go one by.
Yes, there we go.
One by one.
So there goes the other few ones.
Why can't we? So one by two cultures were mentioned. Egypt and ancient Sumeria. When I stepped in, I don't know if there's more mentioned.
I said Hebrew. I said no. I said a few of them, bro.
Okay.
Like you're not listening. And now here goes another one.
I heard Egypt and Sumeria. So I'd like to deal with
Hebrew.
Well, here's the Hebrew one.
There is no ancient Hebrew culture.
Right. He said Sumerian.
Okay. So we'll pass. We'll leave the Kemet alone because that's thrown out. Can we deal with Sumer? Did Sumer have any ancient depictions of the Earth and the Sun, or did they depict it as flat too? Let's go to actual proven cultures, because Hebrew is not an ancient proven culture.
To these.
No doubt.
Hopefully the people understand it was understood, but I'm not gonna indulge in this anymore. I love you, God.
Hey, wait.
Hey, brother.
Nah. Jamal.
Jamal, don't go. Did I force him out? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Lord Jamal, yeah.
Did I force him out the show?
Exit the building. Yeah. He exited the building. Reality still, you still there, Reality?
He left with my question.
Okay.
Okay, next. Yeah. Who's left?
Reality still here. Oh, yeah, he bounced out.
Okay, good. All right. That's how you clear up the nonsense.
All right.
can hear now. Check, check, mic check. Let me get a 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Let me get a 9 if you can hear me. Check, check, check. Press a 9 if you can hear me. It will show up on the screen shortly. Press a 9 if you can hear it. Okay, here comes the 9s. Here comes the 9s. Cool star with the 9. Tiffy Universe with the 9. Brian Tilson's in the room. Any 9s? My screen takes a little while to show the 9, so they'll start to go boop, and then everything will pop up. Isn't that right? Offset the white helmet. Are you flaring up? Yep. You want to look this way? Oh, here are the 9s. Atum, I think Atum, is it? Rob Lowe presses a 9. Shout out to the new names in the room. Let me pronounce this right. I like to give respect to all the new names in the room. A Johari. Oh, it says 9 Hem. Interesting. 9 Hem. Okay, 9 Hem. You bet with a 9. Hush Nation with a 999. And Brian. And hey, Sheshet. Where did he go? Where did he go? Hush Nation with a 999. And Sheshet in the room with the 9. I was going to call this class the retirement class. This is a Ripley's Believe It or Not class. This class is the Shake Your Reality. Shake Your Reality class. So many questions. It's going to be... Brace yourself for this one. We're going to start with a proper frequency now that everybody can hear me. Everyone can hear me. I even saw an old name from the past who used to donate every pod class. I think was it Anthony Drain, Zeptepi Slim. I'm sure I saw that name earlier. Every pod class prior to the pod class starting. Let's see, Zeptepi Slim. He would donate and put the name of a natur before that. Good to have him back with the supports and continues. Everyone continues, just as the Matrix continues to support their system, unchanging, unchallenged. The Matrix will constantly support their superheroes. Captain America will constantly be supported. Doritos, potato chips, and the Big Mac and the Whopper with cheese will constantly be supported. Spider-Man, WWE, Netflix, and all of the Matrix unhindered support. So let us get our people on the same consistency. Min Ma'at, just as I am here, Min Ma'at, every Saturday, and working extremely hard with the students and all of the people that you don't see behind the scenes in between from Saturday to Saturday, saving people's lives literally. Shout out to everyone. Shashat says, Hotep, Saba, Hotep. We're about to start with a proper frequency. Today is the class. If the Jed is listening, if Gabrielle is listening, I especially need to Gabriella Lopez to come to the panel, come to the chat. I need her to listen to this one. She had asked me a question. It wasn't an official question. I don't think you got to send it in. It was something about the matrix in the school system. Because she works in the school, but the matrix in the school, something pertaining to school. I don't know if it was an official question ever sent in because I never did the matrix in the school before. So, but I remember that as I was receiving another question. So I threw, I threw the unasked question in there. So this is for all the people that have, this is for everybody. This class affects everybody. Cool Star says Hotep Saba. And again, Hotep Saba. All right, let's start with the proper frequency. Everybody ready? Let's start with the proper frequency. And that, of course, is the wonderful affirmation. I'm going to put it on the screen for those who don't know it. You have something to read. For those who do know it, you have something to read still.
and here it is. We're going to start on the count of 3. This is the affirmation that starts off almost every single important thing that I do. The beginning part of this affirmation echoed throughout the world, and people now you'll see on platforms and different meetings greeting each other with Ankia Ma'at. And you'll notice that since the days of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and all those who people claim said brought Kemet, you'll notice that after that explosion of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and some others that came, the greeting was always Hotep, 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 brother, Hotep, sister. It was never Ankia Ma'at. You never see Dr. Ben greeting anybody Ankia Ma'at and Dr. Clark Ankia Ma'at. You never, that's something that's not seen. In the past 4 years, or about 4.5 years now, maybe 4 to 4.5 years, you will see this Ankia Ma'at now replacing the Hotep. And you may wonder what it is because people don't translate it, they just say it. Ankia Ma'at. This is the affirmation that is directly from verses of the Per HERU, and I brought this rebrought this to the world because the Netzer originally brought this, but I rebrought this to the world about 4.5 years ago as far as the internet is concerned, was having this amongst my students far beyond the internet. When I came back to the internet, I brought this Ankia Ma'at to the internet. It's a beautiful thing to see people saying Ankia Ma'at as an introduction now when they start speaking to each other. So praise the Netzer for that. And we're going to put this on the screen so now everybody's going to see where it actually comes from. Start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia Ma'at, un-ns, nin-tet, aset, ma'at, min, hapapet, ma'at. Her and who kiwi, per ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Paw class. This is going to be a journey today, as it usually is, but this one is extra. This one will hit home on multiple levels. It's going to be this should be the retirement after this, but there's no retirement for Tehuti. Tehuti will continue this on and on and on and on and on every Saturday throughout the week. Min Ma'at, no break, no stop. Unlike the others, unlike people that come and attend the class, unlike people that were members here, unlike people that study off, on, off, on, off, on. But they're definitely at work and school every day. They're definitely, whatever they do as a pastime, they're doing it every weekend. This is not a pastime for me. This is a life journey, and it's one of the reasons why several people have to leave, because it's actually too much. It's too potent. It's too, when people start to realize this is not a fad or phase, this is not a hobby. This is actually starting over as a baby again. And most grown men, especially, don't want to go through that phase. They start to get the information at first, and they love it, they love it, they love it, it's exciting. Then they start to realize, wait a minute, this is actually the source. I can't go anywhere else to get this. And this is about changing a lifestyle. This isn't just about debating whether the Egyptians are black or the Bible is wrong. This is about daily practice and lifestyle on top of knowing all the PSYOPs that are about us. And that gets much too potent for a lot of people. And the reason why I do say that for the newcomers listening, and even the old comers, the reason I say that is because it's not like the people have moved on to something better. You see, if you're about what the House of ATTON is about and about what the teachings are about, then you're about that regardless of who you're with or where you are. So therefore, when you see Tehuti here, when you didn't see Tehuti here, I was building up people in Canada. I was building up people in Florida. I was building up people throughout Macon, Georgia. I was building up people, I can't even name the amount of Alabama, Montgomery, traveling from place to place. This is before there was internet. That's why most people didn't hear of me until the internet. But traveling from place to place, it didn't matter where I was, who I was with, but my mission stayed the same, meaning that I break people out of the matrix and guide them, and they give testimonies, and that has never stopped since 1992, and is a consistent thing, building this up and building this up. So when you see somebody that's around and then you don't see them anymore, you just have to ask, did they have testimonies now? Were they out building the people up, building the nation up, building something, and people are saying, yes, this person saved my life, yes, this person is doing this, this, and that? Or are they just disappeared and they're back hanging with the friends, little chit chat about some knowledge here and there, back doing whatever is in the matrix? So they're not leaving to go on to something better. Min Ma'at, or discipline, is you have a focus, a coherent focus that I teach. And if you're with a set of people and they don't seem to be with the coherent focus that's based on the foundation, you are still supposed to continue with the coherent focus and just leave the things alone that you didn't adhere to, that you found mistakes in, based on the principles of Ma'at. But you're supposed to still be out there continuing. We should still hear about you. We should still hear that you're doing this. So when you see people disappear, and then you say, did they move on to something better? I hope that they're a part of an organization that's dropping more knowledge and guidance than this. I hope they're dropping knowledge that's quadrupling people's income, that's saving people from suicide, that's saving people from heart stroke, that's saving eyesight, that's saving people from diabetes. I have testimonies of saving people from diabetes, saving people from hyperhidrosis, saving relationships, combining and bringing relationships together, teaching actual magic that people are actually performing. These are the testimonies that come with the House of Atten and the Tehuti pod class. If the people leave and those testimonies stop with them, it is because that agenda was never theirs in the first place. It was just a hobby that they had a certain seasonal time to stick with, and they moved on to another hobby, and then jumping from spot to spot to spot. But Ramses never jumped from spot to spot to spot. Pharaoh Khufu never jumped from spot to spot to spot. Ptah never jumped from spot to spot to spot. Amenemopi never jumped from spot to spot to spot. The same thing that Amenemopi did is the same thing that Khufu did, is the same thing that Ramesses taught, is the same thing that Psemtek taught, is the same thing that Ptah taught, is the same thing that Kemwesi taught, and on and on and on and on, and consistent Min Ma'at. And nobody was taking those men off of their path of what their foundation was. So you never see Ramesses becoming another religion, hanging out with another group. Ptah's like, this is cool, man, but I'm gonna go hang out with the Hindus today, namaste. I'm gonna go hang out with the chakras, and I'm gonna go. You don't see that. When we have our culture, we're Min Ma'at. So thus, I don't expect everybody to be as that, because this is a microwave hypnotic culture that you're surrounded by. Thus, your brain can be taken anywhere. I teach my students Min Ma'at. It stays with the coherency. When I put people in position in the House of Atten, they now get testimonies. So Ani Ptah Atten Tehuti now gets testimonies. Now you have Hush Nation giving testimonies online for the thousands to hear. Primordial Thought, who's now known as the Jed. Now we have testimonies of people saying of how his documentary affects people. We have testimonies of the people when the females, when Carolina Mencina was around, she's gone now, back to Jesus. When Carolina Mencina was around, there was testimonies of, wow, that's the best class I ever seen from a female. When Saket does her class, wow, that's the best, what a female drop. I never seen a woman drop Ma'at like this before. I never seen women talk like this before. These are testimonies that begin once people begin with Tehuti in the House of Atten. Rewind back to before Tehuti in the House of Atten, there is no testimonies. And after the people leave, there's no testimonies again. Because the group thought and the group unity and the group discipline, as Kemet was, breeds testimonies, just as Kemet did. There's no individual person that was walking around in Kemet that has a testimony from anybody. No individual person at all. It's warm in here. No individual person at all, because when Ptah spoke in his book, he spoke about the men before him and the Netzer before him. When Amenemopi spoke, he gave lessons and spoke how he was following those before him. It's a continuation. When you see a honeybee collecting pollen, it's doing the same thing that a honeybee was doing 1 million years before it. Because it's min ma'at, continuousness. And this is what I teach at the Tehuti Pa class, House of Atten. And it all started off when I was a child and I was around these. This is Aset, the white Hemet. Say a piece. Most people have jewelries of Kemetic cobras. I just walk with one. So say a piece to them. This is my white cobra, and it represents the Namuz that you see on the Par-EE's head, and so many other things that I've done multiple classes on. And her whiteness represents the great white color in Kemet that represented Aset, which is why you see Aset a lot of times drawn as pale or white, and that's what she represents. And she's with me as well as every weekend, every Saturday. An animal is with me in the pod class because, like the great intelligent sister Saket noticed, she said, Tehuti, when you were younger, you used to go out amongst the animals. Now you've just brought wildlife to surround you, so you don't have to go outside anymore. And that's exactly what I'm doing. My house is surrounded by over 60 different animals that I have been collecting animals since I was 7 years old. And now I have over 60 of them that surround me of all different types. And a lot of them are extremely dangerous and will, if they were to bite you, you have to donate that body part. So if they were to bite your finger, that's your donation. You no longer have a finger anymore. If they were to bite your arm, you may have to amputate your arm. These are the animals that I'm surrounded by. This is Aset. And she's relaxed and calm now, so she's not flaring up. Sometimes they just flare up for whatever reason. It's not because they're even angry. They just may be sitting there. I'll watch them, and they'll just go and flare up and then go back down. But she's not doing that right now. So say peace. When I was a youth, I realized that something was absolutely wrong. Something was absolutely wrong. It caused me to cause complete chaos in my surroundings by asking questions to people that caused them to be very uncomfortable. And I noticed something. I'm going to cut the introduction a little bit short, but I'm going to focus on a couple of different things for people that are just watching this new. When I was a child, I noticed something extreme. When I was a youth, I noticed something extremely strange taking place. And it had to do with the concentrated impact, the impact that I had on people when I was speaking to them and asking them questions. Every single time I was in a debate when I was a youth, a conversation where someone brought someone else to challenge me or to put me in my place, there was always a strange result of that took place. And I started noticing this, and I never noticed this with anybody else that got into these type of conversations. I never noticed it, but every time I try to bring people to the information, somebody would bring someone that is supposed to be put me in my place as a young child, because I was just a young man walking around teaching, and people didn't understand why I was even interested in that. As a young man, I should have been playing basketball or hanging out smoking weed at 16 or whatnot. But I wasn't interested in that. I was out with the animals for several hours a day. And every time I got into conversations with somebody, they would say they're going to bring somebody that is beyond them, that knows a little bit more than them. And every time that happened, something strange happened. The very first one, of course, in my several intros, was when I first began. And my mother said she's going to bring her pastor. The pastor's going to put me in my place. And if this pastor beats me in a debate, then I have to leave the house, because I'm bringing heresy and negative evil rhetoric to the house. I'm bringing the devil's ways. And if I beat this pastor in a debate, then I get to stay in the house. That debate went on for 5 hours, and she kicked him out of the house. This is the very first official debate that I was in, where there was a judge and there was a result of the debate. It was a debate for me to keep the roof over my head. The strange thing that happened was not just he got kicked out of the house, but 2 days later I received a restraining order from a pastor that I was no longer allowed. I had a restraining order against churches. This is an extreme result of a conversation. As I was a youth, I was wondering, why does nobody else have this type of result? Why do I see people arguing about religion every day? They're constantly arguing about religion, cutting another religion down, showing contradictions, calling people the devil's child, saying that they're pagan, they're heathen. I see Muslims debating, Christians, but when I debated as a young man, I'm not even in the category of the people I saw debating, but when I debated as a young man, mine resulted in a restraining order. Now, you can press a 7 for anybody else that you know who got into a conversation with a Christian, a pastor, as a child, and it resulted in a restraining order. Go ahead and press 7, and I will definitely put the link in the room, and you can come to the panel and discuss that story of anyone you know on the planet that gets into a conversation with a 47-year-old pastor as a child and gets a restraining order placed on him against churches. So this was quite extreme to me. As time went on, let me turn this down. Noise is coming in. As time went on, it continued to happen in my life. These strange results in people bringing somebody to me. I had a female that I was involved with, and we had a conversation about race. And I told her that that when you bring the truth to European people, it's very difficult for them to accept it. And they wouldn't like you if you sat in your truth 24 hours a day. They like you because you're actually imitating them. You actually like the perm hair. You actually know about the Jesus. You speak English. You do everything. You do things that's an imitation of them. But if you sat looking like Queen Mother Rage from X-Clan and sat with your nose ring on and your garb on and your staff, reading from ancient African texts and doing hoodoo rituals and rituals that are coming from the motherland, your European friends wouldn't like you anymore. She didn't believe that. So she brought somebody that was a European friend of hers that was higher than her in a particular knowledge of Christianity. That person came over to the house and we got into a conversation, and she said, black people and white people are the same. We bleed red blood. And I said, excellent. And I said, but I believe that your Bible is racist against you. She said, no, Jesus loves everybody. And I opened up page for page and showed within her Bible that the God of the Bible actually does not like people that look like her. I said, this is not me. I'm just questioning your Bible. Your Bible shows that every time somebody looks like you, they're a result of God's anger. In your Bible, not in my Perm Heru, not in the coffin text, not in the pyramid text, in your Bible that you adhere to, young lady. And verse after verse after verse after verse, and at the end of the conversation, it resulted in her running around the house, jumping around, saying, I am a rabbit, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit. She ran up and down the stairs. My girl, the lady at the time, was looking at her like, what did you do to her? I said, I just taught as I am. I break things down with the intensity, but the calmness of the truth, without any of the riffraff, or without any of the emotion or any name calling or insults, just fact after fact. And this lady was running up and down the stairs saying, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit. And I noticed that people started losing their minds when I would get into conversations with them. They started doing extremely strange things. And I'm wondering, why is this a result of the truth? They're not actually disproving what I was bringing as a young man, but they were actually changing their behavior was changing in very erratic, sporadic, chaotic ways. And so I continued, and the next one resulted in me. I was maybe 19 or so, getting into a conversation with other young men, and the person said, well, you know what, your knowledge is a little bit above me. I'm going to bring you to a friend of mine that has a little bit more knowledge than I have, and he should be able to discuss on your level. So I said, okay. And he said, come meet me at this address. When I got to the address, it was a Christian, it looked like a Christian church, university, because when I walked into the school, it was images of Jesus, Mary, St. Peter, pictures of the Last Supper on the wall. I said, this is an interesting place to meet. And we sat down, and it was me and some of my students that I had when I was 19 or so. And it was him and his friends. And I said, let's get into this discussion. I'm interested. He said, oh, my friend isn't here yet. He's coming down. And A few minutes later, this 60-year-old man, I didn't ask his age, but he looked 65 or so. He came down with all these old books, and he sat down with us, and I said, who's this? He doesn't match us. We're all 19-year-olds. We're young men. Who's this person? Is he here to listen to this? He said, oh, that's my friend. And I said, that 67-year-old man with the gray beard, walking like this, with old, wrinkled, dusty books, that's your friend? I said, that's interesting. My friends that are 19, we don't have, press a 7. If when you were 19, you had 67-year-old friends. What, is that something common? My 19-year-olds and 67-year-olds never hung out as friends. They were the elders. They were like the grandparents, but we were never all hanging out together. And so he said, this is my friend. I said, okay, this is strange. I said, who is he? He gave me the name. He said, this. I was in Canada at the time. He said, this is Canada's top Hebrew Christian Southwestern region scholar of the country of Canada. I said, this isn't a friend. This is a friend. Your friend is Canada's Southwestern top Hebrew Christian Hebrew scholar of the country. Where do you all hang out in your friendship? When did you become friends? When he was 40 and you were a sperm, or what? So we pursued this debate. So basically, it was a setup. He brought somebody he brought the top scholar, because the top scholar happened to be one of the teachers of his Christian university, who was the top Hebrew scholar of the entire country, the southern west region of the entire country, and we pursued in a debate. And as the debate continued on, it ended with him being carried away in a stretcher. Not because I hit him, not because I choked him out, not because I did anything physical to him, but the set of questions and rebuttals and information that I had caused him to have failure. Something failed, and next thing I know, the ambulance came and he was taken away in a stretcher. And that's how that debate ended. And I'm looking and wondering, why are my debates and conversations with people having this type of effect? Again, press a 7 if you and your friends get into debates with people and they leave on stretchers. So I'm getting restraining orders from pastors, people leaving on stretchers, people saying, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit. I'm wondering, what is it that I'm doing to these people? I'm just bringing them the truth. What's happening? And I was actually confused at the time as why this was taking place. And lastly, there's more, but just lastly, a debate, a lady she wasn't young, she's about maybe 35, and we got into conversations. I used to walk the streets and just teach random people. When I was a young child, a young man, I would walk the streets and I would just find somebody and start a conversation with a random person about knowledge of self and Christianity and its errors and ancient ways that are not in the side of the Bible. And I would just spark conversation. This is what I would do: walk the streets, and I would have books and show people books and sell them incense and sell them oils and start walking the streets and teaching. So this one lady said, you know what? I'm going to come to your class. She came to the class. She said, I'm going to bring my pastor to the class, and he's going to put you in his place. We ensued in a conversation with a pastor. He was about 52. I was just above 19, I guess. Maybe I was 20 at the time, 21. It was a couple years after the stretcher thing. So maybe I was 21 or so. And that debate ensued. And I started debating him with animals. I noticed that he was extremely uncomfortable and panicky because he thought I was going to debate him verse for verse on the Bible. But I debated him with the animals. I started using animal information to hit him with. I started talking to him about the alimentary canal in a lion that's different from the alimentary canal in a zebra. I started discussing certain things that are part of the animal's anatomy and animal's lifestyle. And he openly lost. The reaction, one other pastor that came, his reaction was after class, he said, he showed me a Shriner's ring. He was a pastor, he showed me a Shriner's ring, and he said, I'm going to keep coming to your class, but you cannot come to my church. I'm going to learn from you. and he's swinging his ring with his Masonic sign. He said, I'm going to learn from you, but I cannot tell the people that I'm getting this from you. The pastor that lost the debate, the woman that brought him, her reaction, she's a full Christian. I mean, Little House on the Prairie, 1800s dress code, you know, the Seventh-day Adventist, the Pilgrim type dress code from the early 1900s, full-fledged, die-hard Christian. After the debate, she gets down on her knee and proposes marriage to me. She said, will you marry me and be my husband? She didn't even waste time to convert to what I was teaching fully. This was the strangest thing I had ever seen. The person that brought the pastor to dismember me got down and first of all, I've never seen a woman propose. I'm not familiar. I'm just a young man. I've never seen women get on their knees before and propose, but she got on her knees and proposed marriage. Still as a Christian, wanted to be with me as a mate and learn about the Christianity later. She just wanted to be with me, and she'll get out of Christianity in her own time. But she immediately abandoned Jesus, called me a heathen at first and a pagan, and then proposed marriage. So these strange things are happening as I'm teaching the people as a youth. People are calling themselves rabbits. People are putting restraining orders against me, against churches. Pastors are putting restraining orders against me. Top Southern Western scholar is leaving in a stretcher. Women are bringing pastors to debate me, and after the debate, they're proposing marriage to me as still a Christian. And I stepped back and I said, the truth is extremely impactful to people because of the matrix, because of years and years of the matrix that has a hypnotic spell. And when you snap people out of that spell, they go back to the age or the mind frame, possibly, of when they were put in the spell. They go back to a baby state. They go back to this completely defensive state, or they go back to a completely submissive state. And I said, I'm going to use this for good. I could have kept hammering on the man until he wasn't just brought in the stretcher, until I could have done damage. When I saw him reach for his heart, I stopped, and eventually I could have kept going and put him in a stretcher. I could have taken that young lady and had my way with her under the guise that I'm going to marry her and really don't care nothing about her. I left her be. I said, just keep coming to class. I could have abused these situations that I was in, but I said, you know what? This information is so powerful. I'm going to guide it in a direction where it causes people to change their life. Because in this state that they're showing me they're in a vulnerable state. And in that baby state, they're at their extreme weakness. Don't abuse them. Say to them, just continue to learn at your pace. Continue to grow. Come back to class. I don't have to marry you right now. You're not a rabbit. You're not a rabbit. Pardon me for putting that person in the stretcher, but the rest of you that are watching, would you like to learn? And some of the Christians became one of the Christian guys that I was teaching became he came to debate me, became a YouTube person that you all have watched. And 90 Aset Mur used to learn from him. And so in this, I saw that the truth is extremely impactful and it causes you to change your life. Regular information just makes you say, that's deep. And it causes you to stay within the same lifestyle that you're in. The actual truth causes you to shift and want to behave differently. And that is what I learned as a young man with this ability that I had, that in my teaching, it wasn't just making people say, that's cool, man. Let's get back to the dice game. That's nice. That's cool. Yeah, deep, man, deep. It was causing people to shift their behavior. So I guided people with that in their vulnerable state. I started guiding people, and I turned from just a teacher to a question answer. I was teaching people in schools by hiding in the library, being truant from school, being expelled from school, hiding in the library, gathering information, and going out into the hallways during recess and teaching the people, and then hiding in the library again. I became a question answer, and I started doing this ever since 1992 forward. The brother that was on the intro said 1989. I actually don't remember the year that I started waking people out of the Matrix. I was calling it the Matrix at that time. In 1995, I was calling it breaking people out of the Matrix. The movie wasn't out yet. There was no one talking about the Matrix, but I was teaching from books called The Matrix. As time went on, people started taking my voice and putting them on audio tapes and selling them as their voice. When I went and started researching, I saw my voice being sold and my head was being photocopied off of my voice, and people were claiming the class was them. I saw people on the internet teaching who were people that I saw a lot of strange things, and I decided that it's time to come back. I went on to Killer Priest, and I did shows for get answers for Killer Priest. He was completely amazed. AD was amazed, dumped his wallet in my hand and said I should be receiving financial reciprocity for this. And I said, you know what? I was just bringing large super chats to the Killer Priest show. And I said, and it was a COVID time, so I wasn't too stressed out for reciprocity at the time because the rent was stopped. Remember, the electricity was stopped. So it was a kind of a time where I could teach more freely without the stresses. I began to realize that people, some of them are just listening to this as a hobby or as a little bit of excitement. They don't actually appreciate and value the time it takes to do this, but they appreciate Freddy Krueger and they appreciate Saw 3. And the person that played Jason can retire. And the person that played Michael Myers can retire for doing what? For spending years portraying as a killer. Now he can retire. That's how the Matrix gives reciprocity. If you're a football player, retire. If you're whoever you are, Jordan, whatever player, boxer, whatever you are, if you're successful in the Matrix version of success, you're making millions and retired. If you play a killer in a movie, swinging an axe with no acting abilities, you're retired. If you're a little puppet named Chucky, if the voice of it, you can retire. The Matrix makes sure that the people within the system are taken care of. So I said, I want to see if the people actually appreciate what it is that's being brought to them. Not just information where people say, yo, that's deep. Thanks, man, that was deep. Yo, deep, man. Not that, but when people say, I'm going to change my life off of this, that's no longer just information. Information is how to make a vacuum, is the instruction on the back of a vacuum cleaner. The learning on how to vacuum your house is what changes your life. You can read the back of a vacuum manual and say, this is deep, man. That's how the vacuum cleaner works. The red button does this. It has 5 different types of tubes. Oh, this is deep, man. Cool. And you go on playing dice and smoking weed and never clean your house. When the person takes the vacuum cleaner now and says, wow, without this vacuum cleaner, I couldn't shampoo the dog hairs and the feces off my carpet. Now my child is not getting sick anymore. That is no longer just information. That is turning it into wisdom that can be applied to change somebody's life. Different from the person that read the manual and said, pretty deep, man. This vacuum, whoever made this vacuum cleaner, man, that's a genius, man, and put it down. What I am doing is the latter. The information and the guidance that actually has testimonies where people's lives are changed. So we have a reciprocity system at the Tehuti Pod class because I realized that people can actually send in questions through Cash Apps and not Super Chats. So I opened the door, the SABA door, and told people you can ask any question that you want pertaining to the upliftment of your consciousness, and I will not speak until you ask a question. I'm not going to come with any predisposed speech. I'm not going to come with any pre-class. This is going to be the first time this is done on the internet, which is I'm going to only speak on questions that are asked, and when I speak upon them, the answer is going to be like nothing you've heard before because I tuned in and made myself hypersensitive, one, by being around these, being away from regular society and civilization. I never was at the clubs. I never saw weed in my life till a couple of years ago. I drank 1 bottle cap of alcohol and fell to the ground. I don't know what, that part of regular, what people call regular life, hanging out, and I never had that. From the time I was a child, I was teaching, and then I went off away from society and continued to teach masses of over 1,000 people in a class, and then was off with my animals. So I never got to experience the corrupted hanging out, smoking weed, rolling dice with the friends, going to the club, strip club, throwing money. I never got all the new age terms and all the different things and the stresses and depressions people going through. I never had all of that. I just had my animals and my teachings. And because of that, I became hypersensitive. I took certain money that I made and put it into magic and learned how the system works magically by the magicians that are operating the PSYOPs behind the government. the magicians that actually work for the government that operate the PSYOPs, why you see so many symbols around you. I went and partook and put tens of thousands of dollars into that to learn that. Took the good part of it and started performing magic and making a living for myself and my family, 3 wives at the time and 2 children. That's 6 of us I was supporting off of performing magic. But in learning that, I learned the PSYOPs. I could see them now, like how Neo could see the green, he could see the Smith in the green. I could easily look at what somebody says and hear the matrix, and I would know where to go to get the root of where it came from. I took that and I created a pod class, which means that any teacher can create a pre-lecture. Anybody can do that. You can say it's good, bad. What I wanted to do is the ultimate challenge was, what if I stood in front of 100 people and I said, just send in a question, and I will give you 45 minutes to an hour plus on an answer. None of it coming from my opinion. Well, I think this, I think, coming from news articles, MetaNetter, magic, videos, documentary, government disclosures, hypnosis projects, government projects, extraterrestrial projects, the HERU, the pyramid texts, ancient Babylonian texts, all type of things. And I said, I'm going to give you fact after fact after fact after fact, and then give you the source of where these things came from and blow your mind with that. And then you can decide if this hits you to a point where it changes your life. So the questions that you can send in, are they limited? No. Somebody sends in $33.30 as support, and some of this is just support. It's not even actually just to ask a question. They're supporting what it is that I do, because he will support the guy that makes the French fries at McDonald's. He gets paid for that. The French fries kill you. Let me say that again. The French fries at McDonald's kill you. Did I say that right? Yes. They withdraw your life and withdraw your health. But yet there's millions of people that are flipping French fries and burgers and able to pay rent. Why should you be able to pay rent? And why should you be able to receive money by serving things that are taking people's health down and killing people? Cigarette companies make billions of dollars killing you. Let that just sink in. Reciprocity is given to the man flipping the French fries that destroy your insides and are never digested and kill you. The thing that you're calling meat in the chicken McNuggets, the chemicals, there's somebody squeezing the paste from the machine, and that person gets paid $11, $12 an hour, and that is killing you. But the Matrix makes sure he's taken care of and she's taken care of. Reciprocity is given per hour. So people who appreciate what it is that I do, more than the French fry man that is killing you, more than the cotton candy that you paid for your children to eat, you know, the potato chips and the popcorn and the extra butter, pizza, extra sauce, extra cheese, that's killing you. I thought that there would be a handful of people that would actually support someone raising life and bringing answers and guidance to you. What happens to people at the pod class? What are some of the testimonies that take place to people who come here? Is this information you just get off of Google or Chat GPS or whatever those things are that people look up information? Is it that? One of the students that came here, that doesn't come here anymore, I gave him a class and it quadrupled his income. Is that on Google? That's on Wikipedia? We should all be rich. Type in how to quadruple at the existing job you have. How to quadruple your income at the job that you have. Did you Google that? Tell me how that works for you in the next couple of weeks. And show us the check that your income not doubled, quadrupled off of a Google search. This is what happened to the Tehuti pod class. Life-changing experiences that I believe should be appreciated more than Chucky and the guy that makes French fries. So questions are asked about spirits. Why can we see spirits and sometimes we can't? What happens to your question that doesn't happen anywhere else? Boom, a movie is created. An answer is created where people can send in multiple questions and the entire show pod class is now based on you. It's not based on Tehuti. It's based on you and your quest. Now, boom, why do we see spirit glimpses? Are spirits outside the visual light spectrum? Well, boom, Gabriella sends in a question about postpartum depression. Have you ever seen a class ever that has broken down in the same class why you can see spirits, the visual light spectrum, showing images of actual spirit forms? Those pictures that you see on the screen right there, those aren't Google, what are they called? Google stock pictures. These are my students and sister of the student with the spirit forces behind them after the classes. His name was Krishna. And we have pictures of him manifesting these by the thousands at will and making these go away at will, seen by people and seen by cameras with faces inside of them. Those are the students of Tehuti. We capture it as proof, and therefore I can put it in a pod class as here's the result of seeing spirits and getting pictures of them with faces in the spirits and manifesting them. And I show the images of the thousands of them coming and them going away upon his will. This is what happens at the Tehuti pod class. This is not what happens on other channels or Googles. At the same time, answer about depression, postpartum, and pregnancy. This does not happen anywhere else on this planet. If it does, the link in the room. Somebody asked a question about the Montauk Project. What happens? Boom, it becomes a pod class. The Montauk Project, time travel, Kemetic birds, mind control. Kemetic birds inspires Montauk. Conspirators study Great Pyramid of Giza for time travel. Does that happen anywhere? If so, show us, send a link. Somebody asked about pregnancy cravings. That has nothing to do with the Montauk. What happens with the pregnancy craving question? Boom. Consciousness in the womb. Does consciousness exist in the womb? That class was extremely explosive. People saw ancient records, ancient people talking to their child while the woman was pregnant. Incest in Kemet, what the truth of it is, pregnancy cravings, breastfeeding. Somebody sent a question on breastfeeding. Boom, you get a pod class. While another sister sent in a question about her cat's eyes changing color and the difference between cat's eye vision and human eye vision. I never seen her cat in my life. I never seen her cat. She never told me about her cat other than when she sent in the question, and she got a pod class on her cat's eyes changing color, while another sister in the same class got the complete PSYOPS on breastfeeding and the anatomy change that breastfeeding does to you. Somebody sends in a question about the hippocampus area. Somebody sends in the question about hair standing up on the back of your head and seeing spirits again, and his mother passes away. Testimony, his mother passes away. That was his favorite woman in the world. He still wanted to make a connection with her even after she passed. He had a class with me and I taught him how to do so. Ever since then, he's had a connection with his mother, and they've continued their relationship with what I showed him to do. And now she visits him, they talk, they have relationships, and he's now contacted other of his family members who've passed. And this is his testimony, not mine. Not what I told him to say. This is his testimony. What is that worth? Is that worth your Nike shoes? Imagine if your parent passes away, your sister passes away, and you want to keep connection with that person. That's your personal want. And you can go to somebody and have a class, and then it works. Is that worth all the Popeyes and KFC you've bought? Is that worth all the Taco Bell and Big Macs you've bought? The new shoes you bought? Is that worth the 5 to 10 times you took your family to go see the movies of a bunch of foolishness? The ability to contact your deceased mother? What is the price of that? Somebody type the price of that. What is the cost of that? There's no cost of it. It is priceless. He sent me a donation, a support, and I gave him that priceless gift that continues after the pod class is done. If this is happening anywhere else, put the link in the room, please. Somebody sent in a question on exorcism. 666, Mark of the Beast. Orgone energy. What do they get? Boom, class on orgone energy. It doesn't matter the question if it has to do with the uplifting of your health and consciousness. This person said, Hotep Saba, you're very important to me and people who support and follow Ma'at from your teachings. I appreciate you, big brother. I sent the donation for hyperhidrosis breakdown. Also, is there any home remedies that I can use to combat this problem I've had since a kid? This person's over 30 now. They've had it since they're a kid. That means they're over 20-something years or over 30 years they've had this. He went to doctors, therapists, took medicines, It plagued him from a child. Imagine having something that causes your palms to sweat. You can't control it since you're 9 years old, since a kid, and now you're 30-something years old, and it's been going on for 3 decades. You've been to doctors, therapists, took drugs, wherever you went, clinic. Nothing helps you. And then you come to the Tehuti pod class. It's gone. What is that worth? Type it in the room. What is that worth? What's the price of that? Because whatever he paid for insurance, for the doctors and the medical, and whatever he did before, that money went down the tube. Did they give him his money back when the cures didn't work? When they said, take this drug, take this, go to this therapist, go to that doctor, go to this hospital, all those things that he did for hyperhidrosis, none of it worked. Did they give him $2 back? Absolutely not. That was reciprocity given for nothing. He comes to a Tehuti pod class, sends in a question, one donation, hyperhidrosis, gone. If you've seen this happen on the planet before, I will invite that person. If it's not happening, understand this is better than Spider-Man. This is better than Chuck E. Cheese. This is better than your Big Mac and your taco, French fries and Krispy Kremes and Kriller Dunkin' Donuts. This is much better than that. It's better than your Nike shoes because people appreciate this. This is life-changing, not just an answer to a question. Somebody says, I don't even want to know about Comet or hyperhidrosis. I'm going to throw in a question about Navajo skinwalkers. Somebody sends in a question about heart stroke. This person disappeared too. Imagine sending in a question about heart stroke, getting a correct answer, having it help you and your mother, and then you disappear. But I'm used to that because it's Min Ma'at, and I'm the only one that will never disappear, hopefully. And hopefully the great students will never disappear. Pentagon, out-of-body experiences, Anunnaki versus reptilian, the Mandela effect, the Matrix breakdown, eyesight. I helped this person with an eyesight question, blew them away. They sent me a testimony. They said it helped them, and that person is gone now. But are they gone from the Matrix? Nope. Because whatever was happening in the Matrix, that those people take place in, they're still participating in that. Are they out starting a new community? Are they out starting new answers, another pod class, helping people with testimonies? No, they're just gone from this because it's too impactful. You help somebody with their eyesight, heart stroke, eyesight, and pew, gone back to wherever, we don't know, but gone. But the people that appreciate this stick around, just like there's been Spider-Man fans since 1960 that are still Spider-Man fans in 2000. Still Pokemon conventions making millions. Still cosplay. There's still Ryu and Ken. There's conventions of Street Fighter conventions making millions of people paying to get in and dressing up as Ryu, Ken, and Dallison. Are you kid? Are you kid? That's the dedication and loyalty to the Matrix. Ryu kid, Ryu kid. So this is a system set up to assist and help and much, much more. Understanding that, everybody, the support as I'm breaking down the answer, as I'm teaching, anytime during the class, you can send a tip of support or you can wait till the end. This is going to be multiple questions in one. I'm going to trust the audience. I could do, in this class I'm about to do, I could do Hotep I'm Done 3 times. This is 3 classes that I merge into one. So I could do Hotep I'm Done, Cash App TT Moon, take a break and come back and do another hour and a half, Hotep I'm Done, and then come back and do it again. I decided that I'm going to teach as long as I can on the topics, combine the questions into one, take a break, and then come back and finish it off and do one Hotep I'm Done. And hopefully people will donate and support for the different topics that have affected them. You can support more than one time. Like we've bought popcorn of the movies more than one time. Like we've bought KFC more than one time. Remember we did that? KFC more than one time. Give me the bucket, and I want the potato wedges with the honey mustard added. That's going to be an extra 50 cents, sir. I'm going to put that on. That double cheese, the pizza and the double cheese, and put anchovies with an extra bit of meat on that. That'll be extra, sir. Give me that. We donate more than once at a pizza purchase. We don't just order the pizza, and that'll be $1.25 for every topping and $2 for extra cheese. Or give me that. I'm donating again, and I want that. I want all that cheese in me. I want all that pepperoni in me. I want let me all of that. What else go with that? The honey buns with that too? Give me that too. We support multiple times to Pizza Hut when we make one stop. So people support. You can't support multiple times at this one stop. If you appreciate this as much as all the cheese that you've consumed, that's done what? I'm not quite sure. Other than align your alimentary canal and make it waterproof. Other than that, I'm not sure with all the cheese you've. Give me extra cheese on that burger. I'm not sure what that's done for you, other than a quick satisfaction and long-term death. This is about life. So with that understood, everybody, I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in. I'm going to step off, put some water on me, refresh myself, and come back and answer this beautiful question. So here's the link in the room for the team, the supporters to jump in. We're going to go over the question that was asked. The people are going to build, and then I'm going to come back and drop this bomb on the people. Bombs, multiple experiences on the people. There's the link in the room. Jump in the room, team, and I'm going to step off and then come back and interact and then blaze this answers at the people. For those who just stepped into the Tutti Pod class, what are some of the questions sent in today? I want you to really take a close look. Really take a close look at this. This is all going to be in one answer, by the way. It's going to be broken up into two. There's going to be one thing. Look at this, everybody. Where have you been ever in your entire life where you learn about the school PSYOPs, graduation alumni ritual and its Masonic ties, while you're learning about the Skull and Bones Society, the Moors, while you're learning about the ancient, this is all in one answer, the ancient Kemetic sword of immortality from the Medunetter, from the actual writings of the indigenous people. We're going to go into the sword and how the ancient people had a sword, but that sword represented something that was outside of this planet, off of this planet, according to their writings and according to what they created. The Kopesh sword, the Knights of Templar, what do all these people have in common? Bill Clinton, Clarence Thomas, Anderson Cooper from CNN, Dick Cheney, George W. Bush, his son, George W. Bush Jr., George W. Bush Sr., the wife, Barbara Bush, Biden's son, Hunter Biden. What do all these people have in common? You are going to learn here today at the Tutti Pod class, while simultaneously learning about the school PSYOPs, the graduation alumni ritual, where that actually factually comes from, who supports the system, and why you must dress like that, why you must have red and black on, why you must have these particular colors on, why you must receive a certain paperwork that's named something specifically. We're going to learn all of that here at the Tutti Pod class. Everybody look at these questions sent in. All of these will be answered tonight in this beautiful ride. I think I put the link in the room. If not, I'm going to put it in again for the supporters and the team to jump in. Let me put the banner back at the bottom. Let me click this off because maybe it didn't go through. I'm going to put the link in the room again for the team and the supporters to jump in. This is a Nook Panook question. This is a Robert Williams question. Nook Panook, Robert Williams. A little bit of what Gabriella, if she's listening, the Jed, if you're in the background listening, this is a little bit of what Gabriella inquired about with the school system. She's always interested in the school system and the PSYOPs that it has within it. This is going to be a sword question that the brother Robert Williams sent in, while Nook Panook sent in a question on the graduation ritual. All of that is going to be covered today at the Tutti Pod class. So team, jump in. Did I put the link in the room? I'm not sure if people saw the link. But jump in, and then I'm going to take a break. I'm going to step off. And when I come back, we're going to get into this beautiful answer. And next week, if Brother Vision is listening, next week he has sent in a question on discipline. some other questions. His is going to be next week, and I don't know who else is. It all depends on how the questions line up with each other. So here's the first to jump on the panel. Hush Nation, how you doing, good brother?
SABA, I doing good. Grateful to be here. Another session. You know, grateful for more life. Grateful for the Akubo you provide for me previously. I hear with it. So I feel real good, healthy, and strong. To SABA, how you doing?
I am doing excellent. I could have done even more questions, but I knew it was going to get late. Plus, this week I had to go to Nani had set me up to go to one of the sisters that's a part of it's like a Kemetic temple up here, and she's a part of it. And she's a senior doctor. I had to go get something looked at and checked out this week. I would have had more time to even do more, but I had to go there and set up another appointment and see what's going on inside of me from something that was pulled that appears to have damaged me. So we're gonna see. I had to go see about that to make sure that that doesn't lead into any excessive extra damage from the original pull right underneath my the cartilage underneath my rib. So I had to go take care of that. Doing all this while doing the Tehuti pod classes, and that is me. It doesn't matter. I tell people all the time. People say I can't come to the panel because I can't come to I can't come to the class, and I'm getting a camera one day and I'm getting this. I'm at doctors. I'm gonna I'm at doctors. I'm getting tissues torn and ripped. I have another hole in my calf right now from a damage that took place. A bleeding calf. All type of things happen in my spare time. Every Saturday, unless somebody passes away or I have to go somewhere, something important takes me out, every Saturday I am here on the panel teaching, and all throughout the week organizing. I live min ma'at, and others have this as a hobby. That's why the panel doesn't have 30 people on it, because it's a hobby to people. This is my life. So if everybody goes away, if new people come, if whatever happens, that the name Tehuti right there, where is it at? This one? That one will always be on the panel. Whether you see a Hati here, Menkura here, Carolina Mencina here, disappears, a sister named Sinette disappears, come and go and come and go and come and go. The one right here, where is it? How does it work? This one stays there. I can be bleeding in the knee. I could have a tissue torn. My obligation is to teach. And until I'm taken out, where I'm actually physically damaged, that I cannot come to the pod class, I will be here. And as long as I do that, I am happy. Min ma'at, no in between, no hesitation, no compromise. I am here. Others talk. So I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Thank you, good brother.
Big ma'at.
Nini Uk. Oh yeah, a little lag. Nini Uk. And on to Amon and Amonette, who are here every pod class as well, almost. How are you two doing today?
We're doing excellent and well. Peace, SABA, to all for asking. Happy to be here. Happy to see you. Still at the pod class, staying consistent. Continue to heal and feel better. To all for asking how we are.
Excelente. All right, and on to Amonette. How are you doing?
Peace, great solitude. I'm doing wonderful. I'm really happy to be here, as always, and I'm happy to be under your guidance again and again, and to be here for this beautiful class and to see what it brings and to see the reciprocity that gets provided back to you for the life that you give to us so very much, for your consistency and for saving my life and Amun's life. What's up?
Yeah, glad you appreciate it. All right, everybody, who is gonna anyone else jumping on the panel? Have you seen Patar? He's the only one that can let people in. I got to get into I just don't have time. You know what? I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure out how to give you, Amun, the ability to let people in also, so that when Patah's not in or late or whatnot, when I take a break, sometimes I can't hear when somebody comes in. So they're just when I come back from the break and somebody's sitting in the box in gray, it's like waiting. And then by the time I come back, it's time for me to start my class. So I want to be able to have somebody ready to let people in. And sometimes Patah is busy or whatever the situation may be, and he can come a little bit later or something like that. So other than that, yeah, we'll see. Is the Jet around? Oh, the Jet said 1 minute, Saba. Oh, no Punuk's at work. I'm just looking at the chat now, so I haven't been looking at. I don't hardly look at the chat. I'm at work right now, Saba. Okay, you're at work. Hotep to this new person here. I haven't seen all these comments. Hotep for Tehuti. Who is Jay Jahori? I've not seen that name before. Shout out to you. You're typing as much as Nook Panuk, and I've never even seen you before. Are you someone that's been coming to the podcast and just changed your name? Or are you a brand new person? To you, a brand new name, or maybe someone who was here just under another name. Shout out to all the people that are new, all the people that are old, everybody. And there is the Jed, good brother Jed. Peace.
Peace, peace. How we doing?
We are doing good. I need Gabriella just definitely to come to the panel or to tune in on this one. This is a school question. She loves these, and I was thinking about her when the question was asked, and I put in this is, I don't know how long this class is going to be. This answer here is going to be when I was answering it, I told my Naturits, I said, I almost started cussing. I don't really cuss or anything like that, but I almost started cussing when I was putting the answer together. You know, when somebody's like, holy shit. I was as I was looking at the answer, I turned into a student and I was like, oh, yo, put that, yo, Tehuti, I was watching it on the screen. Oh, yo, really? Like, I was going back and forth I have to do that sometimes to see the impact. I have to zone in and out from a student watching the screen. So when I put this together, I was like, yo, God. I was like, like arguing with myself of how crazy this is gonna be. This is a believe it or not answer. When you get this answer, you either have to accept it or ignore that this was ever said to you. If you accept this, what I'm about to do right here, you're gonna want to run to the hills. All right, so yes, I'm doing good, Dejed. Doing great, good brother.
To a Saba. Curtis says she's in the building.
Oh man. Oh, there we go. The Tehuti podcast students have snakes. I remember Patah brought his snake one time. Saket brought hers. I don't remember who else brought. Amunet brought theirs. We have a Tehuti snake family taking place. Beautiful. Look at that. That is all the way from what they call Kenya, that you know is by now is Punt. Wonderful. Good. So I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Glad you're doing well. Glad you're doing well, big brother. And here's the lag. Can you hear me, Dejed? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I can hear you, Saba. Can you hear me? Said Tua.
Oh yeah, I hear you now. Okay, yes. Okay, wonderful. And Patah, how are you doing, good brother? I see you there. I don't see you on the screen, but how are you? I'm about to step off in a minute, so I'm gonna greet everybody before I step off. Woo. What is that? Is Patah there? I think he's on mute. Not sure if he's even on. Okay, so Gabriella says, read that for your lady, your Hemet, Dejed, please.
Yes, it's Hotep and Mary to everyone. HOA, out, everyone in the chat, Saba, Saba Zaud, and of course to the great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, Purple Eve, and the White Eve.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, good,
She
wonderful.
said she'll
Did
jump
Patah just
on.
fall off?
She said she got all set, Saba, so she'll jump on in a minute. We have to switch. I was like, hold on, we gotta get on the panel. Hold on, let's switch.
Okay.
Yeah, Patah jumped
fall
on.
off? I don't see Patah anymore.
Yeah, he probably has some connection issues.
Okay, good. Shout out to Johor. He says, I'm sorry for being such a degenerate, belligerent, but I appreciate your kind words. Tehuti. Pause, no pause. I don't know what this means, but Johari, he's very excited in the room. He's apologizing for being belligerent. Well, I'm glad I don't remember that. I don't remember Johari being belligerent or a degenerate. I don't remember that, but thanks for the tour for the Nini Uk and tour for the apology. I have no memory of any belligerent person called A. Johari. Wonderful, though. Thank you. I'm glad you're so happy. All right, there's Patah. Let me do a check now. Patah, can you hear us?
Hotep, mic check.
Hotep, I can hear you great.
Okay, Hotep. Yeah, I'm having technical issues with my camera, so my camera won't come on. But Hotep Great Saba, Uncle Johnson Neb, peace and love to the pod class. Hotep Great Saba, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm actually very excited about what this class is going to bring. When I was putting it together, I said this one needs to be taught in front of a stadium. This is a question your life class. This class will let anyone know that they're in the matrix. Huh? I'm doing great though. Thank you.
Nini Great Saba, I'm looking forward to this. So Hotep.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. I'm gonna step off right now. A. Johari says he's very excited. I've never seen this name before, but A. Johari is very excited. A. Johari, do us a favor. When you send in a support, or if you do, I hope you do. If your Cash App name or PayPal name does not say A. Johari, put right in the section where you type, put this is A. Johari. So then when I don't want to read it off, and I don't even know that it's you, and you're so excited in the room, and your name's like Tyler Smith or something. So shout out to you. All right, so I'm gonna step off, everybody. I'll be right back. When I come back, we're gonna get into this, everybody. Let me put it on the screen one more time. Here it is, everybody. Get ready for this one right here. Look at all these questions. Look at all this. Oh my goodness. All right, so we got the school PSYOPS, graduation alumni ritual. Why the graduation cap? The Moors, Skull and Bones Secret Society. I know Amun's gonna love this for this one. Ancient Kemetic Sword of Immortality. This is straight up Nook Panook and Robert Williams Avenue. One moment, everybody. One moment. All right, so we have the school PSYOPS graduation alumni ritual. Why the graduation cap? The Moors, Skull and Crossbones Secret Society. 322, the Ancient Kemet Sword of Immortality. Knights of Templar. What do these people have in common? Bill Clinton, Clarence Thomas, George H.W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Anderson Cooper, Barbara Bush, Hunter Biden. What do they all have in common? Yes. Thanks so much. Okay, thank you. One moment, everybody. Hold on a second. I'm going to keep this up on the screen. And one moment. Hold on. Okay, I'm back, everybody. I'm back. Let me get this off the screen. That was strange. Okay, let me get this off the screen right here. Media, off the screen. It won't let me come on. Okay, let's try this. Yay, I'm back. Okay, wonderful. I'm back in VRI. It's on the screen. Excellent. Okay, I'm back, everybody. We're going to cover these topics, everybody. The Kopesh Kemetic Sword. What is the title of this class? Graduation Cap, Mason Ritual, School Scam. What do you mean, Tehuti? Skull and Bones, Kemet Kopesh, 33 degree, Homeschool. This is going to be very, very interesting. I hope you all appreciate it. VRI, how you doing today, good brother?
Hotep, I'm doing well. Thank you, SABA. How are you?
I'm great. I'm trying to... Strange. Okay, there we go. Whew, okay. Almost chopped my foot. Okay. I'm doing great, my brother. Focus. Ready to get into this beautiful pod class. And I'm going to ask everybody before I go. Everybody familiar with... Does anybody have any idea about the graduation cap? VRI, did you graduate and have to put on a square cap on your head and a red tassel swinging around? Do they do that in UK?
Yes. I have to.
Oh, it's choppy. What'd you say?
Yes, I wore one when I graduated from university.
Okay, wonderful. Did you ask him why you're wearing it?
No.
Okay, no problem. Hey, Patah, are you there, good brother Patah? I know you can't come to the screen, but can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Did you go to this school thing and at the end have to put on a square hat and with a tassel on the side and wear a long dress? Did you ever participate in that? Or did you somehow escape that?
Yes, I did graduate, what they call.
Okay, good. Before you put on that clothing and that cap, did you ask them the meaning of it and why you have to dress like that? You got a satisfactory answer?
No.
Okay, no problem. Hush Nation, I don't know if they. Okay, thank you, Pata. Hush Nation, all the way in. You were in the islands. I don't know if they do this in the islands. Hush Nation, did you have to go to this thing called school, and at the end of the grades, you put on like a square hat, and there's a tassel hanging, and you put a long dress on? Did you wear the long dress too, or that didn't reach?
Nah, in the islands, you just have to wear some pretty clothes. They don't give you the hat.
They don't give you the dress either?
Nah, just a suit. Just a suit.
Okay, they don't enforce that. Let me go. Okay, wonderful. I'm just asking because I never got the opportunity to do those things. I never made it past grade 9. So I'm gonna go to the Jed. The Jed, how you doing? You or Gabriella? Did you put on a dress and a square hat with a tassel hanging off and was dancing?
Yes, we had it all cocked to the side and everything.
Were you happy and dancing too? Right? I think you have to dance, right?
Yeah,
that's how I'm doing the dance.
Excited to get up out of there.
Now, before you put on that garment, did you ask them the meaning of it? Why you're wearing it? Why there's a tassel there? Why there's a square hat? And why, as a man, you have to wear a dress? Did you ask them those, or you put it on without question?
No, so my only question was why it cost so much. I ain't even gonna wear this thing again.
Oh, you have to pay for it? You have to pay for it?
Yeah.
I didn't even have that in my class. I'll be back. Let me go add to the class. Hold on. You have to pay for it?
We did.
I am so glad. Great. Thank you for grade 9. You have to pay for that? You have to dress like that, and you have to. I thought the school gave it to you.
We did.
Just made you.
We did.
For the Tyler Perry. Oh my gosh! How much does it cost? I'm curious.
Oh, it was like I want to say it was almost $200.
200, and who gets the money? The school or Sears or Walmart? Where do you get that from?
I don't know if it went to the school. I don't know who it went to, Saba. I can't remember.
What store? What's the name of the store? The store you went to?
No, the school gave it to us. Like we showed up to the school to get it. We didn't have to go to a store to go get it. So the school already. Who did you give the money to? To the employee at the school.
So the school made money off of that. $200?
They had to. Yeah, they had to. Almost $200. Yeah.
What a reciprocity that was! You gave to dress in a dress.
Yeah, something that you already earned. You already went through and earned, and still had to pay some money for that joint.
You paid to put a dress on? This is a different world. I'm glad I was in the ponds and the creeks with the animals. I didn't pass grade 9. That's interesting. I didn't know you had to. I would put that in the class, but thank you for that. I'm going to put that in the school graduation part 2. You have to pay to put the dress on. All right, so I'm going to go to Amwin and Amwinette. You all never went to college, so maybe you all didn't have to do this. Did you ever have to put on a dress and celebrate, or is this just a college thing, or what is this? Is it high school too?
We didn't graduate.
Okay. You didn't graduate, but in your high school, did they put the dress on too?
I don't know.
You never seen their graduation in high school? You did, Amanette?
That's what people do, yeah.
Okay, Amanette, you saw people do it?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Okay, good. So thank you, Dejet, for that nice piece of information. You actually have to buy, the school gets $200 reciprocity for your work. You went to school, you earned to get out of there, but they tell you that you have to put on a dress and a cap with a fez on and pay them to do it. You have to pay them for you to dress like that, but you've already earned your degree. You've already earned it, right? On graduation day, can you just walk out?
Yeah, we got to keep it.
You have to buy the dress?
Well, we have to buy it. Yeah, we have to buy it. We got to keep it, of course, right? Because we paid for it, but yeah, we did have to buy it.
We didn't
you
even
get to walk.
We just paid to rent it. We paid like money to rent it for the day.
Stop! Hey, Saba's like it's getting worse.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for this. This class just took another turn. Thank you. I was in school only I went to school to teach in the recesses. So I don't know what the graduation is. I wasn't even in there to see. My friends graduated. They have the dress on. But thank you though. That's interesting. So you have to rent it from the. So the school makes money, and then in college, in university, you have to pay also the college loan and for the books to graduate, don't you?
Yeah.
And then when you graduate, will they give you your graduation paper if you don't put a dress on? You have to put the dress on, even after you earned it, or you can just walk away without it. All right, everybody. Thank you all for this extra piece of information. Shout out to all the people that gave this thousands of people graduating the school. That's $200 times thousands. Shout out to the school. What did they call that, a Ponzi scheme? I'm not sure. But shout out to that program for making up that business. I would love to have been the businessman that invented that. And when these children, when these youth work all these years from kindergarten to high school to college, university, when they finally achieve their goal, do not let them get out of the school unless they buy a dress from us. They must buy a dress from us, and then we'll tell them that you earned it after they buy the dress. And we're going to walk out each graduation with about $20,000. All right, thank you all for that. I'm going to take a break and step back. When I come back, we're going to get into this beautiful class, which is, again, the school PSYOPS, graduation alumni ritual, why the graduation cap, skull and bone secret society, the Moors, ancient Kemetic sword of immortality. What do all these people have in common? Bill Clinton, Clarence Thomas, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Anderson Cooper, Hunter Biden, Barbara Bush, and the Knights of Templar. We're going to get into it. And I want to tell everybody this. Gabriella, are you listening? Can she speak on the is she able to speak into the mic even though she can't come to the screen? Or is she able to take a turn to come to the screen? I want to make an announcement about a question she asked.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, good. I'm going to make an announcement about a question she asked and what happened to the question as I was answering it. I'm going to make an interesting announcement. Gabrielle has been wanting to ask me this question. She sent in reciprocity, asked me. Oh, there you are. There you are, Gabriella. Hotep. Greetings. You have to pay for it?
Greetings, SABA, and everyone on the panel.
Greetings. Greetings to you. Peace. Gabrielle, I want to make an announcement to you. And I'm doing well. If you ask, I'm not sure because there's a lag. But you're doing well. You probably heard so. Anyways, so Gabriella, you asked me a question about Doge and Elon Musk and pertaining to Elon Musk and Trump, right?
Correct, SABA.
Okay. So as I was putting together the answer, I cannot release that. I cannot put together and release what I was going to do. I'm warned. I cannot put that. What I was going to put out, I cannot put out. I was going to try to chance it. I was going to try to speak in codes. I can't put it out. The podcast will be shut down. I can't put it out until they do a ritual. There's a I can't put the answer out to the Doge question until the ritual is going to be done on Independence Day. What is it? March, April, May, June, July.
July.
Not this Independence Day, but the next one. The next Independence Day ritual, when they do that, there's going to be a ritual for Doge and Elon Musk and Trump. And after they do the Independence Day ritual and the Doge ritual, then after that, I'll be able to release the question. I can't do it until they do the ritual. So I at risk of losing much. So I'm going to hold off on that. And you all mark this word right now. It is May 24th, 2025. look out for 2026 for a Doge ritual. This screenshot me saying this, screen cam, whatever it is. And when 2026 Independence Day comes, there'll be a double ritual. And then remember that I said this. And after that, then I'll be able to release the class. So that's on hold until they do their ritual, Gabriella, unfortunately.
Okay, to SABA for announcing that and for letting us know and for even putting the class together. I'm excited to get that class and receive that. So if anyone else is as excited as me, you might as well send in that reciprocity now because it's already being put together.
Thank you. Yes. So I'm going to step off on that. That's how deep it is.
I may have to send a question in about the quote-unquote Independence Day.
Oh, that you can send it all day because that was 1776. I can talk about that now.
Plenty of time, right?
Yeah, well, 300 years passed by. It's been cleared. While things are in the heat of the moment, you'll notice that while the COVID and the other stuff and the shots and all that was going on, I was the only one that was teaching about it on Killer Priest in a bunch of codes. Now I can talk about it more openly. I was the only one talking about Fauci. I put Fauci in my rap. With the rap I have with Killer Priest, Fauci's in it. I was allowed to put certain codes in, and now I can talk about it more openly. While it was in the heat of the moment, and even afterwards, I even talked about something going in the skin, and they took the pod class away. So sometimes while things are in the heat of the PSYOPs, like the school shootings, I would love to do a class on the Mandalay, the thing that happened in Las Vegas, the Mandalay shooting. Oh boy, I have 4 weeks of classes, and when I say 4 weeks of class on that, not 4 pod classes. 4 weeks, meaning that if I do a class today on that, I can do a class tomorrow on that, and I can do a class the next day on that, and the next day on that, and the next day on that. I have 4 weeks straight of classes on the school stuff, the shootings, the Mandalay, the PSYOPs, the Nick guy, all that will shut your whole belief system of what's going on in this world down. And while it was happening, I could only teach it in my living room. Some things are blocked like that. So for the sake of saving my safety and the pod class's safety. So, but I have, I'm sitting on scary stuff with that. The George Floyd, still haven't did a full class on that, but it's all waiting now. So I'm going to step off, everybody. Peace and love. We're going to tie in this right here. This is the Kemetic Kopesh that I'm going to be speaking about. It is a sword hook grab weapon that grabs the shoulder, pulls, can stab, slice, hit back and forth and forward, and gouge out. And it's the weapon of Ramesses. It's the weapon of the great Par-ee that defended Kemet. This was the Kopesh, and they were able to take this symbol that was one of the most brutal weapons of death and actually do a palindrome with it, and it to the people of Kemet. They used it in the physical to take lives and defend, and in this Purim Haru in the coffin text, and in the Akuz, it was a symbol of immortality in the other realm, and I'm going to be talking about that today. That is called the Kopesh. Robert Williams sent in that question. Hopefully he's here. He gets to come in later. So I'm going to step off, guys. Peace, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be back in a few minutes to break down the Kopesh, the school, the alumni dress that VRI had to rent, all of that stuff. Sesame Street is in this class. All type of things are in this class. The guy that made this class is it. This is going to be a top class. So peace, everybody. Peace and love. Hotep. I'll be right back. I'm going to put some on the screen. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love for now. Hotep. I'll be right back.
Hotep SABA, enjoy your break.
Hotep, thank you.
Enjoy your break, SABA.
Hotep, I will.
Hotep Ma'at, peace and love. A great SABA, do you want me to leave this on while you're taking your break?
Yes, do you see what's on the screen? Yes.
Okay. All right, Hotep Ma'at, peace and love.
Oh, there's something on the screen. There's something on the screen, but I'm playing something.
Okay, that's what I was asking. I didn't know if you were taking your break while having this on the screen. I'll wait until this concludes. 2 hours.
Okay, it's off now. You can go.
Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Ma'at. Everyone, please hit the like button if you are here with us live, and subscribe. And also make sure that you have the notification bell set so you're notified when SABA goes live. The support links are pinned to the top of the chat. The Cash App and the PayPal are there for everyone to utilize to ask your questions and to also support for any single thing that you appreciate about the podcast. Houseofatton.org. You can also support there as well. We have many items and merchandise. And to everyone who supports the website as well, and to everyone who leaves reviews, houseofatton.org. And so we'll go around the panel and allow everyone to get some tones in. And we'll start with you, great brother Hush Nation, Hotep Ma'at.
Hey, Hotep Ma'at family. Big love, big Ma'at to the out. To the program, ATTON. Everybody on the chat, everybody watching in the future. Yeah, can't wait for SABA to go into this one, because I know this is going to be real effort, and you know, SABA going to put some extra space on it, so there's some big Ma'at there for sure. And then SABA got some injuries there that he healed from, you know, so definitely appreciate all the sacrifices, you know, appreciate all you showing up to, you know, so yeah, Uncle Justin to the out with his Mahat and ever at the ready. Yes, I'm going to break down this whole school thing, graduation thing, you know, the diplomas that we need to indulge more in the matrix. So yeah, there's gonna be a fun rocky roller coaster ride. Yeah, we're gonna get some of the Sesame Street song with childhood up into the all the way into the man that he have the pictures on was similar with all of them. I was thinking that Dane in my heart, and I was thinking guys were similar with them, but I know SABA really break it down. So yeah, that can be super never. Yeah, all kind of thing in this class. So I want to see how you can pregnant with him, and then he mentioned he still got more under the Judge Floyd, the shooting. So yeah, Gabriella question. I myself want patching on that. So yeah, but a whole lot of sessions to come in also. Yeah, do a SABA. Heal up, big man heart, do a Schoolscam, Uncle Justin Neb, more life, more ang, big Aku, big access, you don't know, there's a lot of love. Hotel.
Hotel, thank you for listening. The great wonderful SABA King and Hotel Bra, ATTON, Destination, Jed,
Hey, Hotep, great brother. Your mic sounds a little muffled. I'm not sure if you're using your regular mic. You might want to check your audio settings to make sure it's not on your webcam mic.
Okay, cool. I will check it out now.
Okay. So we can hear you nice and clear.
How do I sound now?
You can check your check the settings in StreamYard and make sure that your mic is set to your actual microphone. Do you see that?
I'm looking right.
So just check the settings in both the StreamYard there. Make sure that that's set to your voice mod, and then check your voice mod settings and make sure that your input is set to your microphone. Because it sounds like it's coming through your, like some computer microphone or webcam or something.
Mic check.
There we go.
Well, it was the voice mod.
Okay, Nini up.
Thank you all very much, Patah, for that help. Really fantastic.
Nini up, great brother.
Hotep Uncle Justin Neb, the great SABA Tuyum Hotep Ra, Destination, the Jed, Amunet, DRI, Nukbu, Gabriella, Offset, all the beautiful people who support our great SABA, the people in the chat, people watching in the future. Well, SABA for being consistent, for being an inspiration, having this class. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to bring forth. Hope that everybody supports, because this is the only places we're going to hear this information. I love every class that SABA has. I do love the classes where he breaks the matrix. For me, when I learn something that changes my perception on the matrix around us, It's motivational and freeing for me to understand the fiends or the enemy. Make it so that way I know how to look at things and move in a certain way. It's a very interesting feeling, and I'm excited to see what SABA is going to bring forth. And I really do hope that people understand that what he does bring forth in this class and every other class is phenomenal, that it's rare, and you're only going to hear it here. With classes like this, the stuff he's going to bring forth, he's the only person that's going to bring it forth to us. People that participate in matrix rituals and spells that create them, they will never tell us. So for SABA to bring this forth and all the other things that he brings forth, it's worth eternity. It's worth dedication for forever. It's worth a HENU praise, because it truly is life-saving. Do not know what he's going to bring forth exactly. However, I do know that it will be liberating and will free aspects of people's mind and in ways that we can't even imagine. So, well, for the time taken to put this together, SABA, and I'm looking forward to all that's within it. And I'm curious now to know what's going to happen next, quote unquote, Independence Day. Well, for putting that together, and for all the other things you've done personally for yourself, whether it can be brought out or not. I appreciate all that you do, all that you continue to do, and I want to learn all that I can from you for eternity. Things that can be known publicly and that can't be known publicly. So, well, for every single thing that you do, it is monumental. It is phenomena, and you're the inspiration for me. So, well, very much. Great job with the young professor.
Well, Amun, for your nefer words and adorations. I appreciate all who are here on the panel, and I appreciate Amun for all that he's done for me, for bringing me here and being the reason why I'm able to be on this screen and be in the state of mind that I'm in today. And I also want to give a special thank you and tua to all the sisters who are watching and listening. I really appreciate the sisters for being here and for supporting yourself and making sure that your mind state is beautiful within Ma'at. I appreciate the inner workings that all of you do. All of you are very beautiful, and I'm very thankful that there are females here who are wanting to correct their mind state and grow and be within the 2D pod class. And to all the brothers as well who are here to do the same and make sure that all their surroundings and all that they do are Ma'at. I appreciate all of that and all that goes within that, and how all of you do that in your daily life. All who do that in their daily life are treasured in my Eid, because it is extremely important for all of us to practice in all moments, practice Ma'at and be disciplined in Ma'at at all times, and never fail to progress and purify. So I really appreciate all who do that and all who take care of themselves in general. And SABA has taught me, and he said this in the last podcast, that I am the most important being in the world, as you are the most important being in the world. And it's very important for each and every one of us to take care of ourselves first. And the Tehuti podcast is a great way to take care of yourself. SABA's helping me personally take care of myself in millions of ways, and this is one of the places where I'm able to purify my heart, my Eve, and continue my growth and make sure that I am continuing MAAT and making sure that I am accountable for all that I do every day and consistent in MAAT. So what's everyone who's here and listening, I appreciate you all very much. What's up, MAAT?
What's up? Peace, peace, peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Loud and clear, bro.
Yeah, peace, peace, peace. Hey, we in here. Shouts out to the great SABA Tehuti Amunhotep Ra. Shouts out to everybody on the panel. Great brother, Patah. Great Hush Nations. Amun that. Hush, you look like you on the block. Hush look like he on the block. He look like he outside. He look like he out.
I back in the Netherlands. I ain't on
Yes.
class time.
I'm just playing with you, man. Yeah, hey, peace to everybody, man. Shouts out to everybody in the chat. Shouts out to the great SABA Tehuti Amunhotep Ra, him and his Terts. Yeah, man, definitely excited for this class. Definitely appreciate everybody being present. It's definitely a beautiful thing. I'm definitely, you know, I'm always excited for the class, man, because SABA's always teaching something that I don't know, right? And it's an effort thing, and it gives me an opportunity to expand the coup, right? So I'm definitely grateful for just for the consistency of the great SABA. Definitely appreciate all the knowledge that is given. I'm gonna say this, man, like, everybody, y'all should be you got to record these classes, man, put them in your archives, man, because, you know, every now and then SABA's always talking about, like, you don't know how long I'm gonna be here, you don't know how, whatever that is, right? So it's good to have these in your archives, because you never know what SABA's next destination is. So I'm grateful for the great SABA's dedication to the Natiru, his devotion to the Natiru, and it's definitely an effort thing. I'm excited about hearing about the school thing, you know, the PSYOPS and that. I think SABA taught a little bit about the Cat Wyatt Square, but you know, he always gonna give us something that we definitely never heard, and I'm just I'm grateful to be a part of this, man. This is where it's at. I can't think of anywhere else to be. Even those who give up, it's like, what do you do, right? You don't want to have that cipher mentality from the Matrix, right? Going back to the Matrix. What do you do? So, yeah, it's interesting. Just on that topic, it's interesting when Cypher said on the Matrix, he says, I don't want to remember anything. Wipe it all away. I don't want to remember nothing. And that right there in itself shows you that you can't be given truth and then bail out, because that truth will always still be there. People want to forget, they want to be in it, they want to just go back and act as if this never happened. But those who was a part of this and those who were around to go back, this will always linger over the head. It will always be within the coup. Always. And that's why he said, I don't want to remember nothing, because once you know the truth, you can't really ignore it. It'll always be there. You can go and do whatever you want to do it with your life, but this will always be here, and you and won't have no excuse to say, hey, I didn't know there was a path that I could take, and all they will really have left is that whatever disagreements they had towards it, it was never, that excuse was never enough. And so those who are here, hey, be happy, man, that you're here. Just be happy that you're here. You found a very Nefer environment. And this is where we at, man. This is where MAAT is, and I'm honored to be here. So yeah, Hotep and New, grateful for everybody. Yeah, peace and love. Hotep. I don't know if it's Patah. You still there?
Oh, Hotep, mic check.
Mic check, mic check. There he is. Yes, sir.
Okay, to our great brother, Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Hinu, great brothers, and Sister Amanette. It's Annette, Uncle Jasaneb, to all of you and your great Heru, your great voices, and Medu, and to for all the works that you are doing for yourselves, so that you can come forward as complete beings within the collective House of ATTON. So to much love to each of you, and of course everyone who supports SABA Tehuti, the pod class, the House of ATTON, all that we do. It's a beautiful thing. And with what the great SABA continuously brings forward at the highest level, it's important, and one thing I always love to point out consistently is just the non-normal things that have to take place to be able to bring something at the highest level consistently, non-stop. See, a lot of times we see something that's so grand, but then when you see that thing consistently, it can then become a normal for you, and you diminish some of the grandioseness of what's taking place. And it's important that we always keep in mind at the forefront what is actually happening compared to everything around you, like the great SABA always brings forward, to keep a comparison within your own mind to see where the difference is. And that always keeps one's gratitude really high, and doesn't allow for you to become complacent. And that's very important, to not become complacent with something that doesn't have to be here. So out to everyone who supports and sends this out, and also just does the work outside of, just coming up on the panel and supporting, actually doing the work, taking the teachings and taking it into meditation and sitting with it, putting it into action, because all of this is for a purpose of action, to get to moving. So that's a very important part after the pod class shuts down, that I myself, place a focus on and give much dua to those of you who also do that. So I'll just conclude there and allow any one of you to pick up the mic and build. So Hotep Ma'at.
Protect Ma'at, big Ma'at, support Ma'at, support the podcast. Send reciprocity. Reciprocity is Ma'at. You don't know how we do it already. Yeah, so I'm going to break down this whole thing so we could pass it on to the children, so we could get more Ma'at again. Yeah, yeah, it's big Ma'at all the way to SABA for bringing Ma'at to the forefront, so that we could do more Ma'at in the life, to get more Aku. I'm definitely grateful for that, so then we could pass it on to our young ones, because we got our set coming up, so now she could go into I don't want to say go into, but she born in this crazy place, but at least she can have the Ma'at at the forefront, so like how SABA put Ma'at at the forefront, she could echo Ma'at at the forefront, and then ain't gotta be like on the stupidity trips what I was on. The stupidity trips what I put my son through. Yeah, because it's a real matrix adventure, so yeah, but you gotta, like how they say, man, you gotta pay for the soup and rock up with the soup. It's just like me when I was paying man to do my work, so I could graduate. Man, I used to go to school, jump out of the school fence, change my clothes so I could hit the road. Then I would come back in school, and then the teacher would, because the class had a big window, so I would jump through the window so I could sneak in the class. And man would kick me out of the class. I have to go back through the window. He didn't even want me to go out the door. And I wanted to graduate, so I checking boy, I gotta figure out something. So I just started to see if I could pay the homies so they could do my little work for me and thing. And I'm still graduating, but that to show how hard man going for the matrix, you know what I mean? And because to get these diplomas, and then you got your certificate and thing, then you go, you get your job, you do your thing, and then you double back, circle, pecard, whatever you want to call it, we gotta fall back on my app, and it's start from square one, and that's where man start to shed, that's where man reborn, so it's good we got it so we could pass it down. So I set and whoever our youth is, they go through the school like a Tehuti, you know what I mean? You can imagine an exile when they're breaking on the matrix, hiding in the library, coming out, busting on the knowledge in the hallway. You know what I mean? So it's good that because I come out in 2025 according to Jesus Christ. But you don't know. In 2025, we racking up my art and go past I cool down to the youth them and exist within her. You know what I mean? So yeah, but SABA Tehuti all day, every day. You don't know it's big my art all the time.
Hotep. Go for your Medu. Beautiful words. Telling us it was like for you to go to school and showing how hard that diploma. Also go back to, like you said, where one, MAAT. That was very interesting to hear. Yes, all said is lucky. He is having a great, fantastic, unique, phenomenal upbringing. Be able to have the Jed and Gabby parents, Mr. Mut, F. We have SABA Tehuti as the Tepi, the head. We learn infinite amount of things from. That's absolutely beautiful, absolutely great, and for her to be able to, and all other future children in the HOA, to be able to learn this information, to have a way of life that is about life, that is about eternity and immortality, and to defend themselves from the matrix and this threat. That is worth everything. SABA, he deserves everything, because there's so many things that I can think of where if you take one of those things that he does, it's worth everything. And what are you supposed to, what do we give at the point to where it's like you put all those things together and each one is worth everything at that point? So that's why I say it's worth infinite dedication and praise HENU, and personally for me to follow SABA for eternity in this realm and the next, because just one thing that he does is worth that. You put all of it together. All I can do is keep going. Just keep going forever and ever and ever, and do my best to make sure that I apply what's being taught to myself, my family, help other people, and show other people SABA Tehuti. Want the future to be where we can have grand altars for SABA 100 years from now, 120 years from now, 200 years from now, 300 years from now, where we are giving offerings to SABA Tehuti and the other Netiru, as our ancestors did. I was looking at the picture that he had where he's holding the snake, and the thumbnail would be the perfect picture to make a statue, and make a huge statue in the future, and have an altar and temple for him. That way we can continue to give to him for eternity. And for me, the journey never ends. So I feel like that's the best thing I can give, is to apply what's being taught, make myself immortal so I can continue to be by SABA's side, continue to be that fan, cool him off here and within the next realm, within it too. Because what SABA gives, it's infinite. It is worth everything. can see why he says that there's people in black suits with the headphones looking for him, earpieces. I can see why SABA thinks the way he does. Because right here, we're the proof to be able to raise up all of us, and all of us, we're adults. He's raising up us. And will continue to raise us up. He'll always be the head. And then to see that he is giving the information to help us and to raise up children, like I said, Namunet and I's future children, and everyone else will have children. That creates a nation. It's the reestablishment of a culture that's creating and reestablishing a way of life in a time period where there's just is fed in the matrix. What he teaches literally changes reality, changes your individual reality. You see how you see things, how your house, people in your house and your environment will see things. And as time continues and as his teachings echo out, like the Fibonacci sequence will change the way that society sees things. And it'll just continue to go and go and go and echo itself out, which is absolutely beautiful. It's great to think about, to sit about and think about that, and conceptualize that. Sabatuti has given me purpose, guidance, path to follow. Sometimes I look around at other people in the matrix and that person's doing something, other person's doing something. They all have these things that they're doing, they follow, and I think to myself, well, my purpose is to follow SABA within MAAT. That's my purpose. And that's what I'm here for. I can't imagine myself doing anything else. It's not right. And I feel this beautiful pull and attraction to continue to follow SABA and MAAT. It's this deep down drive. I will conclude there. Hotep. Janet Minty Hotep. Great to see you.
Hotep, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard.
Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Yes. Excuse me for my tardiness. Just gathering things together. My technology is not 100% on point yet, but it will get there as long as I keep on working at it. I had an unexpected visit from my son earlier, so I was held up a little bit there too. But it's great to be here, and just to echo what Brother Amun said, I really can't imagine my Ka energy being directed anywhere else during the hours of the pod class. So Tua to Saba, and Tua for all of you for showing up. I'm going to continue to try to get this to stream off of my computer because everybody looks like little tiny ants on my phone. And I know I'll be interrupted and kicked off because of phone calls coming in. But let's talk about what Saba's teaching today with the graduation ceremony. I always wondered what that hat was. That I don't know if it's a square or some other shape, but I think it's a square, but it's not vertical and horizontal. They tilt it to the side, so it kind of looks like an aku, one side and then mirrored on the other side, the way that they make you wear it, and then the turning of the tassels is supposed to be some sort of significance. I never knew what it was. I did cross stage. That's what they call it, is cross stage when you graduate, when you culminate. I did, and I remember they had us seating in rows, and then they would call you up, and then you would grab the diploma, take a picture, and cross the stage. And then at some point of the ceremony, you throw your hat in the air, and that's probably, there's some ritualistic aspect in all of that, in the wearing of the gown, crossing of the tassel, and I just really wonder what that hat means. So Tua to SABA for taking on this question, and Tua to Sister Gabriella for asking the question. That's a very nefer question.
Washing that Minty for being here, for coming to the class, coming to the panel, both for your beautiful words and insight, for explaining what you did about the graduation. Personally, I didn't know much about that. I remember seeing in movies and stuff, people throwing their hat in the air across the stage and stuff. I didn't know you had to take the tassel and put it a certain way. When I look at the hat, it reminds me of Peppa Pet. That glyph, the square coming out of another square.
Right. It's, to me, it looks like, because I think it is a square, but it doesn't look like a square because you have it turned at an angle. But if you take that angle and you draw a line across it, it looks like an aku on top of another aku that's inverted. So there's that. And I do remember you do have to buy it. And it's like, what happens to the students that can't afford to buy their gown? Because it's only pretty much once in a lifetime thing that you're going to graduate, unless you have siblings and you can pass down that gown to the next sibling. But yeah, they're making, what did SABA say? Like they're making like they're making a lot of money off of each graduation class. It's like probably like hundreds of thousands of dollars with each graduation class, and maybe that is what funds, the matrix with having these classes. Welcome back, SABA.
Hey, good to be back. Your screen looks good and clear and high quality and nice.
Tua.
Wonderful, Nini. And for the person, I think that was Aminet's gone right now, but Aminet, it was actually let me know when Aminet comes back, Amun. Oh, actually, that was not Aminet, that was Minty. Minty, that was actually Nook Panuk who asked this question, and Robert Williams who asked about the Kopesh, and Gabriella in just passing conversations are in talking about her interest in the PSYOPs. She's brought up her interest in schools, the PSYOPs in the school systems, which helped spark it too. But yes, the actual questions were sent in by Nook Panuk and Robert Williams.
Okay, Tua to Robert Williams and Nook Panuk for asking these questions.
Wonderful. And look at this beautiful name. There's somebody in here, Mary's Webs. Is that Unkanathan? That's interesting. A spider saying Hotep. Okay. Hotep with a spider. Maybe it's Unkanathan. Shout out to Mary's Webs. And Nook Panuk says, you know what? I don't have to do this anymore. Look at this new thing I can do. Look, so see how this is on the screen? I can do this. Now let me see if I can do this. Look, here it goes.
Let's see if it works. Huh. It said I can do it.
Oh yeah, yeah, that works.
Did something happen?
Yeah, you can see the comment on the right hand side of the corner of the screen.
Oh, nice. Like it used to be with Killer Priest. It used to be, yeah, the comments were on the side of us. Like Killer Priest, like, how did you do that? Okay, well, I have the ability to do that now. I can't see it, but I have the ability now to show comments on this. Oh, there it is. I see Nook Pinook laughing. Okay, good. All right. All right. So I could do this without AD. Shout out to AD, though. He was the first I saw do that. They're there. Okay, good. I'm going to come off that. All right, everybody. We're about to get into this. And good observation, Minty Otep. Good observation, Amun. Yes, is the hat purposely tilted? Is it tilted? Is the shape significant? You said it tilts to the side, so it looks like kind of like an aku inside of an aku.
Yes, correct.
So we're gonna find all that out. Did you go? Oh, you're here, Minty. Did you go through that? Did you have to wear did you wear a hat and a dress and tassels in your life?
Sure. I sure did. I wore.
And just like I asked everybody,
Yeah, I wore
go ahead, Minty. Go ahead. There's a lag. Go ahead.
I wore the dress with the hat and the tassel and some Nike Cortez with fat laces.
Okay. And let me ask you, like I asked everybody, before you put that on, did you ask anybody? Did you ask the college dean? Did you ask anybody, why are we putting this on? What does it mean? And did you get any satisfactory answers before you put it on?
No, I didn't. I was willing to put it on. I was rushing to put it on because it meant that I was completing my education in that in that arena. Yeah, I rushed to put that thing on. I was proud to put that thing on.
Exactly. So I want to emphasize on that before we start, is that in the house of ATTON, and when you come into forms of consciousness, people will talk about the clothing. They say, Tehuti, you're taking it too far. You always have Kemetic clothings on. My shirt. This is what I wear around the house. My shirt, living within MAAT. These shirts, the Tehuti, you're always wearing this Kemetic stuff, and they always have some type of Kemetic jewelry or some type of you have a snake. Your hat says that. And they always ask, why do you wear that? Why do you do that? If you put on any type of Afrocentric or any Native American garment, if Amun or Minty was to put on a Navajo garment or any type of Kemetic garment or ancient Sumerian robe, their family members, their friends would immediately question them. Isn't that right, everybody? Immediately question you without a doubt. If you were to walk, I dare you, go to the next family reunion, go to the next barbecue, go to the next wedding, go to the next birthday. I want to see you decked out, full Kemetic garb. I want to see you in Aztec clothing I want to see you in the full neck piece, everything, the staff, full Kemetic garb, full Yoruba tribe, Zulu. And you will get quizzed and questioned as soon as you walk in. The matrix, that's why it's harder for me to break the matrix than it is to put you in the matrix. I have to do multiple pod classes to unscrew and unwind little intricate fabrics in the matrix. People are always asking, well, Tuti, what about this? Well, you said this, and what about that? And what about this, and what about that? The matrix can say, square cap, black and red, a gown down to your feet. You will wear this. Yes. 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 Not a question, not a rebellion, nothing at all. But if you were to wear any African travel gear to your father's house, mother's house, there'd be arguments. Heathen, paganistic, you're taking it too far. Why do you have all this stuff on? That's the old. Why do you live in the past? Why are you living in the past? And I'm like, this is why I couldn't make it past grade 9. Mom, the alumni was 1718. You're in a dress code from 1718. Isn't that 300 years ago? Doesn't that mean you're living in the past, but you're not, because it's only living in the past if it's African? So so this is why I couldn't make it past grade 9. I couldn't make it. I had too many questions. I'm not putting what's the cap, too many things, and I ran out of there because my questions were not being answered. I was not satisfied ever since I was a child. So the Matrix can just tell you, dress like this for your graduation. Put a dress. I bet I can put you, brother, you're a street thug? Huh? You're the tough bully in high school? Huh? You're the basketball player, you're the man, you're the alpha male. I'm gonna put you in a dress today. And you're not gonna question nothing about it. You're gonna put on this black dress. I bet you're gonna put on this black dress. You're not gonna dare ask me a question about it. You're in a dress today, brother. Put on a dress and go to the club and watch what happens to you. Go to the barbershop next week in a long gown. Go tell your friends after a football game, after the game, what are you doing, fellas? After the game, I'm gonna go shopping. I'm gonna go buy a gown for myself. Your friends will be like, pause. You're buying a gown? Hold on. Our women buy gowns. What men? Press the 7 in the room. Last time you told your wife. Last time you told your girlfriend. Last time you told your brothers in the hood, your friends, your brothers. Last time you told them you're gonna go shopping for gowns. Especially as a black man. When was the last time? Type 7 in the room. There's 36 people watching. Brothers, type 7 in the room. Last time you told your other brothers you're going to Macy's to buy a gown. Your friends would ragdoll you. But the Matrix can say, today, you're putting on a gown today. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes. Yes, and you're going to pay for it. You're putting on a dress today, Tyrone. Tyrone, you brother that rolling dice in the corner, you're graduating. You put on a dress today, Tyrone. You don't like Tyler Perry? Yes, you do. You're gonna put on a longer dress than Tyler Perry, and guess what? You're gonna pay for it. Yes. See, that's what the Matrix does, and you never question. Put on Kemetic clothes, Native American clothes, Aztec clothes, your mother will have a fit. Go out on girls' night. Go out on the weekend in full Kemetic garments and watch your girls ragdoll you. What are you wearing, girl? What you got on there? What's this? You living in the past. I'm gonna put on my cap and gown from the 1700s though. So we're gonna break the Matrix today, and we're gonna show you how easy it is for them to tell you what to do. You do it, no question. It's Halloween. You better dress like a killer. You better dress like a witch. You better fill a bag of candy. Why? You don't know why, because you never asked. You can put on all types. It's a Halloween party. I'm going as a prostitute. I'm going as Dracula. I'm going as the Dracula, the Dracula they taught me about on Sesame Street. The one that taught me how to count. The killer? Remember the killer? Remember Dracula's a killer. Does anybody remember that? Is Dracula anything other than a killer? Dracula is a killer cannibal. Dracula is a killer cannibal, but you love him on Sesame. Let the kids watch. I can't let the kids watch this show. It's rated R. It's rated X. There's sex in this show. The people are having sex in this show. What's your child doing? Oh, he's in the back learning how to count from Dracula. He's learning how to count. What's Dracula? Oh, Dracula's a cannibal that drinks people's blood, remember? He breaks into people's home and he likes to have sex with women if you allow him in, and he drinks your blood. He's a cannibal. That's who's teaching my child how to count on Sesame Street. And you never questioned it. You love Count Dracula. Nobody in this room you love Count Dracula. Uno, dos, one, two, a three, a four, with his teeth showing. You love that. Never questioned it. So you love Count Dracula, you love serial killers, you let your children watch cannibals. You love cannibals. You don't like Jeffrey Dahmer, but you like Dracula. You like what you like. Whenever you don't want to like it, you change your mood. That's how the Matrix has you. And when Tehuti comes and says, exposes Sesame Street, are you taking it too far? Come on, that's not the real Dracula. That's Count. We love Count Dracula. You love that. I don't want my children to be homeless. We want them to go to school. What's your children doing right now? He's learning from, who's the guy that lives in the trash can? Who's the homeless creature? There's a monster that lives in a trash can. It's a monster. It's not a human being. It's a monster, and the monster lives inside of the trash can that not even a homeless person lives in. And that's who the children are watching at 5. Oscar the Grouch. Is that his name? Mommy, I love Oscar the Grouch. He lives in a trash can, and his friend is a vampire. That's what we like to teach the children. Who's Ptahotep? I don't know. But I know who Oscar the Grouch is. So we're going to break a lot of matrices today. We're going to show the Freemasonic connection. We're going to show your mind hypnotized. And then we're going to show you the original origin of where these things come from and why there is actual magic in the origin that the Freemasons and the other secret societies are using the little bits of symbolic magic to control people's minds so that they can control the larger picture. Once you can control and make somebody do what you want, I'm going to make you love a vampire. Yes, sir. I'm going to make you wear a cap and gown as a brother. Yes, sir. I'm going to make you love Big Bird. Yes, sir. I'm going to make you love Jesus. Yes, sir. Hallelujah. And as soon as they can get you to love multiplicities of these things without question, then the larger PSYOPS is implemented. That's how the matrix works. So we're about to get into this, everybody. We're going to put on our timer and get into this question here. Shout out to Robert Williams and Nook Panook. I don't know if Nook Panook is still at work, but shout out to Nook Panook for setting in the question. Shout out to all the great supporters. Shout out to everybody. We're about to get into this beautiful beautiful answer. One second, everybody. We're about to get into this beautiful answer here. And there was a little bit of time because I had to go get my I had to go get her, and she was letting me know she saw the large Komodo dragon type creature that I have, and she wasn't too pleased with that, so she was doing this when I went to get her. Too pleased, and she was doing I don't even know if that's showing on the screen. Is anything showing on the screen right now? Is anything on the screen, Minty?
Yes, SABA.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah, she was doing her little cobra dance, so I had to take time to I had to go in there and this thing is so strange. This thing is so long. I had to go in there and calm her down because she didn't like that Komodo dragon looking thing when I opened up the thing she was in. But now she's all fine. She's back in regular snake mode. No cobra mode. Is that right? No cobra mode. You good? Yeah, you're good. All right. We're gonna go ahead and do this this pod class. I'm gonna put the timer on. So I'm gonna say peace and love to Pata, Annie. Jump in the oh, before I do that, let me give a shout out to the people that supported. 2 people supported, and I didn't get a chance to say it in the oh, this is strange. I didn't get a chance to say it in the last pod class. So I'm just gonna give a shout out to them, and we're gonna get right started. I always like to give credit to the people that support. Sometimes people send support right when the pod class closes down. Or in the week, it was Dr. LaRoche. It was Dr. LaRoche, and this brother here. What's his name? He hasn't met another name. It's like Nuthe. But he's show that. So shout out to this brother Octavius Sly for his support, and Daniel LaRoche. Then we're gonna get right into this answer. My computer is a little bit misbehaving. Okay, here we go. So shout out to this brother here, Octavius Sly. Oh, his name is Nut Husa Maat. Give him a hand clap, please. Okay, wonderful. And also this brother here, Dr. LaRoche, he is back. He used to be very, very consistent. He started coming back with a consistency, and he sent in some of the largest donations. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. And this is Dr. LaRoche. Here it is. He sent in this as a donation after the pod class for the Neath class. If everybody remembers the Neath class that I did, Neath and Hagar section of the Torah stolen from the Torah, specifically stolen from Kemet, the Neath episode. He gave this as support. I'm going to give him a shout out, and we're going to get right into this answer. So here it is, Dr. LaRoche with $40 for nice teaching on the Neath Hagar text. Give him a hand clap, please. Oh, okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody, we're about to get into this answer. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. Shout out to Nutse, Octavius Sly. Shout out to everybody that supports the 2T podcast. We're about to get into this answer. For those who just tuned in, I'm going to put it on the screen. The good brother Nookpoo, and Robert Williams sent in these questions, and I added more than what they sent in. The school PSYOPS, graduation, alumni ritual, skull and bone secret society, ancient Kemet, sword of immortality. Shout out to you. And also what I'm going to do here is they didn't just give a regular support. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't just give a regular support. They actually school graduation. Where is he? That's Kopesh. Where is Nookpoo? Okay, let me do this, everybody. Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and show them. Show Nookpoo's original question and his donation, and then afterwards I'm gonna show Robert Williams. So here is okay, here we go. Let's see if this shows up. Okay, perfect. Look like this. Always want to give everybody the due credit and for their diligence and great support. This was a large support given by Nookpoo. Pata, are you there, good brother?
Hotep, yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, good. All right, give some Minty, can you see that or is it too small on your phone?
It's very small, but I can zoom in.
Okay, tell me if you can read it. So just read that out for us.
Sure. From Emmanuel Rodriguez, you have 99.99 for what's the spell in going and graduating from school. Is that Nipunuk language?
Yes, Nipunuk language. Thank you, Minty, for reading that.
Sure.
Go ahead and give him some big monster noise, and we're gonna get right into this answer. Give him some big noise, please. Then we're gonna get right into it.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Wonderful. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're about to get into this answer. It is about 103 degrees where I am. The reptiles love it. I must endure it. This is very, very warm, but that's okay. It's wonderful. I like the heat. So we're going to get right into this question, everybody. So I'm going to say peace and love to Annie, Pata, Aten, Tehuti. See you in the chat. Peace and love to the good brother Hush Nation. See you in that chat. Peace and love to Amun and Amunet. See you two in the chat. Peace and love to Minty. Oh, and Minty, did you send me a message? Did Killer Priest do something that was in tune with the Abraxas, and did you put a link in his chat? Did that happen yet?
Yeah, no, he hasn't brought it up. Yesterday he had a live, but it was focused on something else. But as soon as they bring it up in the chat, I'll definitely post that link for the Abraxas class that you taught.
Excellent. Thank you for telling me that. I went and looked it up. I actually had no idea he was doing that at the same time. Around the same time I was doing the Abraxas. I didn't know that till you said, and I went and looked it up. I said, "Oh, that's interesting. Why? This must be something popular going on because he's not."
Yeah, the synchronicities are divine, and
Okay.
the person that pressed those T-shirts is actually my buddy. So it's all one big synchronicity.
That's excellent. How interesting is that? Wonderful. Okay, so I'm gonna say peace to you, Minty Hotep. You can jump back in the chat. You look great. Nice skin.
Tua.
And peace to you, Dejed, and is Gabriella there? I don't know who's behind the screen because I just see people dancing, but whoever's there, peace and love to both of you.
Peace and love, Saba.
Okay, you can jump back in the chat. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Here we go. What is about to happen here? Are you ready? I'll set the white. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'll set is ready. I am ready. Let's go, everybody. Let's put the timer on. Let's get into it. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, boom. Let me close all of this stuff here. Fake alerts. Okay, I'm gonna put the timer on. One moment, everybody. Put the timer on. There's a timer ready to go. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a moment. If you all see this, if you all see the screen looking like a screen share for a moment, I'm gonna do some testing. I'm gonna come off the screen. You should see like an echo thing. Then I'm gonna come off the screen now. Okay, now I'm gonna go to put the thing where it goes on the where the comments go on the screen. Let me test this out. And let me do this. Show comments on stage. Let's see. Okay, there we go. I see. I don't see any 9s yet. Strange. Come off this. Anybody press a 9? If you can see. Oh, there's Maharu. Peace and love, Maharu, to you. Peace and love, Big Vapes. Big Vapes did the. Is that the Vulcan thing? Some kind of. Or Nanu. I'm not sure. Shout out to Big Vapes. Shout out to First Netter says timing. Okay, there's a bet with a 9. There we go. It's coming now. There's a bet with a 9. There's see how long it takes for the when you all are typing in the screen. Dude, you didn't see me typing. Actually, I don't even look at the screen at the chat much, but whatever you afterwards, as you just saw live. Now all your 9s are popping up. There's the bet with a 9. There's Big Base with a 9. Amunet with a 9. Harass with a 9. Nook Poodles just popped up. You can see it on this, and also do show comments. You see, there we go. Maharu, see Maharu's just picked up 9. Medusa Neb, good brother. Ampu got a glimpse of a support you sent in to her for that. We'll be reading that as the class goes on. Shayet. All right, they're the 9. See, they're popping up now. See how long that takes? Okay, here we go. All right, so shout out to Medusa Neb too. You can come to the panel next time. I'm gonna get a couple opportunities. I saw you send me a link. I don't have much time to go on anybody's panel, or I have no time. When I clicked on it, there was some people talking about Kemet. Shout out to that. I like the fact that you go to different panels, go everywhere, spread the word, put the link in, compare, go to those channels, compare them to the Tutti Pod class, see how it goes, spread the word. All right, so shout out to everybody. Okay, we're about to get started right now. There's Amun with the 9. Wonderful. Okay, good. And okay, here we go, everybody. We're about to get started. 43 people in the chat. I'm ready. Are you ready? What's it? The white lady? Here we go. Ready? 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history of your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists. What is the original religion? What are the original languages? Spirituality. What are the original languages of spirituality? Who are the Natiru? What about my physical health? What about my mental health? Mental purity and detoxification. Out-of-body experiences. Are those real, or are they new age information? That's a very good and interesting question. Covered here, of course, of the Tutti Pod class. Let me stop the camera a second. Very good question. Answered here at least 25 times at the Tutti Pod class. And a very important question. Let's get back to the screen. Okay, good. Out of body experiences. Oh, let me come back to the screen. A lot going on. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Okay, here we go. Boom. All right, out of body experiences. Are there ancient sources on them? Or are they just new age, woke, new age information? What about government PSYOPs? We'll be talking about that today. What about government PSYOPs? Telepathy. What about quantum entangled consciousness? Are they the same thing? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you have stepped out of the matrix or escaped the matrix. So now you're out of those religions. You go to the common other options, the conscious platforms. Little do you know, you've stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and is infiltrated in the form of new age, black consciousness, atheists have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, Kemetic teachers, esoteric guides, metaphysic teachers, in the agenda of the matrix to just focus on quote unquote the knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just they wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. They do not actually live by any written culture that you can go verify. Thus, they can only teach from internet memes or do what's called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is to just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose, or I challenge you videos to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matters stay on the beginner's phase, which is limited to, it's a good phase, but it's the beginner's phase, and there's limited to these topics. The Hebrews are wrong, the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong. But after showing where it is stolen, none of them stand on the actual specific part it was stolen from and give the original teachings of that specific part that they actually practice on a daily basis, and with the actual teaching and where it's coming from and how do they apply it to themselves and family from the original text. How do they apply it to their lifestyle? They only tell you where it's stolen from and then leave you like that. They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is to just show you that it is stolen and leave you right there. That is called breaking someone down, but not building anyone up or not building anything back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. So if you say the Bible was stolen from this metadata text here, and this culture was stolen from here, well, what should we practice that's not stolen? Did the people of that culture only talk about how others are stealing from them, or did we actually practice something prior to it being stolen? You see? So the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, but they don't take you back to the original place where it's stolen from and show you how they apply it to their lifestyle. They don't stand on any original teachings that it was stolen from their actual way of life. Their focus is to just show you it's stolen and leave you right dead there. That is called breaking someone or something down, but not building them back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. So therefore, they just leave it be. For the next topic of focus, the next topic is the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. They say the Egyptians are black, but in the same breath, I won't follow their teachings. I don't follow no man. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. I don't care what their mind was. I don't care what they practice, what they follow. I just care their lips look like mine. Look at their lips. Their looks, those are black people's lips. Those are black people's skin. And then they leave you right there. Only proud of what something physically looks like, of which a physical thing has no choice of what it looks like when it's born. So they're proud of what something looks like, but they are not proud of the discipline that the people actually practiced that connected them to spirituality. They just leave you right on the physical plane. Look at the lips, look at the hair, look at the skin, look at the lips, look at the hair, look at the skin, look at the lips, and look at the hair, look at the skin. That's it. I'm going to stop right there. As if Ramesses in 1200 BC was just looking at his skins and lip all day, as if Ptah was just in the mirror looking at his skins and lips. I'm proud to be black. I'm proud to be black. Let me go to bed now. I'm proud to be black. I'm proud. What did they actually practice? What is the discipline? So they say they're proud to be black, but they refuse to follow the consciousness that came with that blackness because that takes discipline. So they say, forget about that. Or they say, let me tell you what's wrong with such and such group. All their titles are argumentative, such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are American Indian, not African, but never just on what the pyramids in America are for and how they can enhance you, or what the discipline described ways of the Native Americans that can be lived by and can enhance you spiritually. There's never a class on that. It's just we are the Abos, we're the Native Americans. Do a class strictly not what you're not. Do a class about what you are and what your disciplines culturally are for you and your family. Well, we don't forget about that. I'm gonna keep smoking, eating Doritos and just teach that the Americans are black. They can only do counter teaching. That's all that they do. Counter teaching is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have any confidence that any quote-unquote African or quote-unquote Ma'at or quote-unquote Kemet culture can actually stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need the contention for the shock value for internet views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as, what most people don't know, let me tell you why you're wrong, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize, only fighting everyone but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline, and that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in any of the indigenous original teachings. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer genuinely, they cannot answer the questions on the culture because they themselves don't believe in it, they make you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions that are taught by the indigenous people. And then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism. They want to be an individual, the lone wolf. They want to be the individual to disunite under the guise of knowledge. Who is the best debater? Who is the best singular? All their conversations are just about them as an individual, not any mass building group, not any unity as the ancient cultures. There's no structure, there's no system of the ancients did, thus they have no movements, no ranking systems, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all the ancient ancestors lived by. They have no accountability to any one culture, thus they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions or feelings are for that day, with no accountable obligation or accountability to anyone telling them they're actually wrong or have slipped up in the cultural way. There's no elders above them. I don't follow no man. Thus, if they're about what's called lonism, individualism, they're in a state of solipsism, meaning that no matter what they do, they are always right because they can never be checked, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Itzfet, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always moved as a mental unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching, I follow no man, don't follow these leaders, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of those ancient cultures that they bring you back to was a unified force with structure and accountability to a specific way of life discipline. This unity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who were outsiders that were just collecting knowledge. And all they did when they got together was see who had the best of the knowledge they collected. That's when you see the conscious platforms, all they're doing is testing other people's knowledge and seeing whose knowledge is better than the others. They shut that computer down. They're back to rolling dice, smoking weed, eating pizza, and Doritos. They're back to everything that the world is doing. They come together only to discuss the knowledge. They never have a debate on their actual discipline way of life because they have none. So they were collecting knowledge like Wallace Budge and all the Egyptologists, but the original people were unified. The people of Ma'at, the ones that created Kemet, in which they study, they had structure, discipline, ranking system. Thus, the videos of the New Age conscious teachers' lectures are mainly complaining about what is wrong videos, what is wrong with this person, what is wrong with this group, what is wrong with this, what is wrong with that. Here are wise words of the House of Atten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass. Do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink, and thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and how you gave them a better way of life. If not, you are just a complainer. and are not a disciplined solution provider because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Attend, the Tehuti Pod class, the only platform class that exists on the planet Earth, where you can send these questions with reciprocity, of course, and get an ebook, personalized documentary, type answer, customized, and get subconscious matrices broken within you is here at the Tehuti Pod class. On top of all of the answers and everything, you get it taught live and it's interactive. It's only here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? And as we read off and give much praise and props to, Nookpoo sent in the question on what's this spell, and then on top of that from Robert Williams. Robert Williams, there are many distractions that come to me on a daily basis, but I asked the Natiru to allow me time to catch up on all the pod classes you have brought to us. I asked the Natiru to allow me to catch up on all the pod classes, allow me the time to catch up on all the pod classes that you have brought to us, and you know, doors have opened. Just for that, all I said was, Natiru, give me time, and it happened. This is truly wonderful. So as my hotep to you, he sends $111.72 on top of the $99.99, $111.72 for an in-depth look into the Kopesh. Hey, this has nothing to do with graduation. The Kopesh. So I will have more understanding of the followers of Ma'at, how they protected their Aut and the nation, and how Freemasonry took this truth. Her and who kui, and my consciousness is growing. Left foot forward. Whoa. The Kopesh, that's a sword. Wait. How is Tehuti? Wait. How is Tehuti going to answer these two apparent, completely different subject matters in one question, answering journey? One pertaining to an ancient. Let me go it up. So wait a minute. The Kopesh sword. Wait, how is two different subject matters in one question, answering journey? One pertaining to an ancient Kemetic weapon sword, and the other, the PSYOPS with school and graduation rituals. How in the world is Tehuti going to answer these two as one question? Again, you will see and witness what is and has only been done historically, and has only been historically done in history, is here at the Tehuti Pod class. You will see simultaneously in one answer that will both connect to each other. A question on the school PSYOPs, the graduation rituals, the dress code, the origin, who's behind it, who's behind some of the school systems that was never taught to you and you never asked about, while simultaneously getting the answer on an ancient Egyptian Kemetic sword called the Kopesh, popularly used by Ramesses, and its spiritual meaning inside the same answer. If you have ever seen that done before, put the link in the room, put the book, put the platform, put the movement. If not, respect where you're getting this from first. If there's anybody even teaching about a Kopesh and its spiritual meaning, put that in the room, please. Whoever teaches about the Kemetic sword and its spiritual meaning of immortality. If you've seen that taught somewhere, put that link in the room. If not, pay attention to the phenomenon that's going to happen for the first time here in history. What interesting questions sent by the Nookpoo, sent by Nookpoo and Robert Williams, two of the greatest, most consistent supporters and students of the Tehuti Pod class and the House of Attend under SABA Tehuti. This question, or these questions, do not usually come up, especially the graduation. which I asked everybody in the class. I made sure that I did this when the class started. Let me take this off the screen. I made sure I asked everybody when the class first started, did you ask? And every single person said no. Every single person that participated in this ritual said no. They never asked why they should put these clothes on. They never asked. They dressed in a garment and never considered even wondering why. That is hypnosis in its full form. And because they never asked, nobody's asking about it. And that's what we're going to cover today for the very first time. This is the very first time in history you are going to get a... This is the very first time in history. Mark this date, May 24th, 2025. You are going to get the thorough breakdown, build up, not an explanation. We're gonna make this very plain. We're not gonna explain it. We're gonna make this very plain. For the first time in history, for you to dress like just to get out of school. Why is there a dress code at all for you to get out of school? And why is it this one? To dress in anything, particularly for something you have earned, your degrees and your paperwork, and move on. There's literally no reason that you ever told why you have to wear a square hat and a dress. Do you have to wear that to apply for a job? No. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get into it. Boom. So this question is going to be answered for the first time, and this question does not usually come up when you hear people speaking of the PSYOPs and government programming and mental conditioning. And for 100%, the Kemetic Kopesh sword surely does not come up with asking about graduation alumni and the dress code of that there, the dress code thereof. Of course, you will hear the truth of what the system is about, what magic is behind it, any effect the system school has on your subconscious, for empowering their system. For these two topics combined will only be here done for the first time, May 24th, 2025, here at the Tehuti Pod class. Let us begin. Let's start off from the very beginning. It seems normal. It seems very normal, very regular. It's a regular day to our psyche that everyone should pack up the children's lunchbox with these type of foods. You know, the Lunchables, the school drinks, the Munch Bunch, you know, a couple of Reese's Pieces in there, some Capri drinks, you know, the crackers with the cheese and the meat in between, and then you're sent off to kindergarten. And then you're away from the family for 8 hours a day. What time do the people go to kindergarten? What time do you go to school? About 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning. What time is it over? Maybe about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It takes some time to go get them, some time to get back. The time it takes for the travel time to get there and the time it takes for them to participate in the kindergarten or the school, you're away from your actual family for 8 hours. Feeding on these Lunchables and feeding on whatever it is that you're eating upon, and then you're in here. Then you're placed in here. Hours. Staring at what? Staring at whatever they choose to give you. No student turning to the side, asking, why are you wearing a monster called Dr. Seuss hat? You can walk into your parents' teachers meeting and walk into this class right now. One of these could be your children, and you will never in your life turn to the teacher and say, why are you wearing this? What does this hat have to do with my child learning? For centuries of children learning, what does this hat have to do with it? Why are you dressed like this in the red and the black? Several rituals take place. Several aspects of foolishness takes place, and you're learning from Dr. Seuss, the Cat in the Hat, all type of things, the Big Bird references, and all type of Oscar the Grouch and all type of silly frogs talking to you and animals talking which they don't, and all this irrealities, dressing up as this, dressing up as a guitar that can talk, all type of stuff. You got your Lunchables, and there's the beginning. You're having a great day, and you have no idea what in the world is going on. None of the students even care about it because it's normal for our psyche. It's a normal thing. It's a regular day. This has always been done since the beginning of man. Is this a form of evolution? Is this an advanced way of teaching? Is it advanced? What is actually happening? So you move on with your day. You go on from the kindergarten. You go on. And then you're off to grade school. It turns into high school. And let me come in the room and ask the class a question. Let me ask the class a question to interact with you, everybody. What years are grade school? Type it in the room. If you meet a child and the child says, "I'm in grade school," type in the room. What are those years? What are the years of grade school? I'm going to get some water. Go ahead, 46 people, and just type it in. If you've ever been to grade school, if you have any child that's been to grade school, what are the years that grade school begins and ends? When the child says, "I'm in grade school," what's that? Okay, big vapes. There may be a lag. I know 46 people definitely have some type of answer, but maybe there is a lag. It does take some time for things to pop up in the room. Okay, we got one person. One person. One grade. What does it say? Let me just go ahead and put the whole thing on the. Let me go ahead and show comments right in the chat, right in the screen. Here we go. Can you all see that? Here we go. We got K to 6. Robert Williams, you came in just in time. Here comes the answers. Kopesh is on the way. Has anybody been to grades? Was there anybody? Let me see. First answer said not sure. Ebet says 1 to 5th. Does anybody have children that were in school and it was called grade school? Or did anybody go to school? Was anybody in college still saying they were in grade school? I mean, what was the years that you, even if you don't know, but what was the years that you stopped saying I'm in grade school, guys? What was the year? Were you in when did you stop saying it? There was a time when you stopped saying it. Was it your whole time through school? Was it while you were in college? What are these years of grade school? Let me see if I can get some answers. So even if you don't know the answer, have you ever been to school, and when did you stop saying you're in grade school? You personally, anybody? So we got some answers here. K through 6. Okay, good. Grade 1 to 5. Okay, good. Okay. K through 6. We got middle school. What are the grades of grade school? Do you agree with that? K through 6? K is kindergarten, right? So K through 6 is grade school, right? Okay, good. Wonderful. So let me ask you a question. Minty, are you listening? So that's what they teach you, right? So tell me something. What is what are you in your last year of school? What is that called? 12th what? 12th something? What is that called? Your last year of school is called 12th something. I don't know. I didn't pass 9. So what is that called? 12th. I'm in 12th. 12th what? Type it in the room. Fill in the blank for me. 12th what? What does that call, everybody? Type. Oh wait, 12th grade. No, that can't be. It can't. No, you can't be in 12th grade because grade. Wait a minute. I'm thinking. Hold on a second. This is why I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it with this chaos because you taught me, teacher. Hold on. I'm working with you. I'm in this school right now. You taught me that that grade school is 1 through 5th grade. You taught me that. K through 6. But wait a minute. The year before college is called the 12th grade. I'm not in grade school anymore, but I'm in the 12th grade, but not in the 12th grade because it's not. I'm in school in the 12th grade, but it's not grade school. I'm not in 11th grade. What time in school did the grade stop? You see the PSYOPs in the The PSYOPS is to have you do things that contradict, don't make sense, and you've never once asked. I was just the one that was in school asking the questions. I was not getting satisfactory answers. I left I'm asking the questions. And people, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. Grade school, this guy is in grade 6, so he's telling me he's in grade school. I'm in grade 9, I'm in high school. But in high school, I don't say I'm in grade school, but I'm in school in grade 9. But I'm only a couple grades above that person who is in grade 5. So you're in grade 6 grade school, and this person's in grade 7, but it's not grade school. And because it's not grade 8 is not a grade anymore because we don't know. Aren't they all? Isn't that up to the 12th grade? And what your mind will do is your mind will try to reverse reason and give an excuse for why they did that. Even though some people may get offended, say, no, Tehuti, you're taking it too far. You're looking at it too literal. You're looking at it you're taking, see, the reason being. And I'm like, did you get that reason from the school? And that is what the slave does for the master. The master hypnotically controls you. You're never given an actual answer. Once you're pinned down and says, hey, mom, this doesn't actually make sense. You told me that grade school is only from 1 to 5. But then you tell me I'm in the 9th grade in school. I'm in school in a grade, but it's not grade school because it's higher than what? What am I higher than? Even if it's higher than, am I not still in a school being graded? And it's called grade 9, grade 10, grade. So has anybody ever been to college? Don't you go to grade 12 without getting a GED? If you don't get a GED, don't you have to go through 9 to 12th grade to go to college? But you never ask about this. But when you're pinned down, your mom, the people that get offended who graduated, people in school, or mom, dad, they'll have an answer for this. And you ask them, did you get your answer from the actual official school board that invented this? You did not. So the slave invents an answer. See what it is? See, it's really just grades. But see, 9 is higher than 5, you see, yeah, but 7 is higher than 6, but isn't 5 higher than 3? So the person in 5th grade, they're not in a higher grade than 3. That's not high school. They're in the middle of what? What are they in the middle of? They're in the middle of school, but even if they're in middle school and they're not on a grade, these are the things that get in the mind that you just accept, never question that it doesn't make sense. I was just the one in school asking about it. That's not even a part of the class. That's just something I wanted to say right now. That's not even a part of this class. I just wanted to throw that in there, that it's a part of the PSYOPs, that you're in a grade, literally saying, I'm not in a grade. I'm not in grade school. I'm just in grade 9. It's not grade school, but I'm in school in grade 9. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. And this is what makes you crazy. You wonder why you have so many arguments, can't figure things out, can't think logically, because you're taught from an infant to think illogically. From the second you say I'm in grade school, the grade school ends at grade 7, but it's because the school never told you why. They never explained. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Boom. So there you go. Now you're off to high school, even though it's still grade school, but now it's high school. But wait a minute, college is school, but it's higher than high school, but it's not called high school. I guess it's low school. We don't know what these things are happening. Here you are. Now you're in there. You're bored. You're angry. This is why Minty, this is why the Jet said, I was happy to just put on the garb and get out of there. Because you're in school, you're not happy. You're celebrating that you're out of school because you actually don't even want to be there. You're celebrating to get out of the school. And there you are in school. Now you're bored. You're bored. You don't really want to be there. And eventually, what happens? Here we go. We got the goal of success is when you finally are given what is called a diploma and you have achieved to partake in the alumni ritual, and you have earned after several years of good grades to dress like this. But you got to pay for it. You got to buy this. Make sure you buy this. This has nothing to do with what you learned in school, but make sure you buy this from us. And there's tens of thousands of people graduating a year through multiple schools, and that is millions of dollars made for the schools for your work. You're graduating. this outfit they say costs $200. They can't justify why. Why are you even? I don't want to wear this outfit. I have better things to do. I want to feed my children for $200. I want to buy my lady some gifts for $200. I want to buy some books. I want to donate to the pod class. I want to support a movement. I want to put some of this $200 in an investment in a business idea I have. I don't want to put it in this outfit. Oh, I guess you don't graduate. So now you finally achieved that you have to pay for a skull fitting cloth with a square shape on top with tassels and a black robe, and the tassels are usually red. The ribbon that wraps the diploma is red, and the garment usually wear is black. And now you are finally called an alumni graduate. You made it. You're finally called an alumni graduate. You made it. Give all the alumni graduates big round of applause. You did it. You got it. You got the hat on. You made it. You can finally be like Bill Gates, the money of Bezos, who owns Amazon. You did it. You can do it. You finally can do it. You've achieved all of these things. You can finally be on that level now. Okay. Let's really give you congratulations to all those. You wore the hats, you wore the cap, you did it. Yay, wonderful. And I'm glad you did it. And now you can be in the ranks of some of the richest people in the world, because it is for money, right? It is for money. It's not for a hobby, because you could do a hobby without it. So it's not for the hobby. It's for that Fred Bezos money. You can finally achieve all of the great things. You can get that Robert De Niro money. You get all out to you. Boom! You have done it. Alumni. Yay! That you spent hundreds of dollars on. You made it. You can get your job now and finally begin to pay off your student loan. You did it. You made it. You didn't do what those other high school dropouts did. Those are high school dropouts. You succeeded. But why? What is this dress code and the school system having a particular amount of grades to achieve in order to dress like this? And it is never explained to you. And you do it willingly. Is it for financial success to go through that dress like this? Well, these men and women disagree with that. Who disagrees with that? A few people disagree with that. We're gonna go to Sidney Poitier. His net worth right now is 20 million. Everybody, Uma Thurman, 45 million net worth. Sidney Poitier, he started, dropped out of school. He started great at 15 years old. 15 years old when he dropped out of school. Uma Thurman, around 16. Net worth, 45 million, 20 million. Let me come in the room real quick. All those right now, everybody watching, of the 45 people, 49 people watching, all of those right now who graduated, have you reached your net worth of 20 million, 45 million? Because that's the purpose, right? To be successful, to get the job. So Sidney Poitier's net worth is 20 million. Dropped out of school at 15. Uma Thurman, I can never say his name. Uma Thurman dropped out of school 16. Her net worth is 45 million. All those press a 7 right now watching the pod class. If you graduated, put on your alumni garment, put on your cap and hat, and your net worth now is 20 to 45 million. Press the 7. I'll give you some time. I'm going to come off the chat, come off the screen for just a minute. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Everybody, 47 people watching, press a 7 if your net worth is 20 to 45 million. I'll be right back. I am back, everybody. You know what? That may be unfair because it's not everybody can do that. But you know what? Forget about you personally. We all have friends and family. We have mothers. We have fathers. We have cousins, best friends, sisters, sister-in-law, auntie, uncle. If you have a friend that because they graduated for the degree that they graduated in, their net worth is 20 or 45 million of anybody you know personally, press a 7. Press a 7 and let us. I want to invite that person to the podcast so we can give us some tips on whatever that person is doing. Because of their graduation, their net worth is $45 million. If you know anybody, we know hundreds of people that graduated, our children, our mother, father, friends, family, auntie, uncle, nephew, guy at the barber shop, the car salesman, the guy working at Macy's. We know hundreds of people, thousands of people that went through graduation. What is the ratio of the people that went through graduation whose net worth is the net worth of, these are just two, I have a list of them, hundreds on the list, I'm just naming two. These are just two that dropped out at 15 years old and 16 in their net worth because of the work they did. They didn't win the lottery. Their net worth is 20 million and 45 million net worth. You know anybody? Because of they went to school. How many people do you know whose net worth is $45 million because of them going to school? So what is the message here? It seems like these people here, and I have more to mention, they leave school and they have a net worth more than anybody we know personally. In the ratio of people that we know, thousands have graduated, including us, and nobody's in here can show their bank account, erase your name, erase your account number, and just screenshot your bank account. Net worth, 45 million is my net worth. These people didn't, and they seem to be achieving the same thing. This is the argument that atheists present to Christians. And it's a sensible argument. Atheist says, I don't need to be a Christian. I don't need to follow your Bible. And it seems like I'm living a good life. I help my neighbor. I help my family. I provide for the people. I do for my family. I do for me. I don't hurt anybody. I don't break any rules. I don't break any of the 10 commandments, but I'm not a Christian. You're a Christian, and you're living in strife. You're living in poverty. You're living in stress. You're doing all those things, and you need my help, and God's not helping you. So the atheist is saying, what's motivating me to become a Christian if you're in a worse predicament than me? And millions of atheists are asking this to Christians, Muslims, and Jews. What actually happens in your life better than mine that you are a Christian? And just as they ask that, these people can ask the question, what actually is happening in your life, sir, that's happening better because you graduated? Then does anybody even know your name? My name is Sidney Portier. It rings around the world. My name is Ora Thurman, 45 million. That was years ago. 45 million net worth, and we both dropped out around 15, 16. Let's continue, everybody. Just to break the spell that people are thinking, you go to school and you become successful. Successful as who? Who do you become successful as? Ora Thurman? You become successful as Sidney Portier? Well, maybe not. Let's move forward. Maybe not. Let's move forward. So this man left school at 15. How many of you ever heard of him? Here we go. Here's another one. His name is Quentin Tarantino. His net worth is 120 million. Press a 7 if you know somebody that directly. There should be much more than the people that don't go to school, because strictly for their school degree, their net worth is 120 million. This man dropped out at 15 years old. Ever heard of him? Ever heard of him? Has anybody here that graduated from school, because you graduated, your net worth is $120 million. So it seems like the people that drop out of school are beating the net worth of the people that go to school, because I don't know anybody whose net worth is $20 million strictly because of their diploma degree. I don't know of anybody. I know people that mix and match and they use their degree and then they mix and match it with other businesses. I don't know anybody strictly. This man dropped out at 19. Have you ever seen this man before? He dropped out of school at 19. Anybody recognize this guy? A little kid. Look at this guy. Little lazy kid on a computer. Anybody know who this is? Tell me if you know somebody more successful than this man. Press A7. Press A7 and say, I know somebody more successful than this man. And I promise you, we will invite that person to the Tehuti Pod class, and all the donations that are made off the Tehuti Pod class and all sales for the House of Attend from that week, I will send to you. I will send to you if you show me somebody because of their graduation who's more successful than this dropout. He dropped out at 19. Does he look familiar to you? Little lazy guy on the computer. Who's that guy? Who are you, you dropout? Who are you? I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be like, I'm graduating. I don't want to be like you. Who do you think you are? Huh? I'm going to go to school. I'm going to go graduate. Who do you think you are, dropping out of school, you high school dropout? You know, you call it dropout. Who is this person? His name is Bill Gates. If you know somebody, anybody, who because of their schooling, because of graduation, who has a net worth over 154 billion. Did I say million? Maybe I said million. I'm sorry. Billion. Let me say it again. Billion. Billion. Let me come to the screen and say it because maybe I need to move my lip. Let me say it with my lips. I gotta move my lips. Move my 154. It's a B. $1 billion as a dropout. If you have people that graduated and because of that paper they received, their net worth is over 150. Because if not, it doesn't mean you can't be successful going to school. That's not what this show is about. That's not what this is about. I'm wondering if the people that drop out actually are more successful. Can the people that go to school catch up with the dropouts? That's what I'm wondering. So do you have somebody, friend, family, whose net worth is over $154 billion because of a graduate certificate? If not, then the dropouts are above. If the dropouts ever clan together, I have another 200 people to read. I'm not going to read them all. I have another 200 or more to read, but I'm not going to waste time with that. But if the dropouts rally together and say, we're the dropout crew, post up, post your stats, post your stats. Bill Gates, he'll be up first. I have others that are more than the Bill Gates. He's going to step up as the pawn. Post your mom, post your sister, post your friend. Who graduated? I'm 154 billion strong as a dropout, sir. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing there, sir? Well, you want to work for me? Okay. Not only is he 154 billion strong, he's controlling the world. The world controllers. He's controlling the world. He's not just sitting under his bed with 154 billion. You can't function without Microsoft. The school that you're going to graduate from doesn't function without Microsoft. The school that you go to get your graduation papers needs the dropout for the school to work. How does that work? Let me say that again. The school that you're working hard for you to be on the team graduation, team alumni, the school needs the dropout for the school to function, or you don't graduate. Pull Microsoft away from companies and schools. Just go yoink. And tell me how your graduation goes. Pull Apple away, yoink. Pull Microsoft and Apple away from schools, yoink, yoink. And tell me how that goes. It goes nowhere. The school system needs the dropouts for the universities to work. It needs Bill Gates, the dropout for you to graduate. You need the dropout. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Everybody, boom, boom, 154 billion strong, and you need him to graduate. You need him. You need the dropout to graduate. There we go, everybody. Boom. I was a college dropout and failed many times. Many times. Many, not once, many times. Here we go. Let's go. This is going to be a fun one. And it's going to get scary. And yes, the reason why you have sound recording, motion. I want everybody right now to name a more successful person to the world who is a graduate than this, that you know. The reason why you're hearing this podcast, the reason why there's sound recordings, your favorite television and motion picture that you like, and movies, the reason why that exists, the reason why there's lights on in your house today is because of this man right here. Hey, you know, a little something light. Thomas Edison, a little light work. He left public school, this public school system at 7 years old. Go, your turn. Bring me your friend, your family member who can prove that they have a stronger impact, more money and a stronger impact than Bill Gates and Thomas Edison, who left the public school system at 7 years old and dropped out at 7 years old. And you can't watch a movie without what he created is the reason why you're hearing this podcast. What he created is why you have sound recording, you have motion pictures. Dropped out of your school system, 7 years old, huh? Mom pulled him out of school, started teaching him at home. There wasn't any official homeschooling like you have today in 2025. Nope. And what is the success rate though of the alumni graduates? It must be a high success rate. What is the success rate of going through the graduation? Are becoming wealthy or even translating the college diploma that they have majored in into actual job at all. Let me take you to the Washington Post, May 20th, 2013, and Expert Beacon, March 19th, 2024. What's the percentage rate of those who are successful in their major? Only 20%, only 27% of college, only 27% of college grads have a job related to their major. Only 27% of college grads have a job related to their major. Not only are they not making Bill Gates, Fred Bezos, Thomas Edison money, not only are they not making Erwin Thurman, Sidney Poitier money, only 20% of them even make $1. Only 27% of college grads have a job related to their major. So of all the people that went to school for their major and graduated with their major, only 27% of them have even made $1. $1. Only $1. Not 154 billion, just $1. And here's Expert Beacon. How many college degrees? This was last updated March 19th last year, 2024. Colleges sold as an automatic elevator to career success. But for too many graduates today, it feels like being overqualified, underpaid, and stuck between floors. By the numbers, only 27% of graduates utilize their major. According to an eye-opening study by the New York Fed, barely over 1/4 of college graduates are working in jobs even closely related to their major. Just a few years after graduation, to be specific, only 27.3% of recent graduates are employed in their degree field, meaning nearly 3 out of 4 are not utilizing their major at all. All 4 people graduated, worked hard. All 4 people paid their $200 or rented their cap and gown, but only one of those 4 people have a job related to their major. What's the success rate of that? What if I told you, hey, come join my business? And you're like, hey, what's the success rate of your business? Well, only 1 out of 4 people make $1. What I want you to do first, is you got to get a loan. You got to get a loan to be a part of this business. You know, light work. You know, 20,000, 10,000. You got to get a school loan. You got to pay for these books. You got to go through years and years and years and years of this. You know, you're gonna get your major. Don't worry. You're gonna be a part of my business. You got all that. You did all that work. Congratulations. Oh, by the way, you're gonna put on this Tyler Perry. You're gonna put on a dress, and you're gonna put on a hat that's a Big Bird hat. You're gonna put on an Elmo hat or a Barney hat, and you're gonna after that costs you $200, by the way. But you have to pay me. I haven't hired you yet, but you got to pay me. And what's the success rate? Only 1 out of 4 of you that do that are gonna make $1. Come join the Tehuti company. How many people would join that company if you were told that up front? Is that a successful company? While Bill Gates, the college dropout, while Quentin Tarantino, while all these other people who are the dropouts are hiring the people that are going to college. They're the hirers. They're the owners. You go to college to work at Microsoft. You have to qualify to get a degree to work in certain departments of MIT. You have to qualify to work for the owner who is the dropout, and only 1 of 4 of you are going to make $1. That's the statistics. While the dropouts are the ones hiring you. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Just to break that matrix spell. Just to break the matrix spell that they had over me and had over Bill Gates and over the thousands of people that own these multi-billion-dollar negative connotation words. Drop is to go down in gravity. Out is to not be a part of something. Negative words. You failure. You're a dropout. And Bill Gates, it's like, I'm a dropout. Great. Now let me drop you a raise. Let me hire you, and I'm gonna make you CEO of my company, the Dropout. I have a list of people. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, go. Here we go. So 1 out of 4 people make it. Boom. 3 out of 4 graduates do not even end up in the job that they spend years in college for, and tens of thousands of dollars in school loans and books and buying the garment. So 3 out of 4 graduates may make a profit or revenue in their major, but who is guaranteed 100% to make a profit from college and universities? Who is guaranteed to make 100%? Let me take you to Slate Match 2024, Slate March 24, 2024. Who's guaranteed to make the money? You wanna know who's guaranteed to make the money? And extremely important statistics about student debt that has never been published. It turns out that there was a good reason, which I learned as I emailed higher education wonks around Washington. The Department of Education does not actually publish straightforward the figures tracking how much money it collects from borrowers each year, at least not useful ones. And the data the agency releases annually combines the regular principal and interest collections with the massive number of loan consolidation payments borrowers make each year, which doesn't really tell us how much of their own money Americans are paying towards loans. Eventually, I got in touch with the Department of Education, and after going back and forth with them for a while, they offered to pull the data for me. The grand total, $70.3 billion to be specific. $70.3 billion to be specific. That's how much the government collected on its loan portfolio in a financial year, and that was 2019. That's 6 years ago. The last full year before payments were paused due to the pandemic. It covers only payments on loans that were owned and managed by the government, which currently total about what? 1.4 trillion, according to the Department of Education's latest portfolio summary. It doesn't count payments on the 160 billion worth of outstanding loans that are government backed but owned by private lenders. owned by private lenders, and then it cuts off, which was made under it cuts off. Something else moved over. But anyways, we have three numbers: 70.3 billion, 1.4 trillion, and 160 billion. These are the numbers from the student loans. That's who's guaranteed to be successful. The ones that are collecting on the student loans. There's your success right there. While only one of the four people that get the loans actually get jobs in their major. Boom, 70.3 billion a year. And what's the other number? 1.4 trillion. 70.3 billion, 1.4 trillion. And with them being successful, and only 3 out of 4 college graduates, only 1 out of them have work in their major that they got a loan for. That was a part of adding up to that 70.3 billion that was made by the government, that they get 100% of the profits. The student loan, the college students that is in the university students, and address this typo here. This was guaranteed that they would be a part of this ritual. What's guaranteed is that you'll be a part of the ritual and that they will make their 70.3 billion. What's not guaranteed is that you're going to be successful in any financial way. But you will be a part of this ritual, 100% guaranteed. That part is 100%, that you're part of the ritual. So there you go. There are some numbers. There are the stats. And then once you get out of college and university, or work for somebody who, in most cases, the owners of the multi-billion-dollar investment companies are dropouts because they didn't use their college major to make the investment or to create the company that is actually running the university, being run by the college dropouts, the high school dropouts. So here we go. So boom. Now, but why? Why are you dressed like this? Why the black and red? Why that particular hat? Why is that guaranteed? Why do you need to do this at all in order to go get a job? If the purpose of going through the school education is to qualify yourself to get a job in your profession, now that you've done that and you've succeeded, what is this extra thing that you have to partake in to move forward that you never ask about, but you put the energy towards? Millions of people put the energy towards this and put this on the conscious plane and don't know why. The direct definition of hypnosis. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Here we go. Are you ready to find out who is behind this huge money-making school system that we have today, and why there are rituals attached to the number system in schools, why the word alumni is used, and if Freemasonic secret societies have developed the education system in the first place, thus leaving their symbolisms and rituals that you have to enact with, or their magical power, enact with their magical power. And what is the death code? What is the death code of one of the most popular universities? One of the most popular universities actually has a death code. Why you must wear the cap and gown? What did they use the word? Why did they even use the word school itself? Well, of course, to find out all of that, which you will only hear here at the Tehuti Pod class. What is it time for, family? What is it time to get into? Type it in the room. What is it time to get into? To find out all of that, what is it time to get into? Ready? Type it in the room, everybody. I know there's a little lag. What is the time to get into to find out all of that? The death code system developed by the school is going to go right into the secret society that was formed inside the school, the same school that formed the community of that particular dress code. What is the time to get into it, everybody? You ready? What is the time to get into? Type it in the room. We got it here. Tehuti Overdrive. Tehuti Overdrive. What time is it, everybody? You're absolutely right. Let's get into it. Are you ready? Let's go. Ready? Let's go. Are you ready? Let's go, everybody. Boom. Change the font. Let's go. So what is this ritual? Why the red and why the black and why the tassel? Why the square on the cap? What if I were to tell you that you've been groomed for this Freemasonic ritual since you were a child, long with the typo there, before, way before you were ever in college, since you were a child, way before you even graduated, which is why you don't question it, because it's been ingrained in you since you were a child. They prepared you for this ever since you were a child, which is why you never questioned it. By the time it came for you to do this alumni ritual, you just went along with it and didn't even ask. Not even that you said, well, I don't want to do it. You never even asked, what is this for? Why are you dressed like this? Why is the hat shaped like this? Why do you have a collar that goes down in a red V? Why do you have a black dress on? And it's unified throughout all the colleges. Why is this code agreed to? Have you ever known? Look at these beautiful, look at these young ladies, happy, beautiful, they've made it. Have you ever noticed the direction in which you have to angle the graduation cap? You probably never have, but you will now after today at the Tehuti pod class. What is the direction that the hat is in? So not only do you have to wear the hat, but the hat has to be actually in a particular angle, a particular degree. Do you notice that? It's not just that the hat is square. So why is the square part not on the top of your head? Why is the point of it over the top of your head? Have you ever noticed that years ago they had what's called a dunce cap? A hat that you had to wear when you had to be programmed. How do you get programmed? How do you get programmed? By saying something over and over and over and over again. In hypnosis, we call this pace and lead. You say something over and over and over and over again so that the answer to a question asked after that programming will match the repetitiveness that the neurons set up a pattern for. It's called pace and lead in hypnosis. So the only time in school where you have to do pace and lead, which is to say, I will read this book. 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 I write it 27 times. I will read this book. I will read this book. I will do this. I will. There's only one time you have to do that, and that developed years ago when you also had to wear a hat that had a point on it. Remember the dunce hat? It was the same wizard's hat, the same pyramidal shaped hat that you had to wear, which had the point, the triangle, and then you were sent in a corner of the room. You couldn't do it at your desk. Nope, not at the desk. You had to perform the ritual. You had to put on the hat with a point, and then you had to go in a degree angle in a particular area that matched the point of the hat. That was the corner, as in the cornerstone of Freemasonry. You had to sit in the corner and say, I will do this. I will pick up the pencil. 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 But you can't do it at your desk. You have to do it in the corner, where it forms another pyramid shape with a hat that matches the shape. What is that about? Why do you have to do it there? Why do you have to wear a hat for that? Won't you learn it without the hat? You were groomed since you were a child. And that was years ago. They don't even do that anymore. They groomed you in other ways today, because they don't even have the dunce cap anymore. That's when it started. Today they have more advanced versions. But here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. I'm just giving you the origins of where it started. Nobody ever asked that, why do I have to wear the hat for? What is the shape? It points in a pyramidal shape over your head. This is the Masonic triangle, right from the Freemasonic website, unveiling the symbols and significance. This is a Masonic triangle that they imitate the Aku from, and it has significance to them when they perform rituals and position their feet in this shape or a corner of the room or a pyramidal amulet or something that represents the shape of the triangle. Now look again. I want you to look again. Not only is the pointed there, but take a look again. You're going to see something else. What do you see? At the forehead area, there's another triangle. Did you ever notice that? Not only is the hat shaped in the square, but it has to be angled so that when the tassel comes down to the side, the point of the hat is the one over your head. And then the cap that you're wearing also has a point in it. And what do you call that point? What were you taught in your Freemasonic raising to call that point when your hair forms like that? What is that called, everybody? Type it in the room. What is that called? What is that called when your hair has that point right there where the hat is? Type it in the room. What is it called? What is that called? Huh? It's called the something peak. Anybody remember? When you have that point in your hair, a widow's peak. A widow's peak? Why? You have a widow's peak and you're a man? Hey man, you have a widow's peak. You were never taught why that was either. Make note of that term. The thing that forms on your head, that forms the shape right there where the hat is associated with the widow. It's called the widow's peak. And then the alumni hat that you're wearing has to be a point on the top. The square has to be turned, point at the top, and then they design it so that that forms a widow's peak right over that area. And you have no idea what that point has to do with being a widow. But you call it that. That's right, widow's peak, widow's peak, widow's peak. Everybody knows widow's peak. Everybody knows that. Widow's peak. A widow is a woman whose husband died. What does the point in the middle of your hat have to do with death? What does the point in the middle of your hair have to do with death? Widows are the remnants of death. To be a widow, somebody's life has to go. And that's the shape that is formed in your alumni cap. The purposeful shape of the widow's peak. Of something that had to die in order to get that shape. Why is that even there? Why is this point here? That's the widow's peak shape, and this is the Masonic triangle on top of the square, which we're going to get into as class goes on. It's angled in a triangle point, and that part is the part over your forehead, right over the part that everybody calls, this is my third eye. This is my third eye. The widow's peak. It is right there. See the two triangles? And you see the third one? You see the third one in the collar? That's try. Here we go, everybody. So they groomed you ever since, what if I were to tell you, they groomed you ever since the child, ever since Sesame Street. Huh? Ever since Sesame Street. What do you mean, Tehuti? Here at Sesame Street. Sesame Street, this is the Grand High Triangle Lover. Wearing the fez, the same fez that is the Shriner's fez, that is the triangle within a triangle. And you watched this on Sesame Street and you never asked about it. This is the Grand High. You know, like the Grand High Mason, the Grand High Master, the Grand Lodge, the High. This is the Grand High Triangle Lover. And in Sesame Street, he was called the Grand High Triangle Lover with his Masonic hat on. This is the Masonic triangle, and they gave you this in Sesame Street. And you never questioned it. You never asked about it. As a parent, you never even noticed this was on the channel as your child is watching the Grand High Triangle Lover. You are being groomed ever since you were a child. Welcome to the Matrix. The Grand High Triangle Lover. What does that have to do with teaching your children? What does being a Grand High Triangle Lover with a fez on have to do with your education in Sesame Street? Sesame Street. Huh? Sesame Street. That's how you're groomed, right? Sesame Street. You know the song. To Sesame Street. You know the magic. Oh, you don't remember the magic? Remember the magic? You remember the magic. I know you do. Remember? It's the way to get from one level to the next level in Freemasonry. Well, you probably don't because you remember it was. They took it from the word SABA, to go through the door that they show in the Matrix movie. You go through one door to get to the next door. That door is a triangle, is a rectangle, which causes the global amnesia effect. Why you walk through a door, you forget why when you get to the other side of that rectangle. Have you ever wondered why your cell phone's not square? What square cell phone for me, sir? Cell phone isn't square? Your computer monitor is not square, it's a rectangle? Can't work off square? When IBM came out, it was square. Now they're rectangle. The phone is rectangle. You walk through the rectangle. I already did a class on that. That's a global transient amnesia. And then you forget. You start over again when you get to the other side. That's the term HERU. How do you open the doors of the term HERU? On that side, they're not physical. You do it by speaking. You talk. It's a vibrational code. You know? What was that code when they got into child Freemasonry? Oh, not that one. Oh, Open Sesame Street. Open Sesame Street. Open Sesame Street. What's sesame? Is it says me? Open sesame. You speak and it shall happen. Welcome to the podcast, man. If you're all getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Ready? We got no time to play. There's no time to waste. Here we go. Let's go. Open Sesame Street. I thought I was supposed to learn in school. No, man. I learned from the Sesame Street. Not Sesame School. You learn on the street. Anyway, let's move on, everybody. Here we go. Sesame Street. So here we go. This is the Grand High Architect from Sesame Street. Boom. Let me ask the class, have you ever noticed the numerical ritual theme the Matrix creators always have echoing repetitively in your mind? Let me ask the class, how many jurors are there in court? Type into the room. How many jurors are there in court? You don't know why, but there's a particular amount of jurors in court in order for there to be an official decision on a crime. When the crime is committed, there's an official decision, but that's based on a set of jurors. It could have been 6, it could have been 7, it could have been 8, it could have been 3, it could have been 9, but it's a particular number. They don't tell you why it's that number when you become a juror, but it's a particular number. What's that number, everybody? How many jurors are there? 12, 12, 12. Bing, 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 bing. 12. 12 jurors. Why is that? When you become a juror, they don't tell you why. That's just a random number that they picked up. Minty Otep, 12. Ebet, 12. Hush Nation, 12. Nap That Pro. Nap That Pro, 12. Atef, 12. 12. 12. 12. Why? Welcome to the Matrix, man. You never asked. You never cared. You don't care, you just do. You don't care, you just do. You just do. I do, yes, must. I do. And they have all type of numerical codes for you. How many jurors are there? 12. This is the number they keep echoing in your mind. Oh my goodness. Only because Nook sent in this huge donation, and then Robert Williams sent in a huge one. You're about to get the... Yo, here we go. 12. Here we go. 12. Why is it 12? You never asked. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, 12. And as I brought to your attention years ago, as I brought to your attention, even though there was only one day that can be called Christmas, because it is the day, the birth of their Jesus, how many days are there simultaneously are there in Christmas? Go ahead and type it in the room, everybody. Everybody watching, 50 people watching. How many days are there in Christmas? It's one day, is that right? Is it one day? Because Jesus was, this is why I couldn't make it past grade 9. I couldn't make it in the system. I couldn't make it. I'm like, Jesus is born on one day when I'm singing a Christmas carol called the, what's that Christmas carol called? On the something days of Christmas. How many days are there in Christmas? How many days? Christmas is Jesus' birth. Is that what you're told when a child? How many times was Jesus born? He was born on one day, and they tell you that day was December 25th, right? December 25th, right? But then you sing the song, on the 12th day of Christmas, my true one sent to me. On the 7th day of Christmas, my true one sent to me. On this, well, it depends whether you're pre or post Mandela effect. Pre or post Mandela effect depends on what words you remember. If you're post Mandela, if you're pre Mandela effect, you remember on the 10th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me. Why? Because we didn't have Amazon then. We didn't have we couldn't send gifts back then. In the 1800s, you're not sending gifts. You're giving the gift right there. Now you can mail somebody, send somebody an Amazon gift. So whether you're pre or post Matrix, you may remember it as my true on the 7th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me. You may remember, gave to me. That's another class. We already covered that. So now there's 12 days of Christmas. There's 12 days of a day that Jesus was born on the day, the one day, and I'm in grade school, but it's 9th grade, but it's not called grade school. It's called high school, but it's still a grade, but I don't know what the hell's going on because there's 12 days of Christmas and Jesus was born on 12 days. Jesus was born. I thought it was one day, and as you're doing this, I have millions of these. As you're doing this on and on and on and living your life, you're wondering why you're stupid. You're wondering why you can't figure out things. You're wondering why there's so many, why your brain is all jumbled up, and why is my mind always cluttered and going here? Why am I in so many arguments with my girlfriend? Why am I so many arguing with this person? Why does it seem like I'm angry all the time? I can't say I seem frustrated. Your mind is all over the place because ever since you were a child, you're being groomed to accept opposites that contradict each other as truth. There's 12 days of Christmas, even though Jesus was born on one day. There's 12 days now. Put on this dress and this cap and make sure it goes right on your widow's peak. But we put the point and make sure, don't just put on that hat, make sure you turn it so that all of you, hundreds of thousands of you, all have the hat pointed that way. How did you know to do that? If you grab a hat with a square top, how do you know to point it that way? How did you all know that? From Calgary to Mississauga to Canada, all the way to Jamaica, all the way to Birmingham, Montgomery, Alabama, all the way to Minnesota, all the way to Toronto, Canada, to New York, all the way to California, tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands. All of you knew to point to turn the square so that the point is there? Who told you to do that? Not only you have to wear the garb, but you have to point it there. And then the point right there of the widow. Here we go, everybody. These things are groomed in you since you were a child. Huh? You're raised on Sesame Street because we educate you on this street. Not Sesame School, where you learn from a blood-sucking cannibal and a man who lives in a garbage can. The 13th yellow bird, and this is what makes us intelligent. Street, open Sesame Street. I'm glad I jumped out. Grade 9, I couldn't handle it. Questions all. Why is this account? Is there a killer on Sesame Street? Why is there a cannibalistic being that sucks the blood out of innocent women? Why is that the being that teaches you how to count? Why do you need that to be? Why does it have to be a killer? You're programmed. Here we go. Boom. You never answered it. You never wondered why. You love to say the Egyptian heathen. What's your child doing? I'm learning from a vampire. Here we go. Now there's 12 days in Christmas. There's only supposed to be one. Welcome to the podcast. Even though these folders, here we go. Does that make any sense to you? Of course not. Does it make any sense to you now that there's 12 days of Christmas? Of course not. But it was never a question all of the years that millions of people practice Christmas. They just have the number 12 ingrained and 12 in their mind. These are Freemasonic codes, whereas if enough people think on this wavelength, the hypnotic mind control of the masses and frequency, masses, hypnotic mind control and masses and the frequency direction becomes easier. These are easier now where hypnotic thoughts are implanted in anchors, which it makes it easier for the masses to be hypnotized. Why you never question in the first place. A person watch a hypnosis show. The person that's under hypnosis never asks a question. You never say, hey mom, shouldn't there be only one day of Christmas? Wasn't our Jesus only born on one day? Go a little bit longer than take a break. Here we go. Let me get some water. Oh yeah. Whoa, this chair's about to break. Here we go. This was a significant number. Here we go. This was a significant number brought over from ancient Kemet to the Freemasons that became particularly relevant, as seen here in Duncan's Freemasonic Ritual and Monitor on page 122, on which tells the story of a crime, judgment, and the number 12 of one of the most important figures in Freemasonry, if not the most important, HIRAM ABIFF, and his death again, death, leaving his wife a widow, his death linking into the number 12. One of the many reasons making 12 significant in the fellow craft. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. Here we go. Greatest Mason the world ever knew is our Grandmaster, HIRAM ABIFF. He's the greatest, who was slain before the completion of King Solomon's temple. His death was premeditated by 15 fellow crafts who seeing the temple about to be completed and being desirous of obtaining the secrets of a master mason, whereby they may travel in foreign countries and receive master wages, entered into a word conspiracy to extort them from our Grandmaster, HIRAM ABIFF, or take his life, reflecting with horror on the atrocity of the crime. 12 of them recanted. The other 3 persisted in their murderous designs. So 12 became associated with good and death simultaneously, because 15 went, 12 decided not to do it, so they're the good ones, but HIRAM ABIFF still died. Our Grandmaster, HIRAM ABIFF, was slain at high 12. High. At high 12. It was his usual practice that hour, while the crafts were called from labor to refreshment, to enter into the unfinished sanctorium of Holy of Holies of the temple, and their differ was up his and there to offer up his adorations to the deity and draw his designs on the threshold board. On the threshold board, as the sun in the south at high 12, which is the glory and beauty of the day, and stands in the junior grand warden in the south to call crafts from labor to refreshment, and from refreshment to labor, that the right worshipful master may have profit and pleasure thereby. 12 recanted, and he was killed at high 12. Duncan's ritual Freemasonry. 12 jurors, 12 murderers that recants from judgment is all lifted from the original 12 that were overseeing the judgment in chapter 3 of the Per Em HERU from 1250 BC, as you can see them here. Who are the ones over the judgment of murder? The 12 that are literally over the judging scene. Here we are, chapter 3, Per Em HERU, the judgment scene. the judgment scene as a reflection of the murder of Osiris. Who is over them? They're called the 12 judges. In English, we know that the word isn't actually judges, but the 12 judges. Who is here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 over the murder, the judgment. Only existing because Osiris was killed and murdered. So that the 12 preside over the judgment scene as you become an Osiris and resurrect after the murder as Osiris did. There's your 12 jurors. There's your 12 associated with the better judgment of death. HIRAM ABIFF, 15 went to kill. 12 decided not to do the killing. 12 decided not to make HIRAM ABIFF's wife a widow. 12 were good. HIRAM ABIFF still dies at 12. Tehuti, you made it all up. Tehuti, you wrote Duncan's ritual book. You did it. You did it, Tehuti. You're pseudo. You wrote the Duncan ritual, wrote it. I know you and Duncan are friends. Here we go. Boom. There's the 12. There's the original from 1250 BC. The 12 over the judgment scene that was a result of the death and murder of Osiris. Now you have the 12 that are a result of the murder of HIRAM ABIFF. Of the 12 recant, they become good, but still the remaining end up killing him at 12. And the 12 are judged as good. Here we go, everybody, ready? In the original story, which was brought to the world, the important significance of the number 12 being associated with judgment was significant because it was the beginning of man's journey in the afterlife. So the 12 was associated with the beginning of a journey in 1250 BC. Make note of that. The 12 were associated as the beginning of your journey because the beginning of your journey started with the weighing of the scales of MAAT. That's when you first see the 12 over you. So the 12 were associated with the beginning of the journey. Question for the class. In Freemasonry, what is the most popular symbol you may see? You may see people wearing it as a ring. What's the most popular symbol, everybody, that you see people wearing as a ring? The most popular symbol that you see Freemasons wearing on their ring. What is it, everybody? Type it in the room. You've seen it before. Tehuti didn't make it all up. You've seen it before. What's the most popular symbol? On the ring? What is it? Huh? The gentleman remembers the original teaching. The child, the 12 divine chiefs. What's the most popular symbol, everybody? I know I have a lag, so it's going to take some time. What is that most popular symbol? You like this RPM? Wow, right? This is the beginning of the class. That's why when I put this class together, I said, this is a retirement. This should be this class is for an auditorium. This one is a Ripley's Believe It or Not. Either you believe what you're seeing on the screen and your life is shook, or you have to say this after this class. Tehuti made this all up. You have to say it to feel safe. You must say it, because if you acknowledge this, you're about to acknowledge how deep this school system actually is. And I hope you support this more than Nathan's hot dog or your family barbecue of grease. Okay, what do we got the answers for? The most popular symbol seen on the ring? That's right, the G. The G. That's right, the G. The G. The compass in the square. The compass in the square. Ding, 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 ding. They're both actually together. The compass in the square and the G. That's right. Compass in the square. The geometric symbol. That's right. Which is the compass in the square and the G. Ready, everybody? Are you ready? I'm going to break this down. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to put the link in the room. You all jump in. This is going to be a couple breaks in this class. Hold on to your seatbelt. If you're getting this anywhere else, the link in the room. If not, support the Tehuti Pod class. You are not seeing this anywhere. If you are, just let me know. I've been asking for 4 years. If you've seen this anywhere else, let me know, man. Let us know. I'm going to invite the person to support. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. If you've ever supported popcorn. Whatever that did for you. If you ever supported popcorn and chocolate bars, support this. If you've gotten this before, let us know. Put the book number, page number, YouTube video. Let us know we've gotten this before. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. And here we go. That's right. Everybody got it right, pretty much. The ring. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I hope those notifications are. Oh, whoa, it's going way too far. Hold up. Whoa. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here we go. So, boom. What's the most popular symbol? Did the white screen disappear? There it is. That's what you were all talking about, right? You're absolutely correct. Absolutely right. Yes, the G and the compass and the square. And the purpose of going through the 12 grades of school. The purpose of going through 12 grades of school is so that you can create your life. Right? You can have your life as what you make it. That's the purpose of going through the 12 grades, right? So that you can have your life as what you make it. By choosing your occupation. That's making your life. Keep in mind, yes, the G within the compass and the square, this represents the grand architect. And guess when you, as a microcosm of the grand architect, the master, which is the master architect and the Freemasonic rite, that's when you become the master architect. Remember, you wear the ring of the grand architect. When do you become an echo of the grand architect? Are you ready, everybody? Uh-oh. Scottish Rite degrees at 12. 12 degrees. Uh-oh. Tehuti wrote this. Tehuti made it up. After you go through your journey, you become a master architect at the 12th degree. This degree, Tehuti made it up. This degree teaches faith and morality and virtue in God. Life is what each man makes of it. Life is what each man makes of it. After you get to the 12th degree, the optimist turns a trial into a blessing. The optimist turns a trial into a blessing. What's a trial? The 12 jurors, the 12 to chet over the per em haru when you're in your situation where you are on a star because the 12 went through the trial, the judge said. Now you're here, you finally made it to this level 12. Here you are, and at level 12 it's significant because that's when you become the master architect, the microcosm of the grand architect that's on your ring. Now you're at the 12th degree, consisting of a white outer shell aligned with blue and gold, symbolizing the craft degrees with a protractor, plane scale, sector, compasses. The jewel is a heptagonal gold. So here you are, you've made it to the 12th level, and now at 12, you're a master architect, of the number 12, because now you go through the trial into the blessing. Oh, I have a question. I forgot. Let me ask this before I take my break. How many grades does one have to pass in order to be received in the alumni? You know, with the diploma received, front forward, 3-pointed, 4-sided, head covering with the Masonic tassel and the widow's peak garbed in black. How many grades do you have to go through before you can achieve this, or where you can step out and make your life? I'm gonna take a break right here, right, everybody? I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna put the link in the room. Here we go. Tehuti made it up. Tehuti wrote this. Here we go. Putting up the link in the room. Supporters jump in while I take a little break. Me and I'll set the white. I'll set the white Hemet, the white lady. We're gonna take a little break. Step off. Ready on set? Huh? You ready to go meet Cobra Kai? We're gonna take a little break, and we're gonna come back and put nails in the coffin of the skull and bones. We're gonna put nails in the coffin. You know, when you finish something up, you call it putting nails in the coffin. Why is that? I don't know. We just see it. Yo, man, this right here, this is the bomb. This is about to be the nail in the coffin. Why does my achievement have to be associated with killing somebody? Or you hit that right on the head. Why'd I have to be hitting something? You'll turn off the light switch. You'll hit the lights. Why is it hitting? Why is it the nail in the coffin? Why does coffin have to do with, what are you talking? Yo, I smashed that girl. Yo, did you hit that? What is all this? What are you talking about? What is this hammer and coffin reference to everything? Huh? I did something good and you're calling it a nail in a coffin, but coffins are for dead people. Damn it, I thought coffins were for dead people. That's why when you finally achieve something, yo, this one here, this is the nail in the coffin. Who's talking, by the way? I'm gonna take a break, everybody. I'm gonna step off, and oh, that's right. Yeah, 12 grades. Is that right? Is that right? You have to go through 12 grades, so you can make your life what you want to make of it. 12 grades, not 13, not 8, but 12. Okay, I'm gonna take a step off break, everybody. I hope Patah's here. He can jump in. He has the ability to let people in. Because once I step off, it's hard for me to hear the noise to let people in. I'm only stepping off for a few moments, taking a break. How you doing, Amwin and Emanat? How you liking class so far?
Good, excellent. Wealthy SABA to go for this fantastic class. Everything has been phenomenal. The open sesame part blew my mind right there. It was like some Darren Brown stuff. that was interesting.
Huh? You don't remember that as a child your mom sent you to get that street knowledge? To Sesame School. It's the streets, man. Yo, that girl, she's for the streets. I was raised on the streets. What street? Sesame Street, dude. Sesame Street, where I learned from a man that lives in a trash can and a vampire that eats people's blood. That's how I learned how to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's where I learned how to count. Because of course it has to be the vampire. Isn't that what he's called? Did they ever tell you that high men in authority are called the count? The same word you use for distributing numbers? I'm gonna stop. How you doing there, Emanat? You doing good?
Yes, I'm doing great, Salva. This class is extremely mind-blowing so far. I'm really, really thankful for you and all that you're bringing forth to us so very much.
Wonderful. How you doing, Hush Nation? Huh? You don't remember Count Dracula?
I remember it all, Saba. I remember counting Dracula. I remember singing Sesame Street. I remember being excited to graduate. I remember it all.
Man, I want to graduate so I can go work for Bill Gates, man. The dropout. All right, I'm going to take a break here. Go ahead, Hush Nation, go ahead.
I wanted to go college. I wanted to go all the way.
I'm gonna stop dropping jewels. Everything you say, I have another class. I used to do this live before the internet was created. That's why a lot of the stuff that you're hearing me say is not in the writing. It's programmed in me for what I used to do. But I used to teach these type of things live. 1996, 1995, when Amun said he was in the Nectar Current. 1992, I used to teach these things live. So it's all in me. It's all, and I could not succeed. I could not succeed moving forward in a system where my questions weren't being answered. Nobody could tell me why it was good. Who's 48 Medu? 48 Medu, type in the room. I don't know who that is. Oh, there he is. That's Medu Seneb. Okay. How you doing, Medu Seneb? I'm trying to get on that Bobby Hammett level. Have I got there yet? Oh, you got disconnected. Huh? Why is that called the Widow's Peak, Hush Nation? Medu Seneb, I'm gonna put you out and come back in, okay? Put you out and come back in because your computer's having difficulty. Let me put you out. If you're listening now, try to come back in. Why is that called the Widow's Peak, Amun? What does your hair have to do with a woman's husband dying? I got my wife, but my hair is my widow's peak, but I'm still alive with my wife right here. I couldn't make it through school. Mitiotef says, I am dumbfounded. Don't think I can make it to the screen. To a SABA. Okay, I'm going to take a break right here. I don't know if the talk is still around, but I'm going to step off. You all build. I don't know how many questions I answered just in there. But for those who sent in the question, we're still going. I'll be back. Everybody's support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSB. If you ever seen this broken down anywhere else. Put the link in the room, put the book, the page number. Let me know about the college cap and the Widow's Peak and the 12 to chess. Let me know about all of that, please. Let me understand that this is being taught everywhere else. The 12th degree, 12th Master Mason, Master Architect, the Architect ring, and then the microcosm is the Architect Master. You know, the type of degree you get in school. I'll be back, everybody. Peace.
Do a SABA Tehuti. Enjoy your break.
Enjoy your break, SABA.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ninu. Everybody support our great SABA Tehuti Imhotep Ra. The only person bringing this information forth. I'm extremely thankful that he's bringing this forth. That we all know this. The people that went through this. College Nation said all the way past college is important for people that first grade to 12th. Important to know this information because, like Saba said, this is the stuff that makes people stupid, stuff that makes people scatterbrained and all over the place in a chaotic state. In order to get out of that chaotic state, we have to get rid of those knots within us. And flowing spirits, flowing cause. That way we can be our pure self, return to our natural self. Found it interesting, the entire class, but also found it interesting how they have their reason for why it's 12 with their story of HIRAM ABIFF, and then what it really goes back to is 12 judges that are judging the passing of AUSAR, marking the beginning of a journey. That was very interesting that Saba put that in there, showing that they try to mask their region for having a 12 with what they created and made up. In all reality, it has to do with something that was real, something that was a lot older than what they created. So it's interesting how they take the beginning of a journey and apply that to when someone graduates from high school, because they're beginning that journey. But that's very interesting. The Saba has these classes always reminds me of Darren Brown, and it's scary because you watch some of Darren Brown's stuff, you can see, if you watch closely, you can figure out what he does, and he always takes the person out of the hypno after he puts them in it. And what's happening to us is we're being put into hypnosis or not being put out of it. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And you only see how crazy it is because Saba takes us out of it. If it wasn't for him, we'd still be in so much and wouldn't even know that it's crazy. Yeah, absolutely wild. Like the 12 days of Christmas part. It's only supposed to be one day of Christmas. Never thought about that. And all these things build up inside of our mind. Next thing you know, people can't understand simple jewels and simple pieces of knowledge and information. Absolutely crazy what the magicians have done to create this matrix. Something else that was also very interesting that I never put together was Saba showed the dunce cap. I remember he talked about that in Killer Priest. However, I never put together that's the wizard hat that is shown in cartoons or TV shows or kids' books. I never put that together. That's very interesting. That for them, their wizards have that triangle head. That was very interesting. Everybody supported Wonderful Great Saba Tehuti because everything he has brought forth and said is unique. It can only be found here. You can't even find a little bit of this somewhere else. It's literally everything that's been said, for me personally at least, I have only heard it here. Only at the Tehuti podcast, only from SABA Tehuti. And like he said, he's been teaching on this stuff since I was in the Nectar Corridor, before I was here on the planet, the form that I'm in now. So SABA deserves the support for all these years that he's had this. He deserves dedication from us, attentive listening from us, because he's had this within him for so long. He deserves so much from us to be patient with this information, to teach it to people we came across, to still teach it to us. And he's always willing to teach us. He's always willing to repeat things for us. Even though he has taught it so much, he still loves teaching it to us. So I appreciate that very much. Adding in all the things. Pass the mic. Winnet.
Hotep Mary, to offer your wonderful, beautiful words, Amun, and definitely echo all that you said. For SABA Tehuti, for all that he's bringing forth, for the breaking of the matrix that he is doing, all of the intricate things that he is taking out of our mind and replacing with beauty. He is truly saving our life, and classes like these really show me just how much stuff has happened and how much is still happening right now. And as Amun said, the only reason why we can see it the way we do now is because of SABA, and so many people that are still unaware and think those things are normal and don't question because of the hypnosis that they're in. And I'm so thankful that SABA is here and teaching us in the way that he is, and is able to break us out of it. And also, because he's breaking us out of it, he's also helping our children, because we at the House of ATTON, we're breaking out of it, and then our children are also going to be automatically broken out. So I really am so thankful for SABA for all of this work that he's doing and all the work that he has done. And please show your support, because he is truly magnificent. He is a lifesaver. So to us so much, SABA, and to out to everyone here who is showing that reciprocity and who understands and feels what is truly happening here, because these answers are doing so much in every single class. Like I said, those intricate things that he's doing is extremely deep and truly is setting us all free in so many ways, so many deep ways, and so very thankful to us so much. And I'll pass the mic. What's up?
Hotep. Yeah, two of us SABA bringing my art and keeping my art here, you know. Yeah, I just like how he broke down the 12 into the 12 judges and the afterlife. Everything was just really there for, you know, and explaining how it is do the heka and the repetitiveness of the tones, and you don't even notice. And from time you're small, you know, you're small, so you can repeat the tones, and then as a child they just have you singing it over and over and over, just like in a ritual. When they're chanting, they're saying it over and over and over, you know. And that's a big jewel what SABA drop there, with the repetitive chanting of the tones for the heka, you know. And then they just have a little child there in school. Mary had a little Mary had a little lamb, and then the child would go to school the next day. Mary had a little lamb, Mary had a little lamb. And then tutus, your child chanting in your house. And then in your household, your child just running up and down, just chanting all these things, and the heck, it really works, you know, so it's what you do with it. And if you do that with it, you can get those results, you know. So just like what Amunet was saying, it is real enough for how SABA could break man out of that matrix, so that we could raise our youth out of it, you know. Yeah, just a bunch of reflections of MAAT Akuz, you know, because it's about time, because like Saba said, they don't joke, they don't play, they don't waste time. That's what they just do, you know what I mean? So it is definitely really enough for that Saba to come and like man to reflect on we used to break that madness of the generational heck of what they working on people's children, you know what I mean? Cause I'm sick, so we definitely need Saba. We definitely need the guidance and the Aku or Saba sending up, because that going on the youths, that then the youths could reflect MAAT, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I definitely ready to take notes and log this one down, and yeah, bring that information to the youth the same way, you know. So I don't know, do a protect MAAT. My boy get disconnected, yo. Meru fall off.
Go for your beautiful words, Nation. Hopefully Meru comes back on so he can his beautiful words as well.
Nini, come on, brother.
These classes always matrix ones always make me appreciative that Alumni has brought MAAT to us, that he teaches MAAT. Makes me feel appreciative to be within MAAT, because opposition, the opposite of that horrible. And I'm happy that I and others like Uncle Ned, Trust Nation, other people within the HOA are able to be pulled out of that misfed in the matrix by cybersecurity. This matrix is absolutely crazy. It's absolutely wild. Okay.
Gone again.
To see that there's people out there that are manipulating kids, us being those kids at one point, hypnotizing them into doing evil things. That's absolutely evil. That's diabolical. Extremely evil, because the older person that has all this knowledge is going up against somebody who knows nothing, be the kid, and is programming them through very detailed, intense psychological and magical tricks that their parents don't even know how to do, the average adult doesn't even know how to do, and programming their children to become evil, chaotic beings. That's absolutely crazy. And something that I see with the people that control the Matrix is that they use the magic for survival. They use it for control. The people that are creating these things, you might never know who some of these people are. But they don't really care if you know or not. They're doing it to create their own reality, their own matrix. And that's what we need to do. We need to use magic, technology for survival. When people think of magic nowadays or hypnotism, they think of showmanship, or doing something on the street to impress somebody, or having a show on TV. So in all reality, it's originally to survive and to advance yourself and the people that relate to you to greater heights based off your role. So we take the same dedication they have and apply MAAT to it. We can be even greater than we are now. Sabatudi is a perfect example of that, using the magic within MAAT to advance himself and advance the people around him like us. Thank SABA one time, I thank him again for the MAAT hypnosis. I willingly accept all hypnosis from SABA that has to do with MAAT, because I know that MAAT is truth, good, love, what the ancestors followed, what I want to follow. So to be able to have somebody who can say things and do things, teach you to do things in a certain way to where that process of following MAAT becomes easier and easier, more consistent, that's a blessing, because it's a easy flowing magical way to get into our culture, what we follow, what our ancestors follow. So I'm appreciative of Sabatudi for the MAAT hypnosis, the little intricate things he does that we might never notice, but our subconscious mind notices. That is absolutely fantastic. That's another reason why SABA is so great. He knows magic. He knows all these techniques and tricks and magical tools that none of us know. And for me personally, I trust him. I know that he is the HERU that we look up to, and that he uses all this to help us advance in MAAT. That's absolutely beautiful. That's like, for me, it seems like a shortcut, like a shortcut. I don't know how to explain it. It advances us further and at a quicker pace, because there's so many things that he does to help us advance more and more.
A shortcut, a save cut. I don't know how you want to call it. You could call it a shortcut, a save cut, a just-in-time cut. Yeah, because it's from the matrix pathway to a pathway that leading you to ascension has a big difference, because if you think ascension, that means it's downhill. So to have guidance that could just pick you up and dust you off and put you to track on a path that you could go up from there is, but it's just a cool, because But eternal light is just deep, you know. Eternal light is just deep. And eternal light is as deep as it gets. So that's why it is be saying that I could be sending reciprocity, but the reciprocity is what it is, but I know the eternal light is eternal light. That's the head. So now I know having the head is something that goes on, and afterlife with the same 12 judges is, you know, so to be able to have that now and work it now, so that when man reach over there, man done working it already, that's what pop in. You know, but if it wasn't for SABA, I would be checking. When I reach over there, I could work it, you know what I mean? And the man does promote a lot of dead culture. So you'll be checking like certain things you in between reaching the net of court. But then, so I was showing me like, I ain't got a day to do nothing, you could do this thing now. So from then I checking like, yo. I checking like all the hecker, all the works, all the wisdom, the enlightenment, and the guidance. I checking like, boy, you do that from here. And then when you reach over there, you done doing it already. You done is that being, the conscious light that you come forth as. Do a SABA tour, Uncle Justin Ebb.
Nino, glad you're here. Glad to be back. I'm gonna read 2 supports, and then we're gonna get right into the rest of the class. Everybody, so I want to read 2 supports just to show everybody that people are supporting as the class is going on. So I'm going to show 2 examples, especially to the new people, and then we're gonna get right into the rest of this class. So here we go. So get ready to make some noise for well, here's Owen Hythe. He's still honorable. He's so good. He was so we're going to show Owen Hythe, and I'm going to show one more person. We get right into the class. Here we go, everybody. So shout out to this great brother here, Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe, who gave this right here. And we're going to get right back into it. So here we go. Graduation, alumni. One. Okay, let me fix something here. Let me fix something here real quick. Let's see why it's doing that. This is who? Who's this? Okay, you got Owen Hythe, and this is oh, this is Nook support. So that doesn't get number. Let me fix that. Take the number off it. Nook Poo donation. That's for this question that's asked. I'm going to cancel that. I'm going to go to Owen Hythe. So shout out to the good brother Owen Hythe. I'm going to read this one. One more support just to show the new people that are watching. As you're watching the pod class, send in support for what you see that you like. We're already over an hour. So Owen Hythe sent in teacher of wisdom and strength. And by the way, everybody, I want everybody to know, this is my good brother. It's a good brother. It's a Freemason. So this is a Freemason watching this class, and he's not sending in a message saying, Tehuti's talking trash. Tehuti, this is a Freemason, an elderly Freemason, and he's sending in support for my class showing Freemasonry. So go ahead and read that for us, Ahmed, for us, please.
Teacher of wisdom and strength quotes at $21.72.
Give him some big noise, please.
And yes, the HECAU really worked.
Okay, good. And I'll read this one from RPMing it up. I see Gabriella sent something, but that was from some days ago, I think. I'll get down to that, but Gabriella's consistent. So RPM sent RPM. I think he's the one that said wow. He said wow. That wow turned into support. So here we go. Wow turned into. Let me get his cash app because we support things that we don't even say wow to. We support Ice bubblegum. All right, here we go. So RPM sent in $10. This is for a tip. I'm sure for the class. Usually it's only $20 and up. Get a hand clap, but I'm sure there's a tip for the class. So we're gonna give him a hand clap anywhere. RPM, he's consistent. Give him a hand clap for this. Amun. And here's Sheshayet. I like your Sheshayet. It's like a cartoon. What is this? Like that's a good artist. I'm not sure how that. Like a cartoon drawing of her. It looks like in the icon, but it looks just like her, but it's a cartoon. I don't know if the internet doing that or if it's the actual artist that drew that. If it's an artist, that artist is great. All right, so here's Sheshayet gives a reciprocity for the class. Give her a round of applause, and then we're gonna. The last one. Did we read that one? The one from RPM.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. Oh, let me go back. Sorry, let me go right back to RPM. RPM, you should be on the panel, good brother, so you can read your supports. We'll go back to RPM. Okay, RPM. I'll get Hush Nation to read this. And we're gonna get right back into this answer, everybody. Here we go. So Hush Nation, go ahead and read that for us, great brother.
Torah SABA. RPM send $10 for love you, brother. RPM.
All right, thank you, RPM. Appreciate that. And we'll read the one from Sheshayet, and then we'll continue. Where Sheshayet go? Where's Sheshayet? Oh, here she is. So Sheshayet gave a tip for the class. And you all can always write. You can write tip too. You know there's a tip for the class. And I know Sheshayet, I know this is a tip for the class. It's literally coming in as I'm doing the class. So shout out to Sheshayet, one of the greatest consistent supporters and life changers within. She takes these classes, the teachings of Tehuti, extremely seriously in her life. It affects her in many different ways, and she's serious. Go ahead and read that for us, Amunet, please.
$16.66 for reciprocity for your Nefer presence and wisdom.
Boom. Go ahead and give her some big noise, please. Give her a hand clap. Okay, everybody. We are ready. We're about to continue. That's just to show the students, the people watching the pod class. Medu Seneb said there's some rain and lightning in his city. That's stopping him from coming on. Okay, thank you for saying that, Medu Seneb. I definitely would like for him to come on today, but maybe the rain will stop before this answer is done. I just want to show the people that are watching the pod class. That is how the support system works as you're watching the class. If you appreciate what you're watching, if you think that it's worth anything, if it's affected you in any way, just send a Cash App to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're already 1 hour and 38 minutes in. I've been here teaching. I can't even tell you the time it took to put this together. The time it takes, the length to put it together is to make it pretty for you. Just like you see me flaring off answers today and putting in things, that's how a lot of the information is here. I have access to it, but to make it pretty with the news articles, the neon lights, changing the fonts, the video clips, the pictures, put it in a scenery, that's what takes a long time. And I hope you all appreciate the time it takes to support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We're about to get right back into it, everybody. So Amun and Amonette, peace and love. Jump back in the chat. Hush Nation, peace and love. Jump back in the chat. We're about to get back into it. Grab your pens, your pads, your IBMs. Grab the dropouts, Microsoft. Grab the dropouts, Microsoft. Grab the Apple. Grab whatever Galaxy, whatever you have to keep the information. We're about to get right back into it, everybody. Here we go. Get ready. I'm gonna put the screen on screen share. Press a 9 if you can see the screen share and hear me talking right now. If you can see the screen share and hear me talking, go ahead and press a 9 right now. Yes, you are here with the Family Medicine app as always. Robert Williams, how you liking this so far? We haven't even gotten to the Kopesh yet, right? We're not even at the Kopesh yet. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, huh? There we go. All right, let me see if I see some 9s. Harass did. I know you're loving it. Maharu, go wake up the people. Mary's Webs. That got to be art by Uncle. Mary's Webs. Robert's putting bomb. Okay, good. Angela Gates is here, I think. I see Angela Gates' name. Scroll up. Angela Gates. Oh, this is good. You get to see that in the. I love this feature here. You get to see it in the see it on the side there, right? So there's I thought I saw Angela Gates. Angela Gates says, "Otep Mary out 9." Amun Kat is excited. I'm excited too, Asaba. She has looks like celebration stuff. Wonderful. Robert Williams press a 9. Mary West press a 9. Nookpoo, how you like your answer so far, good brother? Look forward to when you come to the panel. This is the one who asked the question, by the way. How you liking this so far? Minty says she's flabbergasted, dumbfounded. Minty turned into the Korean battle rapper. Medicine Ebb, press a 9. Oh, it is him. Okay, good. I figured so. Mary's Web. I was like, who represents tarantulas and watch the podcast? The Spider-Man. What did I say? What did I say? SABA serpents, Rashad's reptile, something like that. All right, there we go. So Nook Panuk. Nini Ook, there we go. Miss y'all for real. We are here. Look forward to your phone getting fixed. Here we go, everybody. Hi, Minty. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? We're going to go right back until they put the timer back on. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. I'm going to come off the mic for a second, then I'm going to come back on the screen. Hold on. Okay, I'm back on. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. You ready? Shout out dumbfounded. Sabi, you never see so amazing. Shout out dumbfounded. 3 cats. Sabi, you never see so amazing with fired. Okay. All right, we got 9 stars. 1. Let me see if he's saying it right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 stars. Yvette says, Henu Saba. Okay, good. Let's get into it, everybody. This is everybody's question. Isn't that right? That's right. Everybody either went through this alumni thing or had a friend or family member that did. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get back into it. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying teaching this class today. I'm enjoying this very much. This is great. Here we go. Let's break the matrix here. No time wasters. No time to waste. There's no time to waste. Huh? I want to be 70 years old in 4 minutes. And then I'm going to be 50 again. Then I'm going to be 40. And then I'm going to be back 80 again. Huh? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Ready? Here we go. Boom. Boom. We're back. How many grades? So here we go, everybody. Let's go back. For those who just tuned in, hold on. What is this? What is it? Oh, it's doing a bunch of stuff here. For those who just tuned in, Nook put Nook's question and Robert Williams' question. For those who just tuned in, this is the explosion that you've just walked into. The school PSYOPs, graduation alumni ritual, why the graduation cap, skull and bone, they haven't even gotten there yet. The Moors, ancient Kemetic sword of immortality. What do all these people have in common? Bill Clinton, Clarence Thomas, George W. Bush, Anderson Cooper, Dick Cheney, George H. Bush Sr., George Bush Jr., Barbara Bush, Hunter Biden. What do they have in common? The class is called the Tehuti, Alumni Graduation Cap, Mason Ritual, Schoolscam, Skull and Bones, Kemet Kopesh, 33rd degree, homeschooling. Huh? Should you do homeschooling? That's what this class is about. Everybody ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. We are back. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. So we see that. Go back a little bit. Here we go. So yes, the G, which is the most popular Freemasonic symbol. Yes, the G and the compass and the square. And the purpose, going through the 12 grades of school, and so that you can create, the purpose of going through 12 grades of school is so that you can create your life, to have it what you make it, by choosing your occupation, to get your wages. And that's making your, that is literally what's making your life. Keep that in mind. Yes, the G within a compass and a square, this represents the grand architect. Yes, when you, as the microcosm of the grand architect, which is the master architect in the Masonry, guess when you become the master architect, which is the small, become the small G. So the big G is the grand architect. Here it is. You become it at the 12th level. That's when you've passed the test. You're now at the 12th level. And then the decree of the 12th level is life is what each man makes it. The optimist turns a trial into blessing. There's the trial, the 12. There's your 12 jurors. There's the 12 that didn't kill HIRAM ABIFF, but yet he still died at the 12th hour. There is the 12, and there's the 12 levels that you get to for you to become a master architect, where you become a microcosm of the small G. And of course, how many grades you have to go through. They could have picked any number of grades, but in order for you to get through and wear this cap and gown, you have to get to the 12. You have to get through the number 12. Once you get through the number 12, then you become the alumni, and then you can wear this hat, which has to be angled at a certain degree, with the widow's peak, the peak of the widow. So how many grades does one have to pass through in order to be received into the alumni diploma, receiving frontward, three-pointed, four-sided head, covering with the Masonic tassel, wearing black and red with the widow's peak? 12. 12. Who was this designed by? Obviously. 12 grades to journey through 12 levels of acceptance. Let me take you back to Duncan's ritual on Freemasonry and monitor page 269. Let me see if the screen is off the yes it is. Here we are again. We're coming right from the Freemasonic ritual book, Duncan's ritual of Freemasonry and monitor. We're on page 269. What does it say on that page? Original points. How many original points? In ancient Masonry, admitted 12 original points, which constitute the basis of the entire system. The entire system is based on the 12 original points, and without which no person ever did or can be legally received into the order. If you don't go through the 12 system, you cannot be received into the order. If you do not go through 12 grades of school, you cannot be received into dressing like an alumni. That's when you're allowed to dress like an alumni once you pass the 12. And ancient Masonry admitted 12 original points, which constitute the basis of the entire system, and without which no person ever did or can be legally received into the order. Every candidate is obliged to pass through the essential forms. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What is it called when you achieve each grade? What is that called? They literally call it that. You've passed. You've passed grade 1, passed grade 5, passed. Now you're not held back, because you wouldn't want to be held back, right? So you pass the 12-point system. Here we go, everybody. That's the 12. Here we go. Here's the 12-point system that you must pass in order to be legally accepted into the order. Here we go. Here we go. Essential into forms and ceremonies. Otherwise, his initiation would not be legal. They are opening, preparing, reporting, entering, prayer, circumambulation, advancing, obligation, entrusted, invested, place, closing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's your 12. There's your 12. Boom. Oop, I didn't go fast. So there's your 12. Boom, there's your 12. 12 stages, or you are not considered a legal candidate. You're not legally qualified if you do not go through the 12 stages. It's like if you do not go through 12 stages of school, you cannot be legally qualified as an alumni and a person that graduates. You see, you cannot do it unless you go and get something called the GED. But I'm talking about, and when you get your GED, you don't get your graduation cap. You do it off the record, as they say, off the public. In Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry and Monitor, Masonic Guidebook, page 33, covers fellow craft, which is number 12, a 12th degree, being the traveling man or the journeyman with his tools, the plumb and the square and the level of an architect measurer. So now we're in fellow craft, number 12. And then you're given your tools. Now you're the journeyman. You're the traveling man. One of the questions asked in Freemasonry and by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Here we go. So here we go. Boom, ready? Here it is right here. Now we're in Duncan's Freemasonic Ritual. Oh, it's frozen. One moment, everybody. Hold on. Let me go whoop here to the end. Okay. So I'll go do it again. So here we're on page 33. So in Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry and in Monitor, in Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry and Monitor, Masonic Guidebook, page 33, covers the fellow craft, number 12, a 12th degree, being the traveling man or journeyman with his tools, the plumb, the square, and the level of an architect, the measurer. Remember, now he's the master architect. A small version of the grand architect. So here we go, everybody ready? Here we go, boom. And here's the question here. From whence you came, from whence you come from, and whether you are traveling from the west and traveling towards the east. Why leave you the west and travel towards the east in search of light? It's all about the traveling man. I was conducted to the worshipful master in the east, who presented me with working tools of the fellow craft, number 12, the plumb, the square, the level, and taught me their use. What is their use? The plumb is an instrument. The plumb is an instrument made of use. Or the plumb is an instrument made use of by operative masons to raise perpendiculars, the square to square their work, and the level to lay horizontals. But we, as free and accepted masons, are taught to make use of them for more noble, glorious purpose. I want you to understand here that a Freemason takes the tools that are used by an actual mason, which represents building, but their tools are not physical tools. Their tools are symbolic of what they're actually achieving, working, and building on. So they're talking about an operative mason. That's a real mason. That's the one who actually builds the house. A free and accepted mason makes use of them for more noble and glorious purposes. They're not out building houses. See, the plumb admonishes us to walk upright. See, now the tools become symbolic in our several stations before God and man, squaring our actions. That's why you eat 3 square meals a day. And when you fight, you're called squaring up. And when you try to do something that's good, it's called fair and square. So squaring up our actions by the square of virtue, and remembering that we are traveling upon the level of time to that undiscovered country. It's all about traveling. From who's born, no traveler returns. And in this society today, let me ask the class, what is the first thing you are taught and given in grade school as a measuring tool? It's called a ruler, right? That's the first thing you're given. The simplest thing is called a ruler. How many inches does the ruler measure? Because remember, on the 12th level, you're now a master mason. You're now a master architect. Let me ask the class a question. What is a king? What is a king? A king is a master. Why is he a master? Because he's a ruler. You never asked that in school? Well, a master is one who rules. That's the king. He's the master. He's the ruler. Why is this thing that measures to the number 12? Why is this thing called a ruler? What does the word rule mean? One who masters. That's the master architect degree. That's the ruler. When you're in charge and in mastery of something, you rule. The first thing is to rule thyself. You rule yourself. When you get to the number 12, and the 12th number, the fellow craft, now you're in number 12. So the first thing they give you in school, in your first grade, to work up to the 12, so you can become the alumni, they give you a thing that they made up called a ruler. Who told you it was called a ruler? They did. And it's a stick that already programs in your mind that the word ruler and 12 are associated. And you never asked in school, ever? You never asked in school. That's why I couldn't make it through grade 9. I couldn't make it. Nobody's telling me the answer to my questions. Why is the king called a ruler? The slave master is called a ruler. The master mason, the master architect, is number 12. The fellow craft, master architect gets 12 degree. Fellow craft, number 12. You become the master. And this thing and their symbol is a compass in the square that measures things. And the first thing you're given in grade school so that you can work yourself up to the 12th grade is a thing called a ruler that only measures 12 inches. The thing that you measure with is called a ruler. The same thing as a king. Why is that? You're getting too serious about this, Tehuti. You know what they mean. You know what they mean. You know what they mean. Huh? That's the master. Why? Because the great men in the European culture were called masters. As the accent changed and the etymology changed, the A turned into a I, and now you call men Mr. When you look it up in etymology, they'll tell you clearly, Mr. was the old name master. That's what the man in high ranking was called. He was called a master. He has the compass and the square that's used to count the degrees and measure. You're given the ruler as a child. You can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and it ends at 12. That's the first thing that you count with to measure. Oh, by the way, the masters in Europe, the high-ranking men, guess what else they were called? Oh, they were called counts. Huh? What happened? What happened? I don't know what happened. What just happened? They're called counts. The high-ranking men are called masters, and they're called the thing that you do to add up numbers to get to the 12. They're called counts. So they threw it to you in Sesame Street as a killer, cannibal, that is the first to teach you to count in Sesame Street, and he's a vampire in black, and he's called Count Dracula. It's a Count Dracula is a serial killer. Jason, Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, and the guy from Saw 3 have nothing on Count Dracula. Absolutely nothing. Count Dracula has been killing since the 1400s. He never dies until you put a stake in him. He's killed thousands of women and ate them. He's a cannibal. Michael Myers can't compare. But if you were to ever turn on Sesame Street and you saw Jason as a character, if you came to Tehuti school and I said, let me teach your child, I'm going to teach him with this guy dressed up. What's he dressed up as? Oh, he's Jason. He's going to dress up as Ted Bundy. He's a serial killer. You would immediately you would report me for child abuse to the police. You would immediately remove that child from my school. But Open Sesame Street, where you're taught on the streets, not in school, but Open Sesame Street can give you a serial killer worse than Saw 3. The man on Saw 3, Carrie, Saw 3, Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, and Jason cannot compare to the deaths of Dracula, who's been killing for the past 500 years in European history. He's killed way more than all of them combined. They can't compare. And that's the one who teaches your children how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. With a ruler, and they have to stop at 12 because he's Count Dracula, the killer cannibal that teaches your child how to teach. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Let's go. Oh my goodness. There we go. Count Dracula, your serial killer cannibal, is the one that you accept as your teacher in Sesame Street. Here we go. He's the master. He's the master. Then you're given the ruler because the ruler only counts to 12 inches. And the ruler has the same name as the person who was the master. Boom, 12. Now you can understand why masonry and the number 12. The architect, fellow a craftsman. That's what a craftsman used. A ruler. The name of a master. The 12th degree. Let me continue to show you the parallel system between the school system and its Freemasonic coding. Press 7. Press 9 if you homeschool your children. Press 9 if you homeschool your children. We're gonna ask the question after class. Let me continue to show you the parallel system between the school system and its Freemasonic coding and compass and the square measuring the angles and degrees in Freemasonry while simultaneously ending at 33 degrees. So in Freemasonry, when you do the Freemasonry count, that count ends at 33 degrees. Why is that? Here it is. The top degree. 33 degree Mason is the pinnacle. Why would 33 be the pinnacle? That's not where numbers stop. But here we are. The Freemasons themselves, 33 is the pinnacle. That's the highest degree you can get to. Why would 33 be the highest degree where you can get to when there's 360 degrees in a circle? We're going to find out. Here we go. Ready? And this is why you can only come to Tehuti. This is why you can only come to the Tehuti Pod class for these answers and guidance. Are you ready? You cannot get past 33 degrees because this concept came from, the Kemetic understanding of the final path of that journey that the Freemasonics adopted. The final path, you know, traveling from west to east. All right, let me stop. The journey, which is the resurrection of AUSAR. Huh? Where does the sun rise and set? Here we go, the resurrection of AUSAR and your resurrection to immortality. I will tie these two in shortly. For now, I will take you to Duncan's ritual, where you will see that immortality ties into a particular ancient weapon. Are you ready, Robert Williams? Here comes your section of the question. Here we go. An ancient weapon I want to talk about as a farmer's tool. The ancient weapon was first a farmer's tool. Oh man. Ooh, Nana? Bring me another water, please. I can't reach these. My throat is getting swollen. Something. Okay, here we go. Take you to the ancient weapon, which started off as a farmer's tool. Let me take you to Duncan's ritual, Duncan's Freemasonic ritual, page 131. Huh? Ready? What is this? What is this? What is Duncan's ritual? Page 131 going to talk about. Here we are, Duncan's Masonic ritual and monitor, annotated. Malcolm C. Duncan. Here we go. Ready, everybody? On page 131. Pass right through here. Thank you, Nat. You can open one for me. Okay, here we go. The scythe. What's this scythe? It's an emblem of time which cuts the brittle thread of life. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And launches us into eternity. Thank you. Huh? What is that? What's the thread of life? I taught you about this already. That's where they stole this concept called the setut and the ma'at. The ma'at, which was the chord, and the setut, which was the echo, that would create an image of the connective of the pure energetic projectable double. Sorry, let me wipe my face. The bioenergetic template, echoing energy to the pure energetic projectable double. And when you see the connection, it would appear as what people call a silver cord. Here are the Masons taking this, and they say it's the emblem of time, which cuts the brittle thread of life. And what does a silver cord connect you to? It launches you into eternity. Here's the Masons talking about being launched into eternity. Behold, the havoc of SCYTHE, of time, makes among the human race. If by chance we should escape the numerous evils incident to childhood and youth, with health and vigor arrive at years of manhood, yet with all we must soon be cut down by the all-devouring scythe of time and be gathered into the land where our fathers have gone before us. Brother Gabe, permit me to call to your attention the last emblem on the carpet, the spade, setting maul, coffin, grave, and sprig of acacia. The spade, which dug the grave for the man that died on the 12th hour, but 12 men recanting, our Grandmaster, that's HIRAM ABIFF. So there's the 12 again. May soon dig ours. The setting maul, by the way, here's where your Grim Reaper comes from. The setting maul, which terminated his earthly existence, may be among the casualties which will sooner or later terminate ours. The coffin, which received his remains, may soon receive ours. The grave that abode for the dead, which may soon be our grave. The acacia, that evergreen, which marked the temporary resting place of the illustrious dead. The Christmas tree that bloomed and flourished at the head and the Grand Master's grave, and was cause of its timely discovery and its emblem of our faith in immortality of the soul. Here are the Freemasons talking about this knife type tool is a symbol that ends with the emblem of our faith in the immortality of the soul, which never dies. Where are the Freemasons getting the concept of a soul that never dies being associated with this type of blade? Where does that come from? Is that in any ancient culture by any chance? Is there any connection with that particular one, the one that has the curve to it, with the association of that particular blade with immortality of the soul, the Ba, that never, never, no, never dies? Let's go. Let's find out, everybody. Ready? And here you go. Robert Williams, are you ready? Woo! There we go. I think it's page 131. Freemasonic ritual. Duncan. There you go. But why? Why is it moving so far? Hold on, I don't want to move that far. Here we go. But why? Why is that? Why is this blade being associated with immortality and never, ever, ever dying? What's the reason of it before Duncan's ritual? Where did the concept come from? But why? Why is that? Let's go back to the indigenous people. Why? Originally, with this knife-like tool was associated with, reason why it was associated with immortality, this is because the scythe tool comes from the Kopesh, which was originally a farming tool that was used as a weapon. And it represented the resurrection of Osiris in the cutting of wheat, which was the sustenance of the country, which is why it's seen in so many different scenes amongst the many farmers in the ancient Nile Valley. So see this, get a good look at this blade here, this curve right here that they call the scythe. Remember that the farmer is where you get the concept of you reap what you sow. Okay? The farmer is the original one that sows the seeds and then you reap it. Remember, this shape here is known to you not as the Masonic scythe, but known to you as the symbol of death that a man holds. And what is he called? He's called the farmer. He has the farmer's tool, and he's called the Grim Reaper. He's literally called the Reaper with the farming tool. Where did this come from before it was associated with horrific images of a crazy Grim Reaper there to kill you, or the Masonic scythe? Why is this scythe symbol or this weapon that was a farmer's tool originally associated with immortality? And that goes back way before any Mason was ever born or any form of Mason was thought of, where they actually took it from the original symbol, yet noted that image, not the Grim Reaper, but the original Reaper. There it is right here, as seen again as the farmer's tool in the Per HERU. You see it right there? The scythe. This is what cuts the wheat. And there is Ani and Tutu in the Per HERU with the wheat. You see the blade with the hook right there with the curve? That is called the scythe today. And it was a symbol of wheat, cutting the wheat, which was a symbol of Osiris and immortality. And I'm going to walk you through and show you why it became a palindrome symbol, the symbol of life and death. Here we go, everybody. This scythe, as they call it, this scythe, as they call it, originally called the Kopesh, was the symbol of what's called the thigh upon the belt of the circumpolar stars. Ah, man. If y'all are getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. Please, let me know. Let me know if you're all hearing about the scythe and the circumpolar stars and the Freemasons using this, which was the tool of Ani and Tutu. If y'all are getting this anywhere else, let me know if you heard about the scythe being the thigh of the circumpolar belt. Here we go. The scythe was called the thigh. This was called the thigh, ladies and gentlemen. The thigh of the circumpolar stars, a set of stars that appears not to move. Thus, they represented immortality. You know, like the Masons say, the scythe represents that your soul never, never, no, never dies, because the scythe represented the circumpolar stars, which never moved. To the ancient people of MAAT in the Nile Valley, it was a symbol of, they were a symbol of immortality. These stars are in the direction of the Ursa Minor constellation, of which the great Aku, that people are calling the Great Pyramid, King's Chamber, is aligned with and it's pointed to in the form of shafts. So when you, oh man, oh boy, here we go. So when you go to the king's chamber, what do you see? Here's how the ancients viewed it, and here's where the scythe, as they call it, comes into play. This one's called Kopesh. And now here we are with the circumpolar stars. And see this area here, Ursa Minor. And you can see what they call the king's chamber, which was the Hepapet, the king's chamber pointing to. And the middle chamber, the middle area pointing to the Ursa, and this area right here. See that area right here? That became known as the Kopesh. Why is that? We're going to divide those stars and show you why this is associated with the Kopesh and the immortality of Osiris and the immortality of you. This area represented resurrection because it represented the area in the body from which babies come down. From females also, which is the female's thigh. But how so? Look at the shape of the knife that is being called today the scythe in Freemasonry. Here's that shape. You see that? Start off as the farmer's tool. How does this tie into the woman's thigh? Why was this called the Kopesh? In ancient times, way before Freemasonry was ever thought of or stolen or taken. Where does this come from? How was this originally the female's thigh from which you are born upon, which became the symbol of what is in the Ursa Minor star constellation that you will find out here at the Tehuti class. Are you ready, everybody? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. We're in the wrong music. We're in the wrong music. This is Tehuti Overdrive. This is Matrix breaking music. Let's get back to the Matrix breaking music, shall we? Yes, we shall. Are you ready? Let's go. Here we go. Put on the real music, shall we? Here we go. Boom. Ready? Here we are. This farming tool developed into this. Here it is, everybody. You see the curve is there. This farming tool developed into what eventually became the Kopesh. This is the bronze Kopesh with the name of Pharaoh Ramesses Louvre Museum. And here it is right here. That's why you see the one that he actually had was in this shape. And the one that he's holding is also in the farmer's shape. From Rames II, all the way to Rames IV. This is 1200 BC in the Museum of Fine Arts and the Louvre Museum. See the Kopesh? Tehuti, you're getting too serious with this. You always... You see, this at times is under my pillow. I await. If the person can get through my vipers, if the person can get through all the rattles and the vipers and not be scared off, I wait for them to come in. Because this is the palindrome. This, under me, is a hook to the shoulder, gouges the shoulder and the guts, while chopping from both sides and stabbing and grabbing the guts and pulling. It's a symbol of death, like the Netter symbol. It's a symbol of the great warrior, the great fighter, you know, the killer, the one who defends the family, the ones that defend the Nile Valley and Ma'at against real wars, the real ops, the real wars, not computer wars, not debates, but real fights with bloodshed. So the ancient Netiru were so advanced that the symbol that started off as the life-giving symbol, why? Because it was the farmer's tool. The farmer's tool brought life in the form of wheat. So it started off as the farmer's tool, bringing you life. Then it was developed into the defending tool that brings death to Isfet and death to the Apep. And then it was made into a Kopesh symbol of the stars, which represents everlasting life. This thing is about 25 pounds. I'm glad I got a little bit of muscle. This is hurting, and I can't drop it. This is extremely sharp. This is the Kopesh of Ramesses. Yeah, let them play. Let them play around, man. I think we have time to waste. Let them play around. Look at this right here. Let them play around. This is a real thing. So it's a palindrome, a symbol of that which gave life, the wheat, that which takes life. This is a symbol of giving life and taking life simultaneously. This is not a joke. This was a serious thing that was used in weaponry. Can I still be heard, Nana, on the computer? You see what's on the screen? You see what's on the screen? The lady? There we go. Can you hear me talking too? To the mic? Or am I muted? You hear me talking? This now swords in this type of sword fighting is associated with China, which is a beautiful thing because they are the masters. But originally, before there was ever a China, there was Kemetic sword fighting with the Kopesh. It was a symbol of life and death. There she is with the beautiful hair and the ankh. Represent. A symbol of life and death. That which takes life, that which gives life, and that represents immortal life. A palindrome. The checkerboard, the black and white that the Freemasons use. The temperature, that's cold and hot, but it's on the same temperature. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, degrees. Here we go, everybody ready? So boom. Let's go like this. Boom, 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 and boom. Let's continue, everybody. Let's go. Let's pull an all-nighter. Here we go. Here's the Kopesh. Start off as a farming tool that gives life, turn into a sword which takes life, and then became the symbol of the Ursa Minor star constellation. It's a palindrome that representing that which takes life equals death, and that which births life, the female's inner thigh, or the cow thigh, called the head HERU. But how, Tehuti? How does it represent the cow thigh? Let me show you the ingenious of the Netiru. Here is the Meduneta word, Kopesh, in the shape. Get a good look. Ready? Here we go. There's the knife right there. Ready? Starts off as a farming tool. There's the knife. And then what does it become? Ready? Here we go. The music stopped. There it is. It's the thigh of the cow. The head HERU thigh called Kopeshu. Kopeshu was the word for thighs. The thigh of the cow and the thigh of the woman. The thigh of the cow and the thigh of the woman is that which the baby comes down from. Because originally, human babies along the Nile Valley were born similar to how cow babies are born. A cow does not lay down on its back, it sits up, stands up, and the cow comes down the thigh. The original birthing ceremony in Kemet, no woman laid on her back. She sat up, and the child came down through the thighs. So thus the thighs represented rebirth, and the shape which represented the Kopesh. Why? Because the Kopesh that was being spoken of was this. Ding, 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 ding. Something that has a long, narrow handle and a broad, wide ending, which today they call the Big Dipper, which is the Ursa Minor star constellation from the area of the circumpolar stars that don't move, and the King's Chamber points to it, which represents immortality, because thus you are rebirthed in the Kopesh, the life giver, just as it started off with the farmer, which represents Osiris, and then the knife which takes your life, and then right back to the Ursa Minor star constellation, and you being born in between the woman's thighs again. That is what the ancients said, not the New Age movement, not the opinionated crew. This is in chapter 17, plate 2 of the Per Heru. Speaking of the Kopesh, this is in the pyramid text. It is these who are behind the constellation of the thigh. Who? Osiris's sons. Imseti, Hapi, Duamutef, Kepsunuf. 4 of them, where are they? Symbolically, they are behind the constellation of the thigh in the northern sky. That is the Kopesh, where the chamber points to. Huh? That's straight from the Per Heru and the pyramid text. The Kopesh, the thigh, and the sword. If your teacher is teaching this, you know, after he teaches 52,000 hours of the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, 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 and the Bible's wrong, and the Bible's wrong, the Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, the Bible's wrong, the Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, and the Bible's wrong, the Hebrews are wrong, Hebrews are wrong, the Egyptians are. After 52,000 hours of that, when does he ever get to the Kopesh? That's in the actual writings. You care about the blackness, you care about the nose and the lips and the skin, you care about what came from the indigenous people's minds? Huh? They spoke about the Kopesh. Ramesses fought with it and killed people with it. It's a real physical thing. It's a farmer's tool that also fed the nations of Kemet. Do you talk about that? Are you just talking about the Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and black, and Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, and Egyptians are black? And tomorrow, the new topic is Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and black. Do you talk about what the people talked about? Because the Kopesh is the Ursa Minor star constellation, which is Heru's thighs, from which the child comes down, which represents immortality that was associated with the woman. She was the pet. That was the pet. Called the pet coming down. That's why the child comes down, looks up to the pet. That's a whole nother class. The expansion, the woman's leg, and then the water breaks. That's why the same word for pet, which is heaven, means water breaking down, because it also represents the rain coming down. The water breaking, the rain coming down, which fueled the Nile, which created the flood, so the farmers could have their seeds so that they could reap what they sow. No Green Reaper here, buddy. We're playing around. Let's go. They gotta kill me, man. Kill me quick. They gotta get rid of me and go back to Egyptians are black, and all the mundane conversations. Go back to that. Get rid of the two. Ready? Here we go. So this is the Ursa Minor star constellation. Huh? They like this set, the white lady. They like this, man. I think they like this. I don't know. Do they like this more than Dunkin' Donuts? Boom. The Big Dipper, the shape of the Kopesh, the stars of immortality, the resurrection of AUSAR from the rigor mortis stiff state as the body gets after death to an awakened state as the boss soul is rebirthed. So when the body dies, it's stiff like it's frozen. And then it rebirthed with the pure energetic projectable double, echoing from the bioenergetic template called the Ka, and the Ba is the echo, the Satut in Medu Netter. Here we go. Wow, Tehuti, people say, when I taught this section here in 1998, wow, Tehuti, but how does all of this tie into 33? Let me ask the class, what degree is freezing point? Can you tell me, everybody? Type it in the room. I'm going to give you a minute, and I'm going to come off the screen. What degree is freezing point when water becomes stiff and hard, as rigor mortis does after the body dies? I'm going to give you all a minute. I'm going to come off the screen and just type it in the room. What degree is freezing point? I'll be right back. I am back, everybody. I am back. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Put the comments on the screen. What degree is freezing point, everybody? What degree? 32, 32, 32, 32, 32, 32.6. He has the point down. 32 point. Okay, it's 32. You're all right. Ding, 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 ding. 32, 32. 32 is freezing point, right? Woo, this class right here, boy. This is what happens when you ask 2 questions and give $99 to $100 per question. You get the entire night. Here we go. Not one piece of slander, not one cursing, not one piece of anger, not one derogatory thing said to anybody. Have you ever watched a YouTube channel, conscious channel, breaking out anything like this, where there was nothing, no negativity, nothing, just straight coming from information? Here we go, right? Coming from guidance. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. Are you ready? Let's get into it. Here we go. They're wasting time. Here we go. Wow, Tehuti, but how does all of this tie into 33? Let me ask the class, what degree is freezing point? When does water become stiff and hard, as rigor mortis does after the body? Huh? When? You all had it right? And the answer was, as you all had it, and I'll go ahead and show comments on the screen. Boom, 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 boom. 33, you all are good. 33, 32, 32, 32. Is it on the screen? It should be. 32, Mary's Web 32, Don P 32, 32, 32, 32. All y'all 32'd up, 32'd up, 32. So the answer is 32. It should be on the screen. I don't see it, but I'll go ahead and take that off. 32, 32, 32, 32, 32, 32. That's the answer. Here we go. Boom, 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 and boom. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Ding, 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 ding. You all got it right. Excellent answers, everybody. And the answer is ba, 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 ba. That's right. Freezing point of water temperature, where liquid water changes to solid ice, 32. 32 degrees Fahrenheit. You all got it right. 32, 32, 32, 32. Yes, 32 degrees. Thus, what degree would represent the first stage of awakening of the soul? That is the Freemasons say. What does it say the SCYTHE is? The soul that never, never, no, never dies. So it would be the awakening of the soul. What degree would be the awakening of the soul into its final journey, coming out of a body that's rigor mortis or frozen? Rigor mortis, mortis rigor. What degree would that be? That would represent coming out of freezing point, you know, like a hibernating animal. Some frogs, some flies in the winter, some turtles, they go into freezing point. In the summer, they literally de-thaw and they're swimming around again. And the fly that was frozen, stuck on the fence, de-thaws, and then he's back flying around again. What degree would represent that? Lick it! Lick it! 33, 33, 33, 33. Daniel Setmer, welcome to the Tehuti podcast. 33, 33, 33. So 32 is the frozen state, that's death. And thus 33 would represent resurrection onto the journey where you're under the 12 judges. That's 33, the awakening. You never wonder why they considered it degrees? It couldn't be the degrees on a ruler. It couldn't be the degrees in a circle, because the circle has 360. Circle, square, things have way more than 33 degrees. The only thing that stops at 30, that ends right when you're about to reach 33 degrees, is the freezing point. Then 33 would be a new stage, ending at 32, and 33 would be the pinnacle, because that's when you're reaching mortality. Me and George Washington wrote this. Here we go, everybody ready? So the soul, that, as the Freemasons say, that the SCYTHE represents, the same thing the Kemetic, the people of Tamaray, Smawi, Tawi, Kemet say, the resurrection, the Ursa Minor star constellation, the circumpolar stars, boom, 33 degrees, the resurrection. So we can see how the term degree and 33 now makes sense when referring back to the SCYTHE, the Kopesh, and the resurrection into immortality that the Freemasons speak about that came from our ancient ancestors. The 33 degree will be the first degree of resurrection. What's the term degrees? Why the term degrees? This temperature, now the term degrees makes perfect sense because it's actually speaking about temperature. That's degrees, right? Not the measuring degrees, but the temperature degrees that never, ever, ever, never, no, never dies. Whew. From the original concept going back over 5,000 years ago to the Techet. This comes from the original concept going, oh man. How many classes of it? Is the class still going? No. Oh my goodness, man. And my favorite teachers are, this comes from the concept over 5,000 years ago to the Techet, which was the immortal body resurrecting, also represented as a farmer resurrecting his crops each year. Underneath, we see Osiris. So remember the man using the Kopesh, cutting the wheat? What do we see under the wheat? There's your 32. What do we see under the wheat? We'll get to it. We see 3,000 years before the Matrix as Netter in the Nile Valley living by Ma'at. We call this 32-degree frozen state Earth. It was called Earth. Not 32 degrees, it was called Earth. Earth, which means what? Earth represents the state of the deceased in a rigor mortis state, and the body appears to be frozen, as stated directly by our ancestors in the definition of Earth. Earth means to rest, motionless. Motionless, to rest. Then the 33 degree is when something dethaws and can move again, like an animal in hibernation. We call this inert, F. He who rests not. It's a word that goes from he who is stiff and can't move, the deceased state. Now he's resurrected. He who rests not, because he's in a state of the earth. By the way, you know what earth means in Metanetter also? Thigh. That's what your teacher taught you? Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, 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 black. Earth also means thigh. So now it makes perfect sense in the context of the original people. That in the rigor mortis state, stiff, you're in the earth state, and then the im-earth-tef state, now you're starting to move again. Why? Because the body is stiff, dead. The word for dead is mort. Mort is from the word mut. It's from mut. That's why when you look up mut in Metanetter, what does it mean? Mother and death. Did your teacher teach you that too? Huh? Did their teacher teach them that? If they taught them the Egyptians are black, did the teacher teach them that the word mother, the thing that you're born from, also means death? Did they teach them that? What's that? They taught them that. Huh? They learned that somewhere else too. Where? Nowhere. Nowhere did your teacher teach you that. The word mut, which created the word mort. Mort is in mortuary, and the mortician, and rigor mortis, mort is from mut. Mut, which means mother and death. Thus the thigh is called the ort. Why? Because the ort represents the frozen state, and then the state where you're reborn as you came through your mother. That these people today call a twat. Let's get back to class. Let me teach you this. Here we go. You ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. If not, please support the Tehuti podcast if you're about potato chips before. Here we go. Boom. So there it is. There's the ort, which is thigh, the same as Kopesh, which means thigh. The ort, which is motionless, which is the frozen state. And then you're in or tef, which is he who rests not, because now you're resurrected. Now you're reborn, as the child is reborn through the thighs of the mother. That's the Kopesh, the life giver and the life taker. That's where the mother is, the life giver and the life taker. Why? Because in order to be reborn again through the mother energy, you must die. You can only die for once having lived. So you're lucky to die. There we go. And there's the Techet symbol, which is what? There's the man, there's the farmer over the wheat. And who's under the wheat that the Kopesh was cutting? Osiris, laying down in the green, representing fertility. He's called the Uwachet. He's under the wheat. Huh? He's under the wheat that's being cut by the Kopesh. Now he resurrects into a state called Techet. Why? Because the serpent is around the laying down Osiris, see right here? And then when it fully wraps around in a circle, 360 degrees, then Osiris resurrects. So thus, Techet means eternity, everlasting, lasting forever, unending eternity. Because now you are eternity personified. Techet, eternity personified. Huh? Yeah. Let me stop. And now you have learned for the first time in your life, and it makes perfect sense why the Freemasons use this farmer tool called the SCYTHE and associated it with immortality, as we see the same tool being used over the same wheat with the resurrection of Osiris associated with the farmer, the raising of wheat in the Ursa Minor star constellation in the shape of a thigh, from which in between the thighs of a woman, female energy, all life is born. This was the original teachings that created the concept of the degrees, as in the rebirth out of rigor mortis state, at 33rd degree being the degree of resurrection, de-thawing, the pinnacle point of Freemasonry. Is Tehuti still talking about school? The Egyptians are black. There's Osiris, whichever one you call him. Osiris, Osar, he's both. Osiris, Osar, and there he is. And there's the wheat. There's the SCYTHE, which originally called the Kopesh. There's Osiris underneath. There's the Kapeshu, meaning the thighs, reborn in the Ursa Minor star constellation. Not because you get zapped to the Ursa Minor star constellation, but because in the direction of the Ursa Minor star constellation are unmovable stars, which means that you see them 24 hours, which represents light immortality, which is what you become as a Ku. Immortal light. Techet Ku. I know your teacher taught you that. And thus now you know the origin, what you see, that you see around you. That's the purpose of me teaching these classes. I'm showing you that you should be able to walk up to a Freemason and convert him in one day. Yeah? You show a Freemason this. You show your Shriner friend this, and tell me he doesn't come out of Freemasonry. Tell me he would rather stay in Freemasonry and say that's the original than come to the original, knowing that it's all stolen. You should be able to walk into a Freemasonic lodge and show all this and blow them away. Now you know the origin of what you see around you when you see these cultural vultures, culture vulture, stealing the symbol but not giving you the original story or the credit in the context of the original. And if they still acknowledge, and they don't acknowledge or place the netter for this, and now here are the culture vultures, and they don't live by the story. The culture vultures just take the symbolism and create their new age narrative, and now you can recognize it when you see these people. Here are the Moors, Noble Drew Ali. What's that above his head? There's the Kopesh. Hold on, please. Huh? There's the Kopesh. They call the scimitar sword. There are the Moors, right? And remember Public Enemy song? Mother F him and John Wayne, because I'm black and I'm proud. I'm ready, I'm hype, and I'm amped. Most of my heroes don't appear on those stamps. Remember that? Mother F him and John Wayne. You wanna meet John Wayne? Can I introduce you to John Wayne? Is John Wayne in the podcast? John Wayne, come front, John Wayne. What the heck? Step up, John Wayne. Uh-oh. John Wayne and NASA's Apollo 11 Buzz Aldrin. There they are with the Kopesh on their head that they call the scimitar sword, the scythe of the Shriners Freemasonry. There's your John Wayne. Did you know John Wayne wore the Kopesh? But when they see Tehuti, are you wearing the ancient? You're taking it too far. You're caught up in the past. This is the new day and time. You just say that to John Wayne? Did your mom say it to John Wayne? Anything said to Buzz Aldrin? Harry Truman? No, it's okay. They can live in the past. It's okay for them. But as soon as I wear the original, I pull out the original. Why do you have one, Tehuti? Get yourself a GAT. Get yourself a 9mm. I'm afraid of them. I had one. It was under my pillow. I was like, what if this goes off and shoots my mate's head? I'm good. I had a Glock 19 I used to sleep with under my pillow. I was like, what if these things somehow pop off? I'm watching guys walking with it, just pops off. What if I'm sleeping, having a dream, and I just hit it and it pops off one of my turt's head? I move the Glock. I'll put the sword down there. Let me just deal with the sword, and somebody breaks in, I'm going to throw 3 rattlesnakes on him. Break in, I'm going to pretend I'm sleeping and just go and venom pump you. There we go. Manny says, no! Robert Williams says, mind-blowing answers again and again. Come and break in my house. Break in here, please. I know exactly how to get to my vipers and keep them calm and lay in bed with them until you come in. Come on in. Come on in. Let's wrestle with 2 vipers. Huh? Yeah, put a murder charge on the viper. Here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 and boom. Ready, everybody? Mother F that man, John Wayne. There you go. So there's Noble Draw Lee and John Wayne. Noble Draw Lee and John Wayne wearing the same hat. How does that work? Huh? There's Buzz Aldrin. Oh, by the way, tell me if this makes sense. Let me ask the class, what is it you receive when you achieve? Remember, this is still about school, right? What is it you receive when you achieve what you went to college, university for? Your title, for example, called your bachelor's. What is it called, everybody, again? What do you receive again? Your bachelor's, what's happening in the room? It's called a bachelor's something. I don't know. What do you get? A bachelor? Let me get some water. I never made it past grade 9, so you gotta help me out. What is it called? The bachelor's or a degree? Now you receive degrees in school? I thought degree was a temperature. Wait a minute. You receive a bachelor's degree. Why, are you single? Are you single? Huh? A female can receive a bachelor's degree? I thought bachelors were single men. What's happening here? Why do you have a degree? Why is it called a degree? Master's degree? Bachelor's degree, huh? They told me in grade 5 degree was a temperature. I thought degree was a measurement on the compass and the square, like the Masons. Those measure degrees. I didn't know you can have degrees as a piece of paper and you're a bachelor now. The same thing as a single man. Yes, degree. Yeah, you get a degree. A degree was a temperature or a measurement. A measurement with a compass in the square. Huh? Now it's something you get after you dress up as an alumni Here we go. I got my bachelor's degree. What do they call that? Anybody know? All your bachelors out there, talk to me. Tell me. Talk to Tehuti. Talk to me right now. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Why is it called a bachelor's degree? Why is that? Why is a bachelor the same thing as a man who's single? I got myself a bachelor pad. We're going to have a bachelor party. Before I get married, we're having a bachelor party. You know why? Because last year I got my bachelor's degree. Wait a minute. What does a bachelor's party have to do with a degree at a unit of college? Wait a minute. I'm a bachelor's degree. I'm a single man. We're having a bachelor party. I got a bachelor pad, and now I'm getting a bachelor degree. What do these things have to do with each other? What's a bachelor? Somebody tell me, what is a bachelor? Huh? If somebody walked up to you and said, are you if you were married and somebody walked up to you and said, are you a bachelor? You'd say, no, I'm married. No, I meant to say, do you have a degree? That's the temperature. Well, are you a single man that carries a temperature like 32 to 33? It's chaos. It's complete anarchy. And that's why nobody to this day, I'm walking around, what is a bachelor's degree? What is bachelor? Anybody know what bachelor is? Help out a brother, man. Bachelor? Tell me what bachelor is. And when you say what it is, link the source to the college that says that. See, what happens in slavery, mental slavery, is the master tells you something, doesn't give you an answer, and then when you're asked about it, you start to scramble and scuffle because you have to defend the master. You start to give answers, and you start to do reverse reasoning, and you start to make up a bachelor means that it's a single man, because when you came out of college, you were single. It was just you. So you're a bachelor about to start off your life, and you're not, most college students aren't married, and the degree means, it's a temperature in the raising of frequency of your brain that raises. And I'm like, can you show me that in the 1700s when they came up with that term? Give source reference when they came up with that term that it says everything you just said. Are you scrambling for your master? You're scrambling for the master because you are embarrassed that you don't have an answer beforehand. Because when you got it, you never asked the question. Why is a bachelor a single man? And a bachelor is also the degree that you get after you get up as alumni, that you graduate. Why is it? Why is it called a degree? You never asked. The school never told you. So they never told you what the widow's peak is on the cap. Well, you have to turn it that way so that the point is this way. Why the gown has to be red and black. Why you get a thing called a diploma. We're about to find out though. Huh? So Tehuti, you're a party wrecker. Party pooper. You're a party pooper. You poop on our party. Here we go. Let's call it a bachelor's degree. Are you ready, everybody? Huh? Are you ready, everybody? Because in the beginning of the pod class, I showed this. This is the master's class. This is when I was putting it together, like, this is a retirement class. Here it is. Huh? What does the bachelor's degree have to do with this guy? See that guy right there? The Knights of Templar? Huh? Does your bachelor's degree have anything to do with that guy right there? No, Tehuti. Ain't nothing. It means you're a single man. You don't have you're a single woman bachelor. You get a degree in single parenthood. Support the Tehuti pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. Let's get into the Knights of Templar, shall we? Because your teacher never told you that you have a bachelor's degree, did he? No, she did not. When you come up with answers, you're scrambling because you never actually sourced it back to any university encyclopedia from the 1700s, from when they made up the. I love it, man. I love it, man. Let's get into it. You ready? Here we go. Here's why you have your bachelor's degree. Are you ready? Are you ready? You're going to learn this for the first time in your life, May 24th, 2025, at the Tehuti pod class. As always, I always give dates to when you learn something the first time, because I always give 3 to 5 minutes or 2 minutes to let everybody put in the answer to the question. The time is up. You put in the answers weren't correct, and boom, here you go. Uh-oh. Hey, man. Bachelor's degree. Boom. Now you're receiving a degree, just as the Freemasons. But let's continue. You're receiving a degree. Does that make sense to you? What does temperature have to do with your graduation, unless all of these terms and dress codes in school derived from Freemasonic magic practices that you partake in without even questioning it? Why is your qualification paper named after a temperature degree after you passed the 12 and can now make yourself what you want, like the 12th degree of Freemasonry? This is the 12th degree of the architect of Freemasonry. Why is it called a bachelor's degree? Are you ready, everybody? Build the suspense. Go back to Duncan's Freemasonic ritual, when I will show you now. I couldn't even write this right. We'll play Sonic Lights. I didn't even write this right. What I will show you now are these knights, Masonic knights, typo. Masonic knights that were enforcing Christianity through death on native people. Who are the Masonic knights? Who are the Masonic knights that were enforcing Christianity and death amongst native people? Who were they? Are you ready, everybody? Guess what they... Oh my God. Guess what they say the source astronomical principle from? And guess how the knights are graded? Guess what the word is? Let's go to the page 251 of the Duncan's Ritual on Freemasonry. Ready, everybody? Here we are, back to Duncan's Ritual again. Are you ready? Uh-oh, additional degrees. Here we go. You ready for the additional degrees, everybody? Uh-oh. Let's go additional degrees, everybody. Additional degrees, including those considered legitimate, amount to upward of 50. These are founded partly upon astronomical principles, agreeing with the ancient worship of the Egyptians. The Freemasonics are saying they're doing things based on astronomical principles that agree with the Egyptians. Why do they want to agree with the Egyptians? And partly upon Hebrew and Christian doctrines. It may be remarked in general that many of the degrees of knights are founded on Christian knighthoods got up in the time of the Crusades in the 12th century, and that the ceremonies thereof are an imitation of those superstitious establishments. The former Grand High Priest of the chapters of the state of New York informs me that he initiated a French gentleman into the degree of Knights of Malta. He told him he was a member of the ancient order of that time. Oh my God. Ancient order of that time. Here we go. Grand High Priest of the chapters in the state of New York informs me that he initiated a French gentleman into the degree of the Knights of Malta, who told him that he was a member of the ancient order of that time. Oh man. In the ceremony, we need another holder for this. And the ceremonies were very similar. Ready, everybody? Are you ready? There's the Knights of Templar, Knights of Malta. These were the knights that came in as murderers, killing anyone that didn't accept Christianity. Look at the symbol right there. I want you to memorize that symbol right there. Can we get a good look at it? Get a good look at the symbol right there, everybody. Just memorize that. It may come up later. It may come up later. Who's Tehuti's teacher? It may come up later. So there's the Knights Templar. There's the G symbol. There's a Knights Templar with the sword and the Knights of Malta. These were the knights that went around with the Pope killing anyone that didn't accept Christianity. These were the broad hand swords, blood hand of the Catholics. Are you ready, everybody? How does it tie into the bachelor's degree, dude? Wait a minute. Additional degrees. So we read this already. So there they are. There are the knights. There are the degrees of the knights. Knights of Templar. You see that right there? Additional degrees. The degrees of the knights. Founded on Christian knighthood. You see right there? Degree of the knights. There's their degree. Are you ready, everybody? Oh, so you graduated and you earned your bachelor's degree. Congratulations. What is a bachelor, by the way? You have no clue until today. May? Is it May right now? None? May, right? Yeah. May 24th, 2025 at the Tehuti podcast. You have no idea. Let me tell you again. You have no idea what a bachelor is until today. May 24th, 2025. Are you ready for the first time in your life to learn what a bachelor really is? I think you are. And if you're not, you still are. You ready, everybody? Uh-oh, here we go. Ready, everybody? Bachelor's degree. Oh, so you graduated and earned your bachelor's degree. Congratulations. What is a bachelor, by the way? You have no clue until today, May 24th, 2025, at the Tehuti podcast. Can we simmer down the music? Simmer down the music? Yes, we can. Let's calm down the music. Dun 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 dun. Bachelor 1300. Young man, also youthful knight. Huh? What happened? Young man, also useful knight, novice in arms, bachelor, knight bachelor, young squire, training for knighthood. The unmarried man. Why? Because you couldn't have female distractions like popes and nuns are unmarried in the Catholic. When you step into the knighthood, you're not out supposed to be mingling with the woman. That's why the bachelor was associated with the unmarried man, because the definition of bachelor was the knight. The Knights of Templar that worked for the Catholics in the Spanish Inquisition. That is what the word bachelor means. Defend it now. Defend it now while you have a bachelor's degree. Huh? Backtrack for your master, your grandmaster. Go ahead and make up an answer. You see, we are knights. We're knights of Morehouse. We're the knights because we do our homework at nighttime. We're soldiers for the college. You received a Knights of Templar. They put it right in your face, and you never looked it up. You just accepted it, and you never even said, a bachelor is a man that doesn't have a woman. But why is a bachelor a man that doesn't have a woman? Because the Knights of Templar had to be disciplined, and the Catholic Pope couldn't be focusing on women while they were out in their crusades, and now they can rape women. But as far as trying to develop relationships and have wives and such, they couldn't have that. That is why a bachelor is associated with not having a woman. The definition of the bachelor is the squire ascribing to be a knight in the Catholic Knights of Templar. That's a definition. Go debate the dictionary. Tell me how that turns out for you. Huh? Bachelor. Young squire training for knighthood. So when you got your bachelor's degree, when you got it, at that point, did you become a young squire training for knighthood? They riddle the Freemasonic terminologies all throughout your graduation, make you dress like them, put on the widow's peak with the cap and the gown. You're wearing a gown as a man, wearing the black gown is the same gown as the judge, by the way. You're wearing the black gown. You're going through you're going through the travels. You're going through 12 grades. And now you're receiving degrees in college. You don't know why you're receiving a degree when a degree is a temperature. That's the bachelor's degree and the master's degree. And now you're a bachelor training for knighthood for the Knights of Templar. But that's a diploma certificate that has to do with the job you're going to get. You're not trying to be a Knight of Templar, but they riddle it in so you can keep saying these words, because words are magic and words are vibration, and keep saying it over and over. You know, like when they put the hat on you, I will not move the pencil. I will not move the pencil. I will not move the pencil. Why is that a punishment? I will not sit in the class. I will not laugh in the class. I will not laugh in the class. Why is repeating something over and over again supposed to be teaching you? Because that's pace and lead. So when you keep repeating it, alumni, graduation, I got the hat, I got the garb on, the bachelor's degree, the master's degree, 12th grade. You keep repeating these things over and over again, living them, paying for them, and you're in their magic. We'll debate the Grand Wizard. Leave me alone. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Ready? There you go. There you go, bachelor's degree. You have it. It's called the degree of the knights. The degree of the knights. Right in Duncan's ritual. Do you see that? Additional degree. That's why they call it a degree. There's a degree. It's a degree of what? Christian knighthood for the Crusaders in the 12th century. Huh? The 12th century. When did the word bachelor come into existence? 1300. The same time? Huh? Because it was pertaining to a knight and you're reliving it. You got your bachelor's degree, you're happy. You don't even know why you're being called a bachelor. You're a Knights of Templar. You don't even know it. You're living it out. Oh, they didn't tell you that they didn't tell you that you're training from the Masonic knighthood ritual. The games, these are games they have to reenact. The ritual, these are rituals used as words and dress codes without never ever being asked. Why? To generate their magical power and to control. Bachelor's degree. Then now you know for the first time in your entire life. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class, and you're welcome. Support the pod class. You get this anywhere else? Let me know. Welcome to the Matrix, by the way. Am I still teaching? Oh yeah, told me to keep teaching. Now, that's a typo. Master Masonic alumni dress code with your square cap and your gown and your degree, and you're all ready to go. Let us go back to what this cap and gown really represented, because they did not tell you what it represented when you got your diploma. Or did they? Or did they? Yes, they did. You never paid attention. Are you ready? Here you go. Symbolic building tools of the Freemasons for measuring degrees. There's your compass in your square, and there it is on the Masonic temples. Are you ready, everybody? Uh-oh. Did they tell you about what your diploma? Ha! There we go. Ready, everybody? Let's go. What if I were to tell you that the colleges and the universities openly tell you that this garb and hat is Masonic, but they disguise it under what an original Mason was, which was what? Your practical Mason. They call it practitioner, pragmatic Mason, the actual physical one, but was Masonic nonetheless, because of these Masons use these symbols in Freemasonry. That's our symbolism, as we can see in the original symbolism images of George Washington as he's holding the Masonic tool. So George Washington never used these tools. He's not actually using these tools to build something. As the Freemasons said themselves, the tools represent the principles that they live by. So you see George Washington holding physical tools in his hand with the compass and square on his lap, but he's not actually using them to build a house. George Washington is not actually building houses. They're symbolic of what it means to the Masons. So what do the colleges tell you that the cap is actually for? So what do the colleges and universities officially say, oh my, that the hat of the alumni graduation represents? No conspiracy theory, as people claim, but just the actual words from the official colleges and universities. What they say it is. Let's go. When you look it up, what do they say? We're going to go to Graduation Mall. And what does it say? Here's the official, the history. Oh my God. The history and evolution of the graduation cap, a symbol of academic achievement. Here we go. We're going to go down to the bottom. Why would the graduation cap represent achievement? Huh? Here we go. The graduation cap, also known as the martyr board. Huh? The martyr board? is more than just a piece of headwear. It represents years of dedication, but why? Preservation, but why? And the transition from one chapter of life to another. This iconic cap has been an essential part of the academic regalia for centuries, carrying deep historic significance and evolving into universally recognized symbol of graduation. Why does it represent these things? What is a mortars board? What is that? Let me ask this cute little girl right here. Hold on, you don't even look old enough to graduate. Why are you in it? How'd you pass grade 12? Wait a minute. Let me ask the one beside you. You're too little and cute and young to look like you. Don't look like you should. Why are they show images of the children in it? You tell me you passed grade 12 already? You passed college? Huh? You're in it too? Oh man, leave the children alone. Here we go. And you see where the point is? Boom, point. There it is. Let's move away from her because she's obviously too young. Yet they draped you with all these images of little 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds in the garments. For what purpose? Here we go. But why? Why does it represent? Why? What occupation uses mortar boards? What occupation uses mortar boards? Of course, boom, Freemasons. Masons, the real Masons. They're telling you that it's a Masonic symbol. But they're telling you that it's from the working Masons. A mortar board is on your head. Why that particular symbol? What does that have to do with your college work? That's just one occupation you can get. This is the Masonic, oh man, this is the Masonic Builder's Mason mortar board, but to a building Mason, this does not represent anything. This doesn't represent perseverance or anything. Whenever you use the word representing, speaking of a physical object representing something spiritual, we're having a greater meaning. Now you have entered the realm of the Freemason, where the colleges and the universities are telling you that a mortar board represents success. To a regular Mason who uses it, a mortar board does not represent success. A mortar board does not represent any more success than any more tool. But to the college, the mortar board represents perseverance and success. Does it represent more success than the scraper? Tell us why. To a Mason, he's like, what are you talking about? It doesn't represent success. I use it, I have 100 tools, this is one of them. Something spiritual, so this is the mortar board, they say represents success, dedication, perseverance. This is just one of the hundreds of tools that a building Mason uses. What is so special about this one? To a building Mason, absolutely nothing. But to a Freemason, absolutely everything. So let's see which definition the colleges and universities are using. Are they using the building Mason definition of a mortar board or the Freemason definition? Are the colleges openly using the Freemason definition? This is the longest I've ever thought. No, well, yeah. Oh my gosh. Take another break in 20 minutes if I don't end. So first, what is on the cap that has nothing to do with the physical mortar board that they try and disguise? Look again. Here's the mortar board, everybody. Let me give you a good look at the mortar board. They say this represents a mortar board, right? Here's the mortar board. Why? Why choose this? What does this have to do with success? Every tool the Mason uses is necessary for his success in building a house. The mortar board to a Mason is not any special than the scraper or the shovel or the compass or the square or the bricklaying device. Anything he's using is all needed to build a house. But they're choosing the mortar board. Look what's on this. This is a mortar board, right? What's on this that's not on a regular mortar board? Huh? Let me ask Harry Truman. Hey, former President Harry Truman, can we ask you what is on your hat that is on the graduation hat that they say is a mortar board? Good thing you asked, young fella. Good thing you asked. What's on my hat is a tassel. The tassel's on my hat. Harry Truman, did they use tassels on mortar boards? No, sir. The tassel is a Freemasonic symbol of the journey. Former U.S. President Harry Truman with the Freemasonic Secret Society fez and tassel of the traveling man, the journeyman. This has nothing to do with the mortar board. Why is this on here? And what does a mortar board have to do with the work you... Watch the slave justify. Here we go. Boom. Yes, the tassel of the Freemasonry and the Shriners of the Journeyman. Ask yourself, ask your teachers, ask the school board, what does the tassel have to do with the mortar board unless directly symbolizing Freemasonry? There are no tassels attached to mortar tools, mortar boards. Then remember, the 12th degree is the fellow craftsman on the journey, the traveling man. This is the traveling man, remember? Get these little cute girls out of this nonsense. Get these people out of here. The little 7-year-old girls in the Masonic foolishness. That shows you right there that doesn't represent graduation. Why is there a 7-year-old in it? Here we go. Boom. Ready, everybody? Boom. And when you perform this ritual in school, oh man, wow. Woo! My eyes are gonna burn out. Here we go. And when you perform this ritual in school, the goal of it is to attain what is called an occupation, right? They call it an occupation. Remember that. Remember that word occupation. Back to Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor, ritual page 71 and forward. Are you ready, everybody? Oh my goodness. Who's Tehuti's teacher? Here we are. This is, they were cast hollow, were 4 inches, hands breadth. They are said to have contained archives, masonry. Conductor, brother. I'm going to just read the red. We will pursue our journey. See that? The journey. Arise, pursue your journey. Captain, very well. You can have a passage. And journeying, are you not? We are. Solomon strikes the funeral chime, notes of our departure time as we journey here below through the pilgrimage. This is all about a journey. These symbols represent a journey. The fellow craft, the journeyman. Let's go to the next. Ready? The royal arc. The 7th degree, royal arc, fellow craft or journeyman, master masons, these being deemed appropriate to their occupation. This is where your occupation concept comes from after your journey as a fellow craft journeyman. Then you receive your appropriate occupation. The thing they tell you that you're in a goal for to get through your 12 grades of school. And dress up with this tassel here. Symbolism of the Freemasonic journeyman for the appropriate occupation. Boom. The journeyman of the Freemason that represents his occupation. Now, what is the official explanation as to why the tassel is on the side of the Masonic mortarboard cap to the graduates? What did they actually say this is for? I will tell you right now, they do not hide it. Let me take you to the Honor Society explanation of the tassel. Are you ready, everybody? They're going to tell you openly the Freemasonic definition. They're going to openly tell you, Tehuti, you wrote this. You photoshopped this with George Bush. You and Obama. Oh my goodness, man. Here we go. Honoring the tassel. This is the Honor Society, everybody. Honoring the tassel. History and symbolism. Woo! Of the graduation tradition. What is it? Turning. Symbolism of turning the tassel. The act of turning the tassel carries several layers of symbolism of what? Encapsulating the journey. Do you guys have to go through this? Huh? Anybody making you wear the tassel? The mortar's cap and the tassel on the side is the encapsulation of a journey. The exact same thing that is in Duncan's ritual. The tassel of the journeyman on a journey. The encapsulation of the journey for the traveling man. Now they're telling you that a thing hanging down your side represents a journey. Can you explain that to me, please? When you take a trip to Jamaica, you wear a tassel that represents you're taking a journey? Since when in the world does anything hanging down your side have to do with you making a trip anywhere other than Freemasonry? Now the school system, the honor system is saying, oh, the tassel on the side, that's the encapsulation of your journey. Why, sir? Why? What does this have to do with a journey? Huh? I'm going to Jamaica next week. Do I need a tassel? Hold on, everybody, I'll be right back. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back, everybody. So the tassel's a journey now. Huh? When you take trips, make sure you have a tassel, because a tassel, for some reason, represents a journey. What in the world does a tassel have to do with traveling, unless you're a Freemason? You're telling me the college definition is the tassel represents the encapsulating journey now? Man, listen, no. Ripley, believe it or not, class. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. I don't know what the support is going to be on this. Sometimes I don't know if I should look. Let me see. What is the longest class ever? Let's see. If this is Tony World, please let me know so I can sit back for a second. Here we go. Boom. Ready? So it represents the encapsulation of the journey. It already says it represents achievement. Why does it represent achievement? Because it's the symbol of the encapsulating of the journey. Huh? Just like it says in Duncan's ritual. Boom. They tell you openly. They're not hiding it. They tell you the tassel represents the journey right there in your face. And now you have to explain to your children, of which you have no explanation for, what in the world is a tassel? Does a tassel have to do with taking a journey other than Freemasonic ritual meanings of the journeyman and the traveling man and the tassel in your tassel in your brain has absolutely nothing to do, no connection with taking a trip anywhere. You don't put a tassel on your head to go on a vacation trip, do you? Thus, it is a Masonic symbol of the journey that they said it represents. Now your school is quoting the Masons. Your school is quoting the Freemasons, got the mortar hat, telling you it's from Masonry, but it's not from regular Masonry, it's from Freemasonry. Because to a regular Masonry, a Mortimer board doesn't represent perseverance more than any other tool. And what is your purpose of getting a degree? So that you can gain work titles, so that you can gain work, so that you can receive wages, which is pay. That's why you get a degree, right? You can eventually receive your wages, which is pay, so that you can support yourself and your family. Woo! Oh my gosh, man. Duncan's Freemason. Why'd I do all this? Duncan's Freemasonic Ritual and Monitor, page 135, makes it clear that after you receive your degree of a Master Mason, you can actually do those exact same things. The difference is you travel the journey to different countries. That's where the travel is. Here we are. Nice and clear, too. Nice. Thank you. This came out great. Here we go. Let's go to first section. Duncan's Ritual. Are you a Master Mason? I am. What induced you to become a Master Mason? In order that I may travel to foreign countries, work and receive master's wages, and better enables to support my family, myself and family. The occupation. going through the 12 degrees, like the 12 grades, and putting on the tassel, the hat, the point, the widow's peak, the 12, the HIRAM ABIFF. Now you're a master mason so that you can travel and receive wages. The same thing that you're working for, or supposedly working for in school. Not necessarily, because Bill Gates disproved that. 154 billion. Never graduated from anything. 154 billion. Bring me a college grad, beats up Bill Gates. They work for him. So the only thing that is missing from the definition of your pursuit when you get your degree and the master's mason's degree is traveling to different lands. That's the only difference, right? I mean, if that aspect was a part of the alumni graduation ritual, you would know without a shadow of a doubt by now the school system is a complete copied influence system of Freemasonry. But of course, we all know that traveling to a different land is not within the definition of anything that has to do with your graduation ritual, does it? Let me ask the class, what is it that's wrapped in a red ribbon that's given to you as a part of the graduation ritual? What is this thing called right here? And what do you strive for to get? They give you a certificate, but what is the one a master's what? You receive your college what? Your bachelor's what? What is this thing? What is this one? Not the degree, but what is this piece of paper called? Type that in the room. What is a piece of paper called? Type it in the room, please. What is that piece of paper called? You receive a piece of paper called a what? Not the degree, because you can receive one in high school too. So in high school, when you graduate, you receive your graduation. What's the name of it? Oh, there it is. Somebody got it. We got Mary's Webb diploma, Don P diploma, Amunet diploma, Amunet diploma, Robert Williams diploma. Now, they put these up in the thing. Put this up. Here we go. You all ding 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 ding. There it is. Diploma, certificate, diploma. Your diploma. You receive a diploma. What's a diploma? Did they tell you what that is? Huh? Uh-oh. Oh, man. How many years to tears left? How many years to tears left before they say enough of this? Okay, mister. Okay, mister, enough of this. Enough of this nonsense. What is it? You have a diploma. There you go. So you receive your bachelor's degree, the degree of the Knights of Templar after passing the 12 grades of the Master Architect, and now you now you get your occupation to receive your wages. Let me go back over here. Now you get your occupation to receive for the purpose of receiving your wages. You're told that the tassel is the tassel of the traveling man. We go back over here. The tassel of the traveler. And then when you're asked in school, the honorary system tells you openly that the tassel represents the encapsulation of the traveling. You're wearing the mortarboard of the Mason on your head. Well, the only difference is the Freemasons have all of that. They have the occupation, the wages, the degrees, the 12 grades, 12 levels. They have the tassel. They have the mortarboard's board. They have the hat. They have all of that. The only difference is the only thing that you're missing in school is the Freemasons traveling to foreign countries aspect. That's the only thing that's missing in this ritual, or is it? A diploma, huh? Diploma. What is a diploma? Did they tell you? Slate paper, official document. Okay, cool. Latin, diploma given to persons traveling to provinces. Did you know that, young man, young lady? That completes the ritual. That's everything now. The thing they give you, the name of it, means given to persons traveling to other provinces. First section. Are you a Master Mason? I am. What induced you to become a Master Mason? In order that I may travel to foreign countries, work and receive master's wages being better and able to support my family now that you have your occupation. The only thing that was missing from the graduation ritual was the traveling to different lands. Uh-oh, it wasn't missing because it's in there, because the thing they give you, they purposely call it something that gives you the ability to traveling to different land masses. Nothing about... Did I say Hotep I'm done or what? I don't know. How many Hotep I'm done is in this class? Can I end the class now? Can I end the class? Did you know that, all you college grads? You know the thing you receive is the last and final thing. They gave you the tassel. They told you that's the traveling man, the journeyman who leaves, who goes to make better for himself and family, because now that he's a traveling man, he gets an occupation to receive wages. He has the tassel. He's the traveling man. And the only difference in your school ritual is that you didn't have anything that associated with going to different provinces. Now you do. It's a diploma, which means the ability to travel to different provinces. Yeah, man. I don't have a Hotep I'm done yet. I'm searching for the Hotep I'm done. I don't know. There's not in here yet. Oh man, Vision Ray says keep going. Damn. Traveling to different countries. That's what a diploma means. Did you know that? They didn't tell you that. Tehuti made it up. Tehuti wrote the dictionary with Wallis Budge and George Washington and Obama. Are you a master mason? I am. What induced you to become a master mason? In order that I may travel to foreign countries. Work, that's the goal of graduating. Receive master's wages, that's the goal of graduating. Being better to enable and support myself and family, that's the purpose of passing the grade 12s and getting a diploma. The only thing missing was traveling to other countries. Diploma given to persons traveling to other provinces. Welcome to the Matrix, everybody. If your teachers taught you this, put the link in the room. I'll send you every donation that ever came in for this podcast. Like I said in the beginning of class, you have been groomed for this since a child. Let me introduce, there's no hotel I'm done yet. Let me introduce you to the Guide for Planning Public Schools Week, the public schools in history and objectives. Here it is. And here's the guide, everybody. The Guide for Planning Public Schools Week, History is Objectives. This is the guide. Here's the Guide for Planning the Public Schools Week. The schools are celebrating with the guideline creators of the public school system that your children are in, at least in this section in California, where they're celebrating across the states. They are having a 100-year anniversary of those who produced the guide for the public school planning. But who produced the guide for the public school planning that they're celebrating? Who produced the works? Not just the school guide, but actually what happened in the planning. Who produced the guide? The guide means you said the original, and then others follow. California Freemasons. California Freemasons, a public school week guide produced by the Masons of California in the mid-1960s and distributed to schools throughout the state. Who made it up? The California Freemasons are the ones creating the guide for the public school week. What in the world does Freemasons have to do with guiding the school week? Did you know that? They're the creators of the guide for the school week. Boom, California Freemasons. There it is. 100 years after the first public schools week, California Masons support for public education indoors. They created the guide, the Freemasons, for your kitty kid kitties. You know, that's why you call them goats. That's why you call your children goats. Why do you call your children kids? It's goats. Here we go. Freemasons today, 100 years after the Grandmaster, Grandmaster Charles Adams first proclaimed the information of Public Schools Week in California, later to become Public Schools Month. Masonic support remains a bedrock principle of the fraternity, and while the scope of scale of that support have waxed and waned over time, here are the teachers. Teachers from the Cameron Elementary School in Barstow were honored by Barstow Lodge number 682 in this 1961 photograph. Here's who gets the honors from the lodge. See that? Do you see a black man inside? Let me stop that. Here we go. Boom, ready? Here we go, everybody, ready? Oh man, the public school system guy by the Freemason. What's happening here? Yes, and do Freemasons have a direct hand in the forming of the school systems proudly and openly of it? Do they? There we are. California Freemason education in Massachusetts. DeWitt Clinton, who is Grand Master of New York. What did he do? This Master Mason, Freemason, established the New York Free School Society for Masonic Children. What did that do? Which would later serve as the model for that state's public school system. The Freemasonic Society school system for children was the model for the state's public school system. Tehuti made it up. And of course, John Sweat of the Phoenix Lodge of number 144 in San Francisco, who, as California Superintendent of Public Schools, helped create uniform textbooks and is today known as the father, the Freemason John Sweat of the Phoenix Lodge is known as the father of California public instruction. The public schools helped create uniform textbook, and here's the father of it from the lodge, number 144. You're groomed as a child. You didn't know that? Hope you know now. Yes. And by name and achievement in the school design curriculum, and very proud of it, here is DeWitt Clinton, who created the model for the New York public school system. You want to see him? Hey, DeWitt, how you doing, man? Here's what's this? What is this? This is the DeWitt Clinton Lodge. This is his lodge. He created the model for the New York public school system for your kitty kid goats. For your little goats, your little kids, you like to call them goats. Your little goat children. Here's who created the school system, the model for the public school system, DeWitt Clinton. And here's his lodge. You see the bow tie? Can I tie a bow as well as the next fellow Mason? Bow as well. Bow as well. Boaz. The ancient god Boaz. Let me stop. Here we go. There we go, everybody. And what is the emblem of the creator of the model of the New York public school system? Hey, New York public school system model creator, can you show us your emblem, please? I want to see your emblem. What is the emblem of the creator of the model of the New York public school system? Show your emblem, bro. I want to see your emblem. What's this? What's this? Uh-oh. What's that, everybody? DeWitt Clinton, first Grand Commander. Anybody remember this symbol? Here's the one who created the model of the New York public school system. Anybody remember this symbol? Does that symbol look familiar to you? Boom. Look familiar to you? Here's who created your model. Bachelor. Youthful Knight. The Knights of Templar. Hey, DeWitt. Thank you for creating the model for our school system for the children. There's the Knights of Templar that you're representing, because ever since they're in school, you designed the model which brainwashes them and grooms them from a little baby, so that by the time they become 21 or 20 years old, now they can get their bachelor. And their bachelor is the Knights of Templar symbol. Why? Because the designer of the model of New York's school system is the Knights of Templar symbol. Huh? Tehuti made it up. He made it up. Him and Kermit the Frog. There you go. Hi, Dwight. How you doing? Thanks for making the system, the model for our children. There's your Knights of Templar, and that's why you're a bachelor today. You were groomed from a child. Boom, Knights of Templar, Grand Commanders. Set up your model for the New York public school system, of which you get your degree, and now call yourself a Masonic Knight without even knowing it. Huh? Oh my gosh, man. And who else is on the list of the public school system's designers? Who else is on the list? Tehuti, you want me to keep going? Brother, man, I hope the support is good. This could have been 6 pod class answers, 6 of them. This is the time of 6 pod class answers. You all want me to keep going? I hope the support represents that want. Here we go. Freemasons Month in California. American Masons had been closely connected to the cause of public education, huh? That relationship begins with Pennsylvania Grandmaster Benjamin Franklin. Grandmaster Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin founding of the public with a K. They put this stuff right in your face. Have you ever seen the occultist spell magic, but they spell with a K? Do you know that the word knight starts with the letter N, but it has an invisible K in it? Huh? You remember the class on the duality, the checkerboard, the duality, the number 11, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, the 11th letter of duality, of silence, the K on your knight that you don't hear, you know, the public school system, but spelled with a K in front of you. I thought public was spelled with this. Tehuti wrote it. Tehuti and the Gremlins made it up with Chucky. There you go. If your teacher's teaching this, let me know, man. Please. There it is. The public, instead of the public with a K, Academy of Philadelphia. Other early Masonic champions of public, now it doesn't have a K, schools included North Carolina Grandmaster William Davey, who helped launch that first state's public university. And here's the launch of the university is by the Grand Master Mason. Now here's Horace Mann. Who did what? Horace Mann, who is this Freemason? It's being mentioned in the Masonic 100-year anniversary. Who is Horace Mann? What kind of name is that, and who is this? Who is Horace Mann? Anybody know who Horace Mann is? Horace Mann, the father of the American public education. Suckers! The Freemason Grandmaster Horace Mann being given credit as one of the Grand Masters to create the school system. This is the father of the American public education. I'm sorry, he's not somebody that influenced or wrote a book. He is the father of your public education system. Did I say father? The father. The father. Huh? Huh? Get Maury. Huh? Here, we found him, Dad. I found you, Dad. I found you. Where's my dad? I found you, Dad. The father of the public school system is the Master Mason, Horace Mann. You've been groomed as a child. You think this is all coincidence? The father. The ATF. The father of the public school system is the Master Mason, Horace Mann. That's the father. You don't get back farther than a father. The originator, the father of your public school system for your kids It's Horace the father. I gotta say it like Kermit the Frog. I gotta teach like Sesame Street and all this stupidness for people to get it. The father of the public education, promoted public education. Believers met with controversy, European influences. Secretary of Massachusetts Board of Education, 1833. The father of the public education system. Here he is, Grandmaster Mason. Nice to meet you. I always wanted to meet my dad. The Freemason, that is the father of the American public education. Oh my, man. And who was the creator of the first college with the alumni? Where did that come from? Where did the Alumni Association come from? All the way back to 1718 Yale. Huh? Because Yale was called a college first. Did you know that? September 10th, 1718 was the day of first. The collegiate school held its first public commencement in New Haven, and first underwent its new name, Yale College. So that year's graduates, in effect, were the first Yale alumni, and they are the creators of the Alumni Association, going back to Yale, 1718. Yale is accredited to the origin of a student body called Alumni, which eventually developed into the Alumni Association. This was when it was called Yale College. What if I were to tell you that the entire university... Is that gunshots? What if I were to tell you that they're shooting? Made you look. Here we go. Yale is accredited to the origin of the student body called Alumni, which eventually developed into the Alumni Association. This was when it was called Yale College. What if I were to tell you that the entire university was the haven origin of one of the most popular Masonic secret societies in the world, the Secret Masonic Society of Death, one of its members, which we all know. Who's the member we all know? This guy right here. Hey, we know you. You're not hiding. You don't recognize him in here, do you? Do you recognize him? You see the Skull and Bones? Skull and Bones Secret Society of senior fourth-year undergraduate students at Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut, was founded in 1832. Male society members are called Bonesmen, and many have ascended after graduation to positions of prominence in business and government. Three of them, Howard Taft, George W. Bush, and George Bush Jr. There's more of them, though. Let's blow it. Let's take a look at you. Hey, George Bush. How you doing, man? I recognize you. There you are, Skull and Bones. Huh? There you are, man. And with your father, number 322. This was an interview. I'm not going to play, but they asked him about number 322 and Skull and Bones, and he laughed it off. He said it's a secret. We can't talk about it. So society directly, and yes, this was a secret society, but it was directly endorsed by Yale University. It was allowed. There was room set up for it. This was not illegal. The symbol was a skull and crossbones with the secret number 322. This was a symbol of death, skull and crossbones again. Yale's secret, Skull and Bones, could be exposed on a complete area for them to have their meetings and to do their rituals, which was allowed and endorsed by Yale. It's in the Yale University magazine. Oh, man. Oh, man. I wonder who comes out of Yale's alumni. Who comes out of Yale's alumni? George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush Sr., Hillary Clinton, Dick Cheney, Anderson Cooper, Hunter Biden, Clarence Thomas, Barbara Bush, all of the manufacturers of death, it's that and chaos You know, those who are the architects of the Matrix who wreaked havoc. You're not gonna make it to this side. Oh, you know, just regular, you know, people that wreaked havoc, you know, the architects of the Matrix who wreaked havoc and mass murder and false propaganda psyop. You know, regular day. They all come from one place. Yes, the Masonic secret society of death, directly started by and running inside of Yale University, the ones who originated the first alumni, the ones who originated the first alumni society. Let me take you directly to Yale's own magazine. Oh my God, I got something great. I was supposed to be an hour ago, but whatever. Sacrifice. Here we go. Here it is, standing in its own ear. You see that? This is in Yale's magazine. Officially, Skull and Bones tomb. It appeared in its original configuration with just one rectangular blockless, windowless block. One rectangular. Oh boy. And the university's direct interaction and promotion of the secret Freemasonic Society of Death and Resurrection, how to imitate the energy of Osiris, directly incorporated into the university school system itself as an Egyptian tomb. This is allowed by Yale. Look, it says it. Yale University Magazine, 1856, and a tomb is what it resembled, even more so in its current remodeled state. It was a single, forbidding windowless block in Egypto-Doric style. See that? The tomb of Osiris. In 322, and Skull and Bones ties directly into death energy ritual. Gotta be some water here. In the Freemasonic Yale University quarters. We're having a shootout outside. See? Why 322? Because it's cited as the year in which Alexander Artemistinus died. So it was a number that represented death. Boom. The number is based on death. I'm going to step off for a minute. Everybody have to step off for one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, everybody. I'm back. Here we go. Ready? 3.5 hour class answer. Hope the support represents that. You know if this is the retirement class. Oh no. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. I don't know what to say after this class. This is. Oh my. Hope the support represents what I'm doing. You ready, everybody? So boom, the number is based on death. So how deep does this connection between the school graduation, alumni, and the Masonic societies that control you go? Remember, Yale changed its name when it was Yale College, Yale Collegiate, when it was first developed to the Masonic Alumni School Body. When it developed the Alumni School Body, it was Yale College, but it changed its name. It's now Yale University. Here we go. These are the first Yaleys. First Yaley, 1718. Yale Monday observed its 322nd commencing ceremony. 4,000 students, all hail the graduates. So it was Yale Collegiate. These were the developers of the Skull and Bone Society inside of the same college that developed the first Alumni Society, which was a society of death. Ready, everybody? Watch how this class ends. Watch this. Get ready, everybody. Woo-wee. Oh my. Hey, Barbara Bush. Bye, Barbara Bush. I have taught many times that the geometria code for death and murder is 38 and 83. Did you make it up, Tehuti? No, the Masons know it, and they made a movie about it called Murder by Numbers, where they changed the E into a 3 and B into an 8, and they put 83 because it was murder by numbers, because in geometria, the word murder and death is 3-8 is death, and murder is 8-3, a palindrome, 3-8-8-3, or 3-8 and 8-3. One's murder, one's death. And they made a movie about it and put it right there in front of you. They called it Murder by Numbers, because they know the numbers are 8-3 and 3-8. Okay? You ready? And here is your alumni, of which association originated with Yale University. Here is the Skull and Bones, the secret society of death, originating at Yale University. And they tell you that it's 322 because that's the year of when the Alexander died, in the year 322. So again, I have taught many times that the geometric code for death is 3883. 38 and 83. (38) 83, 83, 38. Murder, 14, 6, 9, 23, 22, 9, 83, gematria. Death, 4, 5, 1, 20, 8, 38, gematria. And here's your alumni, of which the association originated with Yale University. That original name was Yale Collegiate, but changed its name, interestingly. And here is the Skull and Bones Secret Society of 322, the year of death, originating at Yale University, who on the university had the tomb that was in Egypto style, which represented the death and resurrection of Osiris, death equaling black, according to them and according to Freemasons, and life equaling light, thus illuminated, thus alumni. Ready, everybody? 83, 38. Murder, 14, 6, 9, 23, 22, 9, 83. Death, 4, 5, death. Murder, 14, 6, 9, 23, 22, 9, 83. Death, 4, 5, 1, 28. Equals 38. Ready, everybody? Are you ready? I hope you're ready. It was Yale College at first, changed its name to Yale University. Yale University, Yale, 2864 64 954 98 792 2063. Yale University 83. Alumni 866-549-38. Yale University Alumni, death, murder. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on your July 4th, Thanksgiving, Christmas chocolate bars, Dunkin' Donuts, or if you have fried chicken, or if you have learned anything or have had, if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter on this particular topic, please send in your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Alumni PSYOPS, Master Degree, Schoolscam, Kopesh over college, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. Hotep, I am done. I don't even want to look at this. I don't even know what's going to happen here. I hope. I don't know, man. Dominican Republic, here I come. Let me check out the chat to see who appreciated this. And then we're going to check out the support. Sound man, get ready to get on deck. Amun said he had to go to sleep. The Jed, get ready to get on deck. Atef, get ready to get on deck. I'm going to check the chat to see what people thought of this answer, and then we're going to go straight into the Cash App and PayPal to see, for those who saw this, get my tickets, man. I'm about to go live in the jungle, man. Here we go. I hope people truly appreciated. If you've seen this anywhere else, put the link in the chat and I'll send all my support to you. I'll send it to you. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. Look at the numbers going down now. Grab and run, pump and dump, grab and run, pump and dump. Hope you all appreciated this time. I hope everybody that's watched this shows that they want to keep this here. I hope everybody really appreciates this. 3 hours and 37 minutes. I hope that was a support. Did I put the link in the room? Maybe I didn't do that. They put the link in the room if I didn't do that already. Jump in the room, supporting members. I need sound man on deck. I need everybody ready. Jump in the room. Support those who wanted me to keep going. I hope you supported extra. I answered the question 2.5 hours. If you time it, I answered the question 2.5 hours ago. Both questions. Sorry, 2 hours ago, I answered both questions. 2 hours ago. The extra hour and a half was strictly answers that put me laying on my back when I was done, looking up at the sky. Jump in the room. I hope you all appreciate it. Don P, appreciate you. He said much appreciated. I'm going to check the Cash Apps. Let me know, Don P, if your Cash App or PayPal name is different from Don P, so that I can give your credit when you give your support to show me that you truly appreciated this. We've all bought Dunkin' Donuts, weed, went to the movies, all bought Krispy Kreme, pizza, potato chips, burgers, fries, all type of stuff, supporting the Matrix. I would like to see what the support is for this, but I appreciate that you appreciated me, Don P, and I'll definitely be checking out the Cash Apps to see where the appreciation is. All right? Yvette says, Tua SABA, Tua HENU. Did I lose all my people? I lost everybody. Moderators, no sound man, nobody's available? Is that what happens when I teach for 3 hours? Everybody disappears? Whoa, whoa. To SABA, you gave us so much, and I appreciate that. Okay, wonderful. I'll be checking the appreciate that a bet. The Great Fire. I taught till I lost all the members of the House of Attend. I have no sound man. I have no. Where's the Tef? Where's the Jed? Amun said he went to sleep. The Taw's gone. I guess I'm out teaching what it is I'm supposed to be doing. I need to just do 20-minute answers and shut down the class. I'm teaching till I have no support anymore. Nobody's awake anymore. All right, I guess I'm going to be the sound man. I'm going to be the 3.5-hour teacher and the sound man. Let me go ahead and check the Cash Apps, the PayPal. Let's see who actually truly appreciated this class. This will be the deciding factor. I want to see what's happening in this class. I don't know what people. I don't know. Dominican Republic, here we come. This is it. I'm over teaching now. I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm over teaching what it is I'm supposed to be. I'm doing too much, maybe. Let me go see the support. Let me see who wants to keep this, because the other channels are available. The other platforms are available. And let me go up and see who appreciated this. So boom. Let's see what this class is worth to everybody. We got who? We got the Jed. The Jed steps up. Somebody came in the room. I'm gonna check that. I can't see you right now. Let's see who appreciated this class. Here is the Jed. Sedem Ma'ahem Totku. I hope that boop I heard was one of the sound men. I missed almost 2 meals. Oh man, I'm gonna read a couple of supports and then let you all build. Hope the supports will come in after that. I'm breaking. Okay, let me see who came in the room. We have my 2 sound men. There they are. Hotep and the Jed. Let me hear your voices, you all. Hotep, are you all there?
Can you hear me?
Hotep, great.
Can you hear me?
Okay, you're great. Thank you all for staying awake.
Oh, Saba, I couldn't go to sleep on this one. This is my favorite class, Saba. This was my favorite.
He went in crazy.
Man, listen. I hope people appreciate this one, because you can't listen, everybody out there that's shaking and faking, this right here is the deciding factor. I agree with you, Saba.
Tehuti's my fifth favorite teacher.
I've been telling them, Saba, it ain't no competition. It's not even a discussion.
Oh my goodness! Are you all able to come to the screen?
Yeah, I'm working on my thing now. I'm trying to fix it. It's coming.
Okay, good.
Baba, can you hear the sounds? Let's see this.
It sounds a little muffled. Play the hand class, please. It's all muffled. Tef, play yours. Let me see. And the Jack, can you come to the screen? I can't hear any sounds. Are you all playing sounds right now?
Yeah. Did you hear my sounds?
No, I can't. You are the Jed.
Okay, hold on. I got you right now, Saba.
Okay, good. I'm about to put on my tassel, the Jed.
Can you hear that?
No, I can't hear it at all.
Now I understand why you almost you said you almost had to cuss. You almost had to use profanity.
I'm about to put on my tassel and become a traveling man. Maybe they'll appreciate me in the Dominican Republic or Nicaragua. When I made this class,
hold on, Sab. I gotta go out and come back in to get my.
Okay, no problem. When I put this class together, I said this is believe it or not, this is the deciding factor. This is the what side are you on class. I don't want to hear if I hear any other teacher, any other thing mentioned, I'm just gonna start cutting people off. I don't have time for it now. Because now with this class here, this is one of many, but with this class here, if there's been any class equivalent to this taught by any teacher, I just need to know. So I will give all my donations to anybody that ever did anything like this on the alumni. I haven't even seen a class on the alumni. I waited for this question. I waited for this. I didn't teach this on Kill the Priest. I didn't teach this anywhere. I waited for this question. I had ammunition on deck waiting. And I said, whoever asked this question is going to get their whole neurological brain shut down. I dare somebody to ask this question, because when I teach this is going to seem so unbelievable. And I had to somehow answer the Kopesh answer in the alumni question.
So when you said I looked up I googled motorboard and it sure the cap sure did pop up right next to the actual what the Masons used to scoop it up and be able to do what they do. It was right there, right next to each other, which was just crazy stuff. Do up to you.
Meaning up. They tell you the tassel represents the journey. After you go through your 12 grades, you get your degree to become a Knight of Templar. That's why when I go on the public, I can't. It's hard for me to interact. I don't interact anyways. I don't interact with anybody. I can only interact as a teacher. When I go out and anybody tries to have any idle conversation, chit chat with me, I have no. I go into a. I can't interact with anybody other than a teacher. Imagine knowing all this and your family's inviting you to the alumni graduation. I mean, I'm just sitting in a corner like this. What am I going to talk about?
How the person who created the dictionary, the English dictionary, high school school dropout, Edison, 7th grade. Was it 7th grade or was it 7 years old?
7 years old, dropped out of the.
7 years old, dropout. Here you are, drop out. You left out of there, 9th grade or earlier. Amazing. I don't even know what to say to that.
Man, I'm going to read a couple of donations. Is that Gabby here?
What's up, Mary?
All right, there's your school class, Gabby.
Oh, Sab, I was telling the Jed that I was nervous for this class because it was going to make work look different. So, yeah, it did exactly that. I was mind blown the whole class. It was phenomenal. Amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate that. I remember you never sent in a question, but there was some conversations that we were having, and you were definitely showing an interest in wanting to know about any matrices that tied into the school system. I don't remember what you said, but it was something that sparked when I put this together. I thought of you, and I was like, Gabby has interest in this. I mean, she's gonna have interest in this, and I guess I was right, because this blew you away. Like, that's what I thought. So I'm glad you appreciate it.
Yes, I remember that conversation, and the answer you just gave, I could have never imagined an answer like that. Never. And even though I had a feeling that there was a PSYOPS, all your classes show me that Oh man, it's bigger than what I think. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than it's just bigger than we think, and we just are so blind to it. So to ASABA for just opening our eyes to all this truth.
Okay. Yeah, oh, thank you, Gabby, for your response. I said okay because Don P said I'll send out, but not this morning. I don't know what that means, but okay. I am Kadzani says great to catch it live. And when you rewind this, I am Kadzani. You're about to fall asleep. First of all, you're gonna knock out, and then I look forward to the support that comes when people watch this class. I'm glad you appreciate this, Gabby. I'm gonna read a couple of supports, and I gotta take a break. I've passed a meal and a half. I passed a meal and a half, so I have to step off after a few. But I want to definitely get these supports out and let everybody see that this is what the Jet is. What I'm about to show right now, every single person who watched the pod class is truly honestly supposed to do. There was 50 people watching. As soon as I said I was going to donations, it went down to 40 to 37. That's the nature of man, though. Here we go. We got the Jet Sadem Ma'a Hemt Pautku. I'll go ahead and read that for me, the Jet. I can't even. I'm losing my voice or something.
Are you good, Saba? You've been teaching for over 3.5 hours straight. It says $40 tip for the real cap and gown. Mind blown. The graduation emoji with the motor cap with the motorboard. Black Black Eve and the Great Ra. Hotep and New.
I was looking for that. When I was putting out the Facebook thing, I was like, is there an emoji that shows somebody with a mortarboard cap? I didn't have time to look, but thanks for showing me that. For the next time I do something on this, I have this little image here to put on the Facebook. I didn't know that existed. Okay, go ahead and give some big noise. Let me see if it's how the sound. Thank you. I'm losing my voice.
Do you want this open? It's stuck.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine, Fredo. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just losing my voice because the intro was 40 minutes and the podcast.
Your food is ready. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Atef, what did you just say, brothers? I couldn't hear. What did you say? Now you have no sound. Now you disappeared. Wait, what?
Trying to get my camera working. To say, I'm like, I'm really trying to get my camera working, but I have a spare. So this is, hey, I'm a sound. I'm not like those other people still trying to get their camera together. I'm here. I got a backup.
Oh man, my good brother Sash Wallace is still looking for a camera at Best Buy in like 4 months. I hope he finds that camera, man. Get that camera, brother Sash Wallace. What happened to Lisa? Where are you? I hope he gets that camera ready. Shout out to Sash Wallace and Lisa. I hope they're safe. I haven't seen them in the podcast for a while, but I hope they're safe. And here we go. So that was the Jet. Let me read a couple more. I want to show the podcast to people watching that people do support this. This is what you should do. I'm gonna give a hand clap to Siket, even though this isn't $20, but I'm certain people. I'm gonna give a hand clap to Siket. Siket has done some astronomical supports and came in to help SABA when I was in times of need for a computer, monitor, and things like that. So this is coming in from a beautiful, supportive sister. I hear from her almost every day. Sends me adorations, sends me positive energy, thankfulness, duas, and is just completely enthralled with what it is that I am teaching here in MAAT and everything. So go ahead and read that for me. The Jed, you're my reader for now, and then Gabby too. Go ahead and read that, the Jed. Gabby, read the next one.
Yes, it's $9.99. Saket, Aukim, Safekt, T1, Echin. That's what I say.
Okay, good. Give her a hand clap. I'm gonna give Saket a hand clap. Give her a hand clap.
Hey, Saba, I don't know if you saw it earlier, but Stranger was in the chat.
Yeah, I saw him this class and a couple other classes. He's been popping up in the chats. I'm gonna check to see if there's support, but he has. I seen him in this one, and I seen him in maybe 2 ones back. And I don't know if he's here, but that's Stranger, the namer of the moderators. I told Stranger he's good. He'll get back to supporting one day. He used to be the biggest supporter. But he's good. He pops up. People go through different situations, but no matter what situation anybody goes through, I'm sure he can throw a 20 support every once in a while, which he pops up and does. It's good to always see him. He set off some of the big donations originally. He's the one that sent in $200 just to challenge anybody that could challenge me. It wasn't even for a podcast question. It didn't even say for support. It was a challenge. Stranger's great. Hope he gets back on his financial feet.
So shouts out to the bachelors. Shouts out to the bachelors, the bachelor's degree, the bachelor. Woo.
Bachelor Knights of Templar. Here we go, everybody. I'm losing my voice, man. Oh, Custom AT. I knew it. I don't see the word Medu class. I knew it. Custom AT threw a big support, and it's not even for a Meta class. Here we go. Thank you, Custom AT. There we go. Oh, wait till you hear this whole class. I'm losing my voice. Something's happening in my throat. Ooh, well, I hope nothing happens to my throat. But I don't know how to speak. I don't know how to do the podcast in sign language.
So don't worry about it.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
Steph got all the tensions for you. Everything.
Okay, I'm gonna get the beautiful voice of Gab. Thank you. I'm gonna get the beautiful voice of Gabriella. Could you read that there at the bottom first, please?
Yeah, it fell off by accident. Stop. I'll read it for her though. It says 2442. She fell off by accident.
Oh, okay.
It says to SABA, I appreciate all that you do. Uncle Jasanev, I am Kuzani.
All right, give him some big noise, please. Okay, wonderful, excellent. I'm gonna read a couple more and then I have to step off. My something's happened to my throat. That's something strange. Weird. Is the window open or something? That's strange. Okay, I'll read it as much. I'll put them on and I'll get you all to read them, and then I gotta step off. Okay. All right, we got some huge support from Gabrielle that I'm gonna show at the end of. I'm gonna show a little bit later. I don't want to scare the people away. Oh, who's this? Oh, okay. Men Eder class. Hush Nation. Got you. Got. What's that, Nanny? Okay. Okay, shout out to Hush Nation.
So y'all good? They stopped shooting out there?
I think they stopped shooting. I don't hear anything anymore. I need to get back to my natural environment. It's just weird stuff. I just stay in my house. I don't want to be around. I need to be back in the rivers again. All right. That is too much. All right. Shout out to the good brother Hush Nation, who sent in for the Medu class. And Gabby, could you read that first, please?
Yes, SABA.
What do you say, Nanny?
Says 2772 for Medu Monday number 10. Tua SABA Tehuti Amun Hetepra Uncle Jasaneb.
Okay, give some noise for that, please. Thank you. Appreciate that, Gabrielle. Thank you for reading that.
Meaning
Nanny said, the baby. What is the Nanny's baby? The baby. Everybody loves the baby. Everybody loves the baby. The first baby of the Tehuti Pod class. I hope there's more babies to come in the Tehuti Pod class. More babies to come to the House of the 10. It's a beautiful thing. All right, so
That's the heck.
that was Hush Nation, right? Yeah, the heck of. Was that Hush Nation? That was Hush Nation, right? I just read?
yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Hush Nation, you have the pod class already. Shout out to I wonder if this is the brother in the class. It just popped up here. RCP. I wonder if this is the brother that's in the class right now. The new name. I'm gonna go ahead and read this off, and if this is the brother in the class, let me know. I see the RCP, so let's see. Boom, boom. Brian Tilson, Fat Toe, he falls. Yeah, he said he's knocked out or something. Knocked out through the class. All right, shout out to the brother here. Go ahead and read that for me, the Jed, the whole thing. Oh God.
But y'all saw, but that's contagious. Can't be yawning like that. That's contagious. Okay, $15. Blue Eve, 100%.
Okay, Dan Denmark, is that Don P? Who is Dan Denmark? NCP, RCP. I don't know who that. Shout out to Dan Denmark. Never seen that name before. Give support, but I always give claps to the new people that support. So give a hand clap to Dan Denmark. Shout out to Dan Denmark. Shout out to Dan Denmark. I'm going to read one more, then I'm going to take a little break. I see some. Is there one from Gabby that's. Gabby, do you have one for like $66 that I didn't read?
I think so. I know I sent in a few supports for you.
Let me go back. Okay. I don't. No, that's 66 was from the last time you had a question that I think I read that last class. Let me scroll down. Yeah, that's from the last class. This one was you sent in support for a past class. Here we go. I'm going to read this one, then I'm going to take a break. And you all tell the people to support, please. I'm breaking down. This is for the... okay, I'm going to get Gabby to read this. Shout out to all... Let me give a shout out to a respect to all the honest people out there. Again, I'm not a part of the system. I don't know about taxes and how that works in W-2, whatever it is that people are doing. But I did hear that April was a month of taxes. Shout out to all the people that within April and May gave support, got taxes and gave extra support. Because I heard that that's a tax month. So I was like, okay, if people got more tax money, then maybe the support will raise. I didn't see that with much of anybody other than maybe 2 people. But shout out to those who did get this thing called taxes and sent in extra support when they got that in because they had extra money to give. Don P put brother. Not sure what that means. NCP. I'm not sure. Don P speaking in codes now. NCP, brother. I don't know what these mean. But shout out to all those that did that. I think there was 2 people that I noticed do that. They got in tax money and they support a little extra. So appreciate that. Thank you so much for that, for those 2 people that did that. Okay, everybody, tonight do the last support here. Gabriella, Honorable Gabriella, who saw a I think missed a pod class or saw one. I'll get her to read this and tell the crowd what this means. There we go. Shout out to you, Gabriella. Go ahead and read this for us, please.
Yes, of course, SABA. $22.22 for May 7th pod class, purple Ebe, white Ebe. And I didn't, I had to replay back that pod class, but I just sent support in for it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. The Jed, give your Hemet or Tef, whichever one of you, give Gabby some nice noise, please. Turn it up a little bit. Turn it up a little bit.
Neb nefer unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gabby. I'm going to take a break right now. We'll recuperate myself and maybe help this throat thing, and I'll be back. You all talk to the people. Anybody who supported the Tehuti pod class, I'm going to put the link in the room. You have the ability to jump on the panel and interact with us, there's a link right there. You can come on the panel, elaborate on how the POC class has helped you, what you thought of the answer, just in general, how your growth is going, why you do support if you're new, and you have the ability to jump on the panel and interact and intermingle with us. I'll be right back, everybody. To all the supporters, and continue to live within MAAT. I'll be back. Peace for now. Break it down. Was that the judging? I saw your lips move.
Yeah, so I was just laughing at what you said, but yeah, to you. So enjoy your break.
Okay, Nini Uk, and I'm glad you appreciate it. Peace to you and Atef and Gabby for now. The whole class. We'll be right back.
Peace, great SABA.
Peace. Tef, hey. Whole school system done changed, man. Every day ain't the same. It ain't the same, man. It's a lot of I think people fail to realize that all this is structure. Pure structure. And SABA's showing everybody the blueprint to it. Everything that they've put together. All the ritual, the magic that they put into these things. It's why it's sustained till this day. And it's very interesting that the things one doesn't question. And I always say to people, like, man, like, when you see a new agenda, I tell people who I talk to, I say, look, man, when you see a new agenda or you see something going on, and they're bringing forth change in consciousness, hey man, they not worrying about you. You already an adult, man. They attacking your babies. What is normal to your child when they're born into this world? They ain't never seen no payphone. They don't know about no 8-track or no cassette tape. When they get here, hey, it's already streaming downloadable content. That's the 8-track. When they pushing an agenda, that's normal to them because they've been born in this realm with these things already implemented. So as everybody who's already of age fights and fusses and does whatever they do, hey man, they just waiting on you to die off. Because to the children, that's normal. They was born into it. They don't know what you know. They don't know the 30 to 40 to 50 to 60 years you already been here. And your child gets here, and like I said, they're already introduced to it at a young age. And then there's no questions nothing's being questioned. I remember when I was a young boy, my siblings, they used to call me 21 questions, man. I was asking everything. Hey, I swear to you. Hey, man, it's 6 siblings, bro. And I used to ask questions to everyone. I questioned everything. But even though they used to call me that, and I used to ask those questions, the question still wasn't enough because I wasn't asking what SABA talking about. a lot of things was accepted just because the structure was there. Those who are implementing these things, the structure is there already. So most people don't even question structure because enough consciousness is going with the flow in it. Just like Saba said earlier, when you get enough people to agree and get to repeat, it's just the birth of it. That's what it is. And then everybody else just kind of just go with the flow. So it's very interesting to be able to look at what has been built. Forget the guy's name who was he's the founder of public school teaching.
Horace, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And that's crazy to me. Hey, he the founding father of that joint. And it's thriving till this day. And that's what you call structure. That's what you call everything that Saba broke down. That's what you call structure. This wasn't just somebody who was just on some half-ass scheme trying to do something. No, man, this stuff has been put into place. And we never questioned it. Stood proud in it. And that's gotta get you to think, man. That's gotta get you to that's gotta get one to be able to be like, yo, Rip. Hey, we in deep this much. I can understand why every time, man, every time when I would give classes like these, man, I understand why he's he get the shakes or there's some frustration or there's he's grabbing information and presenting it to us in a way that that why wouldn't one support? Because if you've been listening to this, you wouldn't have never found this, man. This is something that just would have never been found. And now that it's been presented, you have to be, if you really Maat, if you really being honest with yourself, man, you gotta support regardless of what's going on. Put all the fear to the side. Gotta support. So shouts out to our SABA Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, definitely grateful. There's hey man, protect your children, man. Protect yourself, because they've already structured. They've already built things. They've already built things for your consciousness. So imbue yourself in Maat and be devoted to the Natiru. Hotep Henu.
Hotep, great brother. I want to first give a super supreme adoration to our great teacher, Saba. I can't even imagine the work that it went in, he put in to answer this question. I want to give supreme adoration to you for your consistency, as you pointed out in the beginning of the show in your introduction. Week after week, Saturday after Saturday, you show up and you do things like this. you love us so much that this is what you give us. And I've been on this planet for a minute, more than a minute, and I've never received any type of teaching or knowledge, whatever, like this. Not on this level, not this deep. And I'm eternally grateful to you, Great Saba, and just living my life trying to echo your example. You're an excellent example of MAAT. So I would like to definitely just first begin by giving you your adoration. I don't know if I got a fever, I got the heat on, I got the fan blowing. My body is, I don't know. But, and my mate said, are you going to be able to stay up? And I said, yeah, I told her I had dozed off last week a little bit, right? I said, yeah, I'm going to stay up. I've been drinking matcha and lemon and taking all type of elixirs. And when he first came on, I was laying down watching it in the front room. Then I came in the room, in the temple, and I put it on. And, you know, the consistency that he shows every week, the example that he sets. I watched this brother teach a class on another platform. He was a guest on another platform. Get bit by a venomous snake and continue to teach the class. Talk about commitment and dedication, and supreme adoration to you, Grace Saba. For this class, this is definitely my favorite class. I can't even say by far, because it is by far. It's mind blowing. And one thing that I do, the Jed, is I'll usually go back after the class, and then I'll go and I'll use a little software and snatch the class off the internet. Because Saba, you know, he said, like, hey, you know, I don't know when they're going to take me off. And these types of classes are like, you know, the architects of the ISFET and the rituals that they're creating, they don't really want their secrets revealed. And these types of classes are mind-blowing. They're matrix shattering for a fact. This one in particular, I wasn't really, I don't know, like I said, I don't know if I had a fever, but I came in the room and I started screen recording on my laptop. Because this is something that I have to share with people. I have to, you know, if this one gets taken down, which it's not, and I needed to have it right now. I'm not going back to get this one. I'm going back to watch this one. So I was screen recording. This is how important this information is, including all the gems that he dropped along the way. You can't deny this. There's no way that, and this is the thing, the Jed, no matter what you are, Christian, Muslim, whatever, it doesn't matter, atheist, it doesn't matter what you are participating in this ritual. You are participating in this, and your children are, you all have. And I'm just grateful for Saba, man. And, you know, Saba, you know, I send you supreme adoration, and, you know, may you be well and you know, come back healthier and stronger than ever. Because think about this. Saba said, hey, I don't know what's going on. I tore something under my rib, but he still came and gave us a class like this. This is what we got. And Saba has something going on, he said. This is what he told us. So you have to support. You support McDonald's, you support cotton candy, you support the class. You're right, you gotta pay for it, Jed. And I'll tell you guys a funny story. And I'm grateful because I have the diploma, but I didn't do the ritual. I didn't complete the ritual. And I was upset. I was so upset that I didn't walk and do the ritual, the ending part of the ritual where I actually put on the ISFET gown and the hat. That I went to the 12th grade, right? All the way to the last day of school, knowing I wasn't going to get the degree. I went back and got the general, what they call it, the JED. I got the JED. I went back and got the JED, the general equivalent joint. years later. But I never participated in that, and I was upset. And you know, it's like I was being guided early on, even then, and then follow up years later. You know, I got spoils, or whatever you want to call it, a family. I'm already taking care of myself, my family. I have children. Like, okay, you know what? Now is a good time to go back and go to the to the next step. And I tried to go back, and my mate warned me. She was like, you know, might not work out the way you think it's gonna work out. You know, you already have those things that whatever the people are going to achieve. And I was like, yeah, you know, but you know, it's the thing to do. So I went back, and they denied me. And they denied me because I didn't sign whatever type of another ritual, I'm pretty sure, to go when you're 18 to go fight the ISFET war, something about a selective service or something like that. But my step wasn't in my life, so I didn't know nothing about it. And I was out there. I was completely engulfed in the ISFET. I was around all women, and they don't have to do that. But I did, and I didn't. That's another guidance that I'm grateful for now. But the moral of that story is that I was upset again, and that's what led me here. Being upset about that, about not being allowed into their universities, I had to pay out of pocket, which is whatever. Okay, cool, I'll pay out of pocket, but it was such a hassle that they was giving me because of the selective service thing, whatever that is, that boys signed to go get their head blowed off and go fight them people's war and go murder innocent people. And you know, the thing that people are celebrating this weekend, that ritual, part of that, right? But I wanted to, because I didn't know no better. And my mate told me it wasn't gonna work out like that for me, and it didn't. But I was upset. But it led me here because it put me back into myself, into my studies, into myself, which eventually caused me to cut out Facebook and Instagram and reevaluate my life and all the ISFET that was going on in my life. And I began to eliminate those things. And but I wanted to learn. I wanted to grow. You know, I always say I just want to learn. So I couldn't understand it. I could not understand, but I understand now, because now it's unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. SABA showed all of those people that didn't graduate and that dropped out, and you know, very early on, and you know, that ritual doesn't define success the way we think it does. It does create, it's successful on the other side of the spectrum, on the ISFET side, because you're completing the ritual for them, as opposed to, you know, living the culture and taking everything back to the origins and living the culture that your ancestors lived and created for you. Instead of echoing that, we echo in the ISFET of pep energy. So I'm grateful for that. But at the time, I didn't understand it. I didn't know, and I was upset. And I have a lot of family that's in education, as so many of us do, and I look forward to showing them this breakdown. I really do. Two outside great SABA. My son, I've been having car trouble. My son been having car trouble, so he's been taking me back and forth to my occupation and picking me up. And we've been having great conversations. And one of those conversations led to him bringing the book, The Law of One. We talked about it for a little bit. And that led to him watching the class. I said, hold on, because I couldn't find it on my phone. Your phone don't allow you to search YouTube like that, like your computer does. But on your computer, you could go to SABA's class, to his channel, and you could put in certain keywords and it'll pull up the actual class. And that class was all the way down at the bottom. and he taught that class 2 years ago. And I showed my son that, and he watched it, and then we spoke about it later. And I look forward to him. I'm gonna do the same thing you did, and he's gonna submit a question to SABA, and I'm gonna have SABA, do what he does, because yeah, bro, we gotta save our children. We have to save ourselves first, and then save our children. So I'm eternally grateful for that. Just that in itself. Just the fact that I've been talking to my son, he came to the pod class, and but you can't force people to do certain things. So it's like, it's best to be that example and to lead by example and to guide them in the right direction. So, we were talking about the book, and I was like, hold on, let me show you something. And Saba did a phenomenal breakdown on the book called The Law of One. Because that was the first time that I even saw or recognized, I should say, the word Ra. I didn't recognize that, although I might have saw it throughout my life, but I had no real knowledge of our ancestors, and just evaluating everything that's been stolen from us. It just doesn't make sense that people don't support. Like Saba said, there was a lot of people in the chat while he was doing the class, and then when it's time for the support, everybody disappeared. Where's everybody at? It doesn't make sense, other than that they value that more than this. They value the ISFET energy and the PEP more than this. If not, then bring forth your cup of water and sit it up. As Saba said so eloquently, sit your cup of water next to this cup of water. Send us the link to the teacher that's even remotely. I ain't gonna say I get offended, but man, I had to, bro. When people compare Saba to anybody, I have to immediately go in a way that and let them know, like, nah, it's not even a comparison. It's not even up for debate. It's not even a contest. Like, hey, look, you my OG, but look, hey, save it for my young boy. You can't even handle our needs. Whoever the conscious teachers are don't even have nothing for Patah. That was a question answerer. What teacher out there is doing that? Answering questions like this about toothpaste? What teacher out there is answering questions about fluoride and breastfeeding, and then turn around and give you a class on the school psyop? Tua to Nukku for asking this question, and the great brother Robert Williams as well. These questions are, man, they're getting better and better. They're getting better and better, the Jet, and it is absolutely no comparison. I don't even watch the others. I don't even waste my time, because, man, we so far behind. There's so much that we don't know. There's so much that has been stolen from us that I don't have time to watch brothers argue and debate with each other and disrespect each other and all of that, and then try to eat the fish and spit out the bone. I don't have time for that no more. When I'm looking at people that look like me and you, and they arguing, and that's the example, you guys, that's the example that's being set for me and my children. There was a time when I did it. I would sit and watch the arguing and be entertained. I would learn a little bit, but it was more entertainment. I don't have time. I don't have time for the foolishness, for the ISFET. I want to learn. I want to grow. I want to evolve. I want to be the ATTON. I want to echo the light of my ancestors. That's the goal. Not to argue about the Egyptians are black and whatever they arguing about, the nose and all of it's just, it doesn't make no sense. And also, the Jed, this also shows us why we have to create our own community. We have to. It's imperative. It's imperative that we build for the people out there. It's only me, the Jed, his mate, great brother Tehuti. I'm gonna let you speak, great brother. New brother, It's only us on the panel right now. Where's everybody at? We gotta build. How do you build with one person? It takes a community of us, you know, and we're strong. So Hotep Hindu to you, great brother. I don't want to hog the mic, man. I'll go on and on because this class is phenomenal, great brother. You there, Tehuti? He might have stepped away, but yeah, when he come back, I'm gonna allow him to speak. But yeah, they said, like, how can you not support this? If you don't support this, what are you supporting? It don't make no sense. Everybody has participated in some shape, form, or fashion in this particular ritual. Whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, they fight and they argue about it. They fight and they argue about it. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna hip y'all to something. I know it's more. He probably cut it short. I know that it's more. He didn't even go into the Coliseum and other things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many different aspects and rituals that tied to this that he didn't even touch on. He just, for 3 hours, bro, 3 hours, this is phenomenal.
Over 3.5.
This is phenomenal work. This is absolutely phenomenal. There's nobody out there doing nothing remotely like this. It's the brothers that teach in the measures that I definitely I applaud that and I like that. You know, but sometimes, somehow that seems to turn into arguments and a little bit of interest sprinkled into that. To our great SABA, welcome.
Good brother. Wonderful words. Beautiful loyalty, beautiful dedication, beautiful appreciation.
But I think you got classes watching you. I think people host classes and watch you. I think there's a lot of teachers who got huge followings and they doing presentations watching you live. It don't make sense for me to see 60 people watching live and then by tomorrow or 2 days you got 900 or you got 1,000, you got 1.4 within 2 days. And to me, that somebody got to be hosting something when they watching you. Something got to be. I don't understand I know you always touch on it about, you know, people just, you know, they come in, they sneak learning like a test say, but I don't understand the fear. Like I don't get it. And I want to tell people that whatever you fearing, whoever you feel is watching you, man, they know your algorithm. You don't even got to support. They just know what you watching already. You, even if you don't support, whatever you trying to hide from, whatever's playing within the mind, hey, they see you watching every Saturday or Sunday or Monday, whenever you turn it on the class. But SABA, them numbers be shooting up. And to me, that's how does a person's eve allow them to watch this and not give reciprocity? I still don't understand it to this day, SABA. You've given us so many examples. You've given us so many gems on why people don't do it. I just think there's so many layers to why, because I'm looking back a week ago and you got 2,000 people who don't watch the class. So I know there's got to be somebody's got to be sitting as a teacher and they say, hey, let's watch this. Let's watch this every day, and whatever they're doing, you're getting large amounts of views, but the reciprocity is still from the same people, and yet they're consistent in watching you. That's what I don't understand. How do you consistently watch this and there's no change? So somebody's definitely gotta be just waiting for you to transition, just taking everything. People probably trying to dissect you, trying to still no debate challenged. No, everybody's been watching you for years. Still, nobody has come on and say, "Yo, I want to debate Tehuti right now." No one's done that. So what's really going on, Saba? And I just gotta put that out there, Saba.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. I've spoken to some of the people. This has been going on since 1994, 1995, 1994. They some of them are open about it. They tell me that they can't let their followers know that I'm where they're getting information from. They openly they tell me face to face, like this before the internet, and the internet makes it even worse because, absolutely right. I just told one of my interns, if I get these donations on a Saturday, why am I not getting them on a Tuesday? People like the attention being brought that they're giving a donation. I can understand the excitement of such and such gave $40. They like that. But the honest person would say, like, whether I watch it Saturday or Tuesday, why wouldn't I give support either day that I watch it? So there's 60 people watching on a Saturday, and I get 20 to 25 supports, 30 supports. But on Wednesday it says 800 views, and not one support comes in on a Wednesday. It's simply because of the nature of us as people. Didn't start off as people, so it takes work to create an honest Ebe, to create purity in a man's heart, because we existed longer as not people. There were no morals in our past genealogy that we evolved from. We evolved from animal type creatures that were just about survival and do for self, and like how certain monkeys live. They're just about what they can sneak, what they can get, what they can, just basic survival. You don't really find much of the animal kingdom in doing good for other animals just for the purpose of being a good animal. You don't really find that within nature. You don't find snakes going out and just helping other snakes. Let me help you with that rat. I'll kill it for you, and I'll leave it there for you to eat. Alligators. Let me kill that capybara and toss it to you, and I'll help you out. So we're fighting genes within us that are very extremely selfish. That's why we are always looking for the deals. We're never looking to give the deal to anybody that we're purchasing from. Like I've said before, when you purchase from somebody, you always say to them, "Can I get a deal?" But you never say to them, "Can I give you a deal?" So if you're buying something from somebody, buying 5 apples, or anything you buy, you say, "Yo, I'm going to buy 10 of these apples. What deal can I get?" Why don't you say to the person, "I'm going to buy 10 of these apples, and I'm going to give you an extra $5. We don't want to offer the actual deal. We want to, if we could get the apples for free, we could. And if we could steal them without anybody looking, we actually would. The nature of the average man and woman is a thief. That's why we're always looking for discounts, deals, freebies, buy one, get one free. If there's a freebie going on, people sleep on top of Walmart for the entire day because everything is going to be 99% off the next day. Their nature of theft caused them to ignore the fact that in sleeping on top of Walmart, they lost their job hours. We get so excited to steal something or get something for what it's not worth that the people slept on top of Walmart and actually missed their work. And if they're getting paid $12 an hour and they missed 8 hours, they actually spent $100 or so sleeping on top of Walmart to get in, just to get the deal. That's why we like casinos. We like things that, what can we get for nothing? So it's an evil, it's a negative, it's a selfish nature, and it's very hard to get man out of that selfish nature. It's difficult. I have been going through this since '92. It's a difficult thing, but I appreciate the supporters who actually appreciate what it is that I'm doing. and the internet creates a world where you can be a coward. So if this was in person, this wouldn't happen. So there were 60 people in front of me in an auditorium or in a classroom. They would have to get up and walk out the door, and everybody would watch them walk out without giving support. But on the internet, nobody can see who's watching. So it ignites the cowardly, the selfish, cowardly nature of us to sneak around in the dark and to nip off and steal off. That's a nature that we have coming from an animalistic standpoint. You can't see me watching. I don't know if you watch battle rap. You watch battle rap sometimes?
Yeah, I do, Saba.
Okay, the boos come in the big stages, not in the small room. Have you noticed that? When there's a battle in the big stages, Murder Mook versus Loaded Lux, 1,200 people watching. Boo! Murder Mook versus Tay-Rock, 30 people in the room. Silence, because you never want to be seen as the booer is in the crowd of 1,000 hiding in the door. Boo! And they can't see you. No. You're the same guy booing. Do it in the small room, but you're a coward because you don't want to be boo. It's you're the booer. What's your problem? That's why and I'll say this and I'm gonna get to the donations. That is why, and I love saying this. Nobody from Carolina Mencina to Ahati to even the brother Upesh Ahati, I don't see him anymore. Menkura Ra, Ika Kepa Ra, Neta Unkotep, anybody, especially the people that were directly involved, like on the panel and a part of the team. Nobody has ever told me they have a problem with the House of Atten Armene. If you were to ask me how the brothers are doing, I would say they're doing good. I never heard from them. I never got a message from Heka Kepara. I never got a message from Ahati. I never got a message from Menku. I never got a message from such. I have never known, because on the internet world, you can disappear quietly. It promotes the cowardice. You couldn't do it in a room like the Nation of Islam or in a room with a group of people. You couldn't sneak out the door. We said, hey, where you going, brother? You're supposed to be at this meeting today. You couldn't. On the internet, you could just not show up, change your name. Yeah. Internet creates a cowardly system. That's why no hip-hop can come out of it. Hip-hop is a warrior system. The internet creates a cowardly, everybody is scared. Nobody in House of Atten history has ever told Tehuti that there is an issue with the House of Atten, that they have to leave, or with my teachings. Not a person. Why not? When it was the testimonies of what was good, everybody from Ahati to Nika Kepara to Menku to everybody that was here have a testimony of how their life was saved. So if you have a testimony of how your life was saved, why is there no word when you want to leave? Because they're petrified of me. That's why the people don't support. If it was in person, they couldn't. Some people give me $2 support. In person, nobody would see a class like this and give me $2. They wouldn't do that in person. You give the breakdancers 20. So everybody, my intensity causes people to be extremely afraid, and simultaneously, it causes people to realize, if Tehuti's teaching like this, I have to become a baby again. And that's actually what's taking place. If Tehuti's the teacher, I have to be a baby. So people can say that I'm pseudo, people can say anything, but why can't you beat me in a debate? Why? What's there has to be a I am the only person that's been on Sonnetter that has never lost one debate in Sonnetter's entire history. I am the only person. Why is that? Because the intensity causes people to freeze up and go, I am a rabbit, I am a rabbit. That's what happens face to face. On the internet, cowardice. Nobody sent me any message. People have my physical phone number. and my address. Nobody's come to me to say, you know what, brother, I've been following you for years. I've been doing this and that, but I got to step off because that word right there, because, that's what ends the conversation. I would say, because you're going to do what? Because whatever you say you're going to do, go ahead, brother. I'm going to announce it though, so we can all look for you, because I want to see your work. What the because is, because you're going to go out and do a better organization. You're going to have a better podcast. You're going to have better answers. You're going to have a better house of attend. They don't want to give me a because they know I'm going to rip their guts out and smile with their guts in my hand. Because that, when I talk to you and I'm actually disappointed with you and I'm actually in a debate, I'm like this. But you can feel, it's not like how I'm talking. Nobody feels it unless you're on the opposite side. So it's just a cowardly thing. You don't want to. That's why nobody comes to the panel and says why they don't support. Remember, I opened up the door to the panel and I said, if you don't support and don't feel that this has helped you in any way, come to the panel and state it, not a person. So it's all right. I just give praise to all those who have supported. Peace, love, and adoration to those who consistently support. It's the best that I can receive, because I understand in a matrix environment, I'm never going to get. I told my inserts already, it will be 50 to 70 years when I am appreciated. I will be appreciated 70 years from now or so. I don't even expect the appreciation now for what I'm actually doing. 70 years, then people will look back and fill out pod classes and start quoting and saying, yo, this was said in this, there was a brother named Tehuti, and that's what will happen. It's the nature. It's okay. I appreciate Mehotep Marie for all those who are supporting and wonderful. And I really appreciate you. The truth will never be supported as much. And MC Hammer will always make more money than Kool G Rap. Nobody can prove to me that Kool G Rap can make more money than Vanilla Ice. Who's a better rapper? My favorite? Kool G Rap. But he will never make the hit money that Tone Loc made. Funky called Medina when I was walking down Funky called Medina, that wow thing.
SABA, he didn't even write that.
Kool G Rap will never see that, and that's understandable, because the quality of things are not as appreciated as much as putting somebody in an unaccountability mind state. That's why people pay for themselves to get drunk. When you get drunk, you paid for that because you want to be in an elusive. So whatever you do, there's no account. Hey, we have a party. There's more people at the club than here. Why? Because you can do anything in the darkness. Why are the lights off in the club? Can somebody tell me? Why are the lights off? It's already nighttime. Why are the lights off? How come people don't want to dance in the light? Because when it's dark and the drinks, you can act like the madman that you are. You can act like the irresponsible, crazy person that you actually are. So the lights are off in the club, but they're on in the school. And the club is at nighttime and the school's at daytime. The lights are on. How come casinos don't have windows? So this system is set up for cowardice. So I appreciate the supporters. And I am happy that not one man has ever come and presented a problem of why they left the House of Atan or anything. They can't do it. I will make them say that they're a rabbit. Come, I invite you, and I'll be talking just like this. And you'll say that you're a rabbit, and you'll cry. I've had only a couple of meetings where people presented a particular problem. I solved the problem, and the person was crying, grown man crying, in a family House of Atan meeting, because the intensity that I'm coming and I'm looking in the screen, I am not for cowards. So Tua to everybody. Anyone who mentions my name and another teacher's name in the same sentence, wonderful to you, and it's no problem. Coogee Rap mentioned you know, you got that guy, what's that guy, Superfly? What's that guy he doesn't even rhyme, but he makes a lot of money. He's in battles, but he doesn't rhyme. Super Hot Fire, is that his name?
Supernatural.
Super Hot Fire. He's in memes and he's like, he just says the stupidest thing and the crowd holds him up. He has glasses on and he's like, I took your mama. It's a gimmick thing. He's called Super Hot Fire. And he will always get more views than the best rapper in the world, best battle, the best conch, highest genius in the world. His name is Rum Nitty. That's the highest genius ever to touch a battle rap. But the guy, Super Hot Fire, will always get more views. Rum Nitty will never get the views that Wild 'N Out gets. But anyway, let's get to these. To support everybody. I'm gonna get my rest. Here we go. Let's see.
Do it to you, Jay Saba.
Nini Uk. We have Johan Billadou. Shout out to you because people hear me talking and they'll use that excuse not to support. So let me just read off the supports that are here now. There's a few big ones in. To Gabriel Lopez. To Israel Medu Seneb. And here we go. We're going to give a shout out to Johan Billadou, to you. Now, Johan Billadou, I believe, gave 2. So I'm going to read this one. Johan Billadou, $10. To you, Johan Billadou. And I'm going to scroll down because he gave another 10. And 10 and 10 is 20. And that, or was that the 10? I thought he gave 2. Maybe he gave 1. Shout out to you, Johan Billadou. Oh, I went down to the bottom. I think that was the one he gave. Shout out to Johan Billadou. Appreciate you. Awesome. Wonderful. Now we're going to go to Israel Hoyley. He's Israel Hoyley, but his true name is Medu Seneb. He was a brother on the panel who he was having some problems because of the rain. And he gives his due diligence, always respectful, always giving his support. Shout out to Nookpoo. Too bad he wasn't able to come to the class and respond to this. The longest answer ever given in a Tuesday pod class was given to Nookpoo and Robert Williams. Now, give some huge noise, Transformers and everything to Israel Hoyley. Give him some big noise. Who is Medu Seneb is his real name. Israel Hoyley.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
I'm gonna read this one. This was actually a donation that never got read off. So this is Robert Williams' question about the Kopesh, and he sent in major, massive support for this. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Give some major noise, Transformers and everything. We're reading some big donations now. Robert E. Williams, could you read that for us? Jed?
Yes, from Robert E. Williams, $111.72 for elaboration on the Kopesh, swords, netter axe, and the Ma'at feather.
Give him some huge monster noise, please. Okay, shout out to what's that? Okay. Shout out to Robert E. Williams for that. Amun and Amunet. Oh, beautiful. To Amun and Amunet. Probably sleeping right now. Large support given as an extra tip support for this class, even though they gave support. I see another support for them, the regular one they give, but they gave this on top of it. And is Gabriella available, or she with Aset?
I'm here, Saba.
Okay, wonderful. Is Aset finally asleep? Does she sleep?
No.
At all. So I'm here right now. You here right now? She talking.
When is her
now.
sleep time? Oh my goodness! Wow. I remember when I had a new baby, they have no there's no sleep schedule, and they
None
sleep
at all.
They sleep at the times you don't want them to. You're like, oh no, oh she's sleeping all afternoon. That means she's gonna be up all night. Wake her up. She's sleeping. It's 2:00. She's been sleeping since 10. Oh no!
You already know. You already know. You're here right now.
And you're shaking her. You're trying to wake up the baby. They wake up just to eat, and then they fall back asleep. Like, no, they're sleeping all afternoon. 3 a.m. It's crazy. That babies are great. Okay, we're gonna give a shout out to Amun and Amunet dropping it. Gabby, can you read this with your great voice for us, please?
Yes, Saba. $45 for breaking the matrix. We are irked. You made us nurture. I think that was wrong.
Enertef. Yes, it's okay. Thank you for reading that, Gabby. And give them some big, wonderful. Give them some big noise, please. Excellent. Wonderful. Okay. We have Gabby in here somewhere. Let me scroll down. We gave a big one. Oh, here we go. Shout out to, here she is, shutting down the pod class again, Gabby. Wait a minute. Gabby, you gave 2 big ones. You gave one called You Watched All the Pod Classes and there was jewels everywhere. I can't seem to find that. I found it. Thank you, Gabby. Okay, good. So I see what happened. Okay, so this is for the 12 judges, which is obviously for this class that just happened. Gabby dropping the large support to Gabby and a few others are the reason why I am continuing to do this and still here and have the ability to do this. Okay, here we go. I want some monster noises, everything. But first, Gabby, can you read this for us, please?
Yes, Saba. $100 for the 12 judges. White and purple Eve and the mind blown emoji.
Boom. Thank you, Gabriella. Go ahead and drop some major noise for her, please. Every sound in the book.
They don't understand reciprocity, Saba.
No, they don't. To Gabrielle, that was incredible.
I saw that you mentioned the animals.
Go down.
You mentioned the animals, Saba. Only animals I seen that help out. I always see like elephants help out other animals. Hippopotamus help out other animals. It's very interesting that they don't even have to be their kind, and they'll step in to prevent from being attacked by a lion or a hyena. They'll come in and do something that is from the very eve. So do it for building us to have that state of mind.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely wonderful, yes. Some animals do partake. Dolphins. Dolphins will help people against sharks. Wonderful. Yes. Shout out to a Tef Remkem. Go ahead and read that for us. Full Metanetter donation messages.
Hotep Great Saba, it says.
Tef there?
Yeah, I'm here, Saba. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. A little low, but I can hear you, yes.
Hotep mic check. It says, it's a tip for tonight's class. It says, murder was the case. Nah, I'll watch it.
Oh, wait. Is it Metanetter words but saying English? Metanetter letters saying English words? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Say it again for us, please.
Murder was the case. Nah, Uncle watch it.
All right, give a hand clap for that. That was creative. Give a hand clap for that. He gave a few donations. Okay, and here are the rest from a Tefrem Kim Ma'at. Oh my goodness. Yay, here we go. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, Tefrem Kema'a, go ahead and read that for us.
777 from a Tefrem Kemaat. It says Hotep Ma'at to a Ishim.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to put on the next one, and then that one you can give some noise. So here's a Tefrem Kemaat again. Whoops. Okay, I see. Ooh-wee. Tefrem Kemaat again. Go ahead and read that for the Tef and the amount.
Hotep Ma'at. It's 2272 from a Tefrem Kemaat. It says Hotep Ma'at to a Ishim.
All right, give some noise for that. Appreciate
Come join us, House of ATTON, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings in the Teru. Back to the source. We the original Axemen.
the original Axeman. All right, thank you. That's our friend Kema. Wonderful, excellent. Okay.
Saba, my phone is dying. I gotta put it to charge, so I'm gonna have to jump off. But Tua, for you and everything that you do for us, I appreciate you so much, and just thank you for being so nefer.
You're welcome. That covers it all. Being so never. Thank you. One word worth 1,000 words. Appreciate that, and you have a great night's rest, and good luck with you and the little baby tonight.
Tua. Nefer Kopesh, Uncle Justin.
All right, Nefer Kopesh, Uncle Justin. Wonderful. The Jet, are you there, good brother?
Yes, Saba. You know I'm here.
Okay, good. Matt, come to the screen a moment if you can. If you cannot have a baby. Can you imagine how many years were you studying with on all the whatever you were studying before before me? How long was that?
So I don't even know how to answer that that question.
Yeah, how long were you studying Musa Ashby and the rest of this command in general?
Muta Ashby, I want to say before you, almost a year. I want to say almost a year, not a year exactly, but you know, I'm just rounding up. Yeah, and then the rest was just Hebrew Israelite stuff, and then Christianity before then.
Okay. Well, all the time you're studying Muta Ashby and even watching the Killer Priest show, can you believe? Did you ever think in all those years Gabriella would be speaking Netter?
Never, Saba. I mean, I had a vision, and I knew the potential, but you remember the first pathways. You remember our conversation on the first pathways?
Yep.
Yeah. And then so yeah, here we are.
That's amazing. What a beautiful thing. You're made us saying Netter sentences. What kind of dream is this? What, is this real life? What's going on, man? That's amazing. That's so great. So great. That's I love seeing that transformation. Someone that wasn't even looking at the pod class or having interest at first is now speaking Netter sentences. Wow. Okay.
Tua to you, Saba. Tua to you, and I have to say Tua to the great Nani Yase.
Oh, Tua to Nanny? Okay, she's knocked up, but I'll let her know. Yeah, that's good. That's great. That is beautiful. That's beautiful that Gabby can have a the pod class and everything, and then have the female energy to relate to. That's her first female to relate to that's not in the Matrix.
Big facts, Saba. Big facts. I wish we can get I wish I could get the same one-on-one time as much as she gets with Nani. I wish I could get with you. So super busy. Saba, they be over here talking. They be having meetings for 3 hours.
Yeah,
3 hours. Where I was like, man, I wish I could get some time with Saba like that, man. He a busy man.
I had told Nani she's so nice for doing that, because then that's a very nice thing to do that, because she likes Gabby so much. But I was like, just giving somebody that much time on a regular basis, I don't even have that much time for myself. Okay, here we go. Let's go to the supports. We got 80 Thieves here giving 999. I can read this one. Tua Sabatuti Aminotep Ra. Thank you, ADCs. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm not sure when that was given, but let me see if that was given before in the beginnings. Or was that given just? That was recent. Okay. 2 ADCs. Are you still awake, good brother? I mean, knocked out. He's in London. A different time period. Okay. 2 to him. 2 to Mr. Blicket Man. He may be walking his dogs or preparing food or doing something. The Blicket Man. Could you read this for me, to Jed, please? Or if Tehuti, if you're there, could you read this if you're there? Okay, all of Tehuti's donations rhyme. All of Tehuti's donations turned the Jed into a rapper. Go ahead, Jed.
Yeah, it says $11.11. The fresh breast to the pet, the chet, and Kopesh bet.
You gotta do it to the beat, man. Okay, shout out. Thank you for reading that. Appreciate that. Every time Tehuti sends a donation, I put his smaller donations. I play this this music here because it sounds like somebody's about to start a cipher. So to Tehuti, appreciate you. Fresh breast equals to the pet. Chet Kopesh pet. Okay, wonderful. To you. He has another huge one. Oh man, Ampu has a big order. We get leisure shutting it down, of course. We get leisure Maharu. Don't know what time it is in the side of the world you are in, but we're gonna give you some major noise right now.
I don't remember the last time you played this this beat. This takes us back to the early pod class.
Yes. Yes, this is the early. You want an early memory, early pod class? Let me see if I can do classic memory. Here we go. How about this? This is before you even started coming.
Super classic SABA. I remember that. That's back when I was just watching. That's back when I wasn't supporting on nothing. I was just trying to see if he was consistent or not. The Matrix screen. You have the background with the Matrix screen. The hat didn't have the way it was decorated right now. It was a plain black hat. You got the spider on there, SABA. Yeah.
Awesome. Good. Glad you remember it. We get leaders shutting it down again. Go ahead and read that for us, Jed, please.
Yes, it says Begat Leisure, $100. Dua and Henu SABA, great work of Ramput. Why dealing of past is present, future of MAAT, standard is real.
Give him some major noise, Transformers, everything, please. Keep going.
Forget that we the real champions around here. I don't play with pseudos.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Begin Leisure. Appreciate the great support. I love all the great students that support and are honest supporters of the 2T Pod class. We have Eric G. That's it. Eric G. has upgraded his 333 to 555. He is back. He is back because there's nowhere else to go. Where are you gonna go, Eric G? Where are you gonna go to get this? I would say I'm gonna sleep in tomorrow, but meeting tomorrow. I go to rest tomorrow sometime. Okay. Shout out to Eric G. That's it. Appreciate your support. Great. $5.55. I'll read this one. SABA Tehuti. Thank you, Eric G. That's it. Okay, wonderful. We got Owen Hythe, triple. Owen Hythe, triple. What an honorable brother this is. I was a little bit sad or felt strange when I didn't see him support for a couple pod classes. I was like, maybe something happened to him. But Owen Hythe just complete honorable man, living by his principles and supporting. And Jack, could you read that one for us, please? The Jed there? Okay. Matef, are you there?
I'm here, Great Saba. It's 2120 Can you hear me, Mike? Check.
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. Yes, you're doing great.
What's up, Great Saba? It's 2120 from Owen Hythe for class 51025 Otep Saba.
All right, wonderful. Give him a hand clap for that, please.
VRI said he's in the building.
Well, VRI is here. Okay, 2 of VRI for your support. We read it. Some support's back. Okay, we got another one from Owen Hythe. Wonderful, Owen Hythe. Where's VRI? Okay, good. Minty's still up? Okay. I'm just seeing all these messages now. Interesting. Okay. Minty, bet everybody's still awake. My screen, my comments were froze. Okay. VRI says, I'm here, Saba. Wonderful. Okay. All right, go ahead and read that one for us, Dejad.
Yes, it's 2772, class May 17th, 2025, Hotep Spiritual Warrior.
Okay, give him some noise for that, please. Ooh. Let's take another break. It's the latest. Okay, thank you, Owen Hythe, if you can hear us. Thank you. Appreciate you as always. We got Pata in the building. He had to sign off very early this time. He was actually had some computer problems. I never actually saw him the whole pod class. Shout out to Pata Tehuti. I hope he gets his computer situations fixed. and he is another great consistent supporter. He is also one of those that set off for large donation supports with just a donation and no question, just like any set off large donations for questions. This is Pata Ani Aten Tehuti, and read that for me at the Jed.
Yes, this says 2772. Tua for answering questions. Uncle Jocelyn, Hinu Fist, Hotel.
All right. Give some noise for that, please. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We got oh wow, we got some big supports. Tehuti, harassed did. Here we go. The monster supporters are definitely in tonight. To all of you. I will stay. I will stay. The monster supporters, thank you for all the support for this movement and keeping this moving. A movement is something that is actually moving. So what is keeping this Tehuti podcast moving are the great questions and the great support. Without questions and support, there will be no podcast. Okay. Now get ready to give some big monster noise to Harass Dead, who's here as Sari Jean, who used to just start off only giving $5 donations in the beginning, has majorly jumped from that point. Give some monster, it just says Tua. Give some monster noise, please, to Harass Dead.
Never everything is beautiful in life.
Yay. Wonderful, thank you very much. Okay, the young ladies are coming through. The next is, okay, I see a bet here. Here we go. Looks like Yvette said Tua until it was nighttime. Tua. Oh, that's interesting. Both supports say Tua multiple times. Sarah said Tua, and then Yvette sent this, and it's more multiple Tua. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it now? Here it is. Okay, so one support said Tua, and the next support says Tua, and Tua. Oh, and they're both, were they both the same amounts? That's interesting. 72 and 72 again. Both saying Tua. How in sync is that? That's very interesting. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on the screen. I can't see the screen or the chat right now, but I'm going to put this on the big screen. There it is. Okay, good. It's popping up. All right, and there is Yvette again with the large monster donation for a moon symbol, multiple Tuas, and another Tua and a moon symbol again. $72. Give some big noise, please.
I don't play with pseudos.
Neb Nefer Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Oh, did I read it? Oh, was I on mute this whole time? Okay, so I said Bet said, oh, that was on mute. Okay, Bet said, yeah, I put 10 tuas and harass had 2, which altogether is 12 in sync. So I said, yes, that's excellent in sync, and in sync again. So wonderful. Thanks for telling me that I'm muted. And we have $5 from Big Vapes as a tip for Abraxas. Give him a little hand clap for that, please. Excellent. Okay, here we go. We're winding down now. I'm going to take a break. Thought I could get all this done before I have to take a break, but there's a lot of support given tonight. Thank you, everybody, and the large supports. To everybody for the large supports coming in. Okay. Who's this? Philip Holler. There we go. I think this was sent much earlier too. Yeah, this was sent before the podcast began. Let's give some big noise to Philip Holler. I'm going to read a couple more, then I have to take another break. Danny, you might have put the and passing one. Okay, Philip Holler coming through as usual, Mr. Dependable. Coming through with his he just gives support, there's no message to it. Let's see if he did that this time. Let's see. And yes, Philip Holler, give some big noise, please, to good brother Philip Holler for his consistent support that's always large. Give him some big noise, please. Great. Excellent. Mintiotep says what you always. Mintiotep says donations will come, Saba. Mintiotep says donations will come, Saba, Blackheart. But you always have my support with 2 hands and the con symbol. Neb Marie. Never up. Everything is beautiful. Okay, here we go. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. What's the top? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read a couple more and then I'm breaking down again. I'm going to let the family build. Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay. What am I screen sharing? Okay, good. Thank you. Is there any more support coming in? I'm going to scroll down. I see Amun and Amunet for a MetaNetter class. Okay, here we go. Jed, could you read this one for us, please? Ooh-wee.
Yes, from Amun and Amunet, $40. Medu, number 7. Tua Mary, wonderful par EE. You are the best.
Thank you, Jed, for reading that, and give them some big noise for that, please.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
And if you're listening, Amunet, well, you already have the MetaNetter class already. That's how fast we are, the Tehuti Pod class. Okay. Well, a lot of big supports given. Gabriel Lopez doing it again. Past classes, gems everywhere. Yes, that's true. What an appreciative young lady Gabriella turned out to be. What a transformation. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm so happy for the Jed and their family. Speaking of the Jed, could you read this for your Hamet, please?
Yes, it says $100 past classes, white E, purple E, gems everywhere.
Give some huge thank you for reading that. Huge noise, transformers, and everything. Gabriella is the highest donator of the night for sure. Give her some big noise, please.
Never everything is beautiful in life.
Play one more hand clap, please.
Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And now we're on to we got a Melanin Dark Consciousness from my eyes here. I haven't seen a Melanin Dark Consciousness order in a little while. Let's see this here. Let me fix my eyes. Melanin Dark Consciousness order. Here we go. This is from oh, wonderful. This is from Florence, who I don't remember how to say her other name right now. It's not on the screen. A shout out to Florence, who stands for melanin. Melanin book. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. So let's go ahead and give some noise to Florence, who sent for a Metanetter book, and sent for a Melanin Dark Consciousness book. Give her a hand clap for that, please. Okay. Forward to you. Okay, wonderful. And so Florence, if you're listening, let me go ahead and do this right here. Melanin Dark Consciousness, the PDF new one, right here. Let's see if it loads up smoothly. 80%, 60%, 70%, and done. Okay, Florence, if you're listening, you have the Melanin Dark Consciousness book. For all those who are new, wondering if you're brand new. Well, let me ask anybody: is there any new listeners still listening? Maybe you'll watch this on the those who are watching this on the repeat. If you're watching this on the repeat, this is what. Oh, where is it? This is what she sent for. One of the original books, Melanin Dark Consciousness, Egyptian Science by Amenhotep Ra, scribe teacher of the Kemetic community. I haven't said that in a long time. Kemetic community. All right, so we're on to, let me go up and see. Tehuti again shutting it down with a question. He says, coming soon. I guess that's in the email. Yeah, that is in the email. Yes. Not guess, but yes. Yes, it's in the email. All right, shutting it down as usual, of course, is Tehuti. I have about 3 to 4 supports in for questions from Tehuti. He's gonna keep the podcast going for years, just off me doing his questions. Every podcast or 2, he sends in another one. And it's good. It's building up, which is great, because that means every once in a while he's always going to be in circulation. That's excellent. So from May, shout out to Tehuti. Get ready. Give some huge monster noise for us.
Yeah,
around. What was that? Is that you, Tehuti?
Oh yeah, I'm back. Peace and love. Peace.
Okay,
and love.
good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you came just in time. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Go ahead and read that for us, brother. You came just in time for your support.
T-Cow the DJ, Tehuti and Ra, I shot $111.11 for water. Question coming soon. It should be in the email. I sent the donation and then I was doing something, so I email later, but it should be in there.
Okay. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Give some big, big monster noise. All the sounds, everything possible to good brother Tehuti for his consistent support and consistently sending in questions that create excellent podcast. Give him some noise, please.
You gotta keep teaching like this. You gotta keep teaching like this. You
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And his question, I found the question. Here it is.
Excuse me.
All right, Tehuti is keeping it down to 6 questions, which is good. We're all on the same topic, so they all should. Next week is going to be your next week, Tehuti, is your discipline question coming up.
Oh, baby, I need that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I need to work on my discipline.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to put the question. Okay, and the question is going to go on the screen, and Tehuti, you can read this for us as soon as you see it pop up.
Okay. Okay, peace and love, Tehuti. Water is an essential part of our lives and makes up about 70% of the earth and our bodies. This group of questions will surround water and its amazing ability / properties / uses. From the comedic perspective, what is water? What comedic being and animal represented water and why? Dr. Masaru Omoto conducted a groundbreaking scientific experiment, and I sent a link to the experiment attached, revealing the response of water to positive and negative words, uncovering the connection between language, emotion, consciousness, and water's molecule structure, where positive words created harmonious shapes and negative words created quote-unquote ugly shapes. How is this possible if humans give language meaning? Wouldn't that mean that water responds to our intention / consciousness rather than the actual language itself? Then I provided another link to the experiment. All right. What spiritual, energetic, or ritualistic practices did the comedians have with water? What was the comedians' form of baptism if they engaged in practice? Every ancient civilization has some form of a flood story. Where did it actually derive from? Per usual, thanks for all that you provide in your amazing podcast. It's greatly appreciated. Thanks for reading. Peace and love. Respectfully submitted, Terrence C. Jr., spiritually known as Tehuti N. Ra I Shots.
Wonderful. What a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Beautiful questions. Your questions bring back memories. I look forward to getting to these to your questions. They remind me of things that I've taught on, and I would love to answer this all in one.
Perfect.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I haven't seen this name in a long, long time. Shout out to Matic resonance. Peace, family. Am I late? And Don Peace says, I'm back, still here. Wow. It's the next day. It's almost 12 hours later. Here we go. It's almost 11 hours later. Okay, we're gonna read that now. I'm gonna read. Oh my, is there more? Is there more support that was given? Yes, there is. The good brother Nookpoo. He gave a great extra support for the school class. He wasn't able to make it today. He said he was at work. I'll get his response next week. I would love to hear his response to the class. Did you get to watch the class to Tehuti, or you came in late?
I came in like the halfway. I got there when y'all was talking about I think I got to the piece where the ending of the Kopesh and then going into the school.
Oh wow, you got a lot of it. Okay, good. You got a lot. When you rewind it, you're gonna 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours.
I can't wait for this one because the school really connected a lot of dots on some other things that I'm learning about. So I loved it.
Okay, good. Okay, shout out to the brother who sent the question in. Nookpoo. Can you read? Are you on a big screen, Tehuti, or are you on your phone?
No, I can read. I can read it. It's
okay. Go ahead and read that first. Thank you.
Okay, Emilio Rodriguez. Nookpoo. $33.33. Hotels, you expelled us from school. MAAT. Celebration face, a cold emoji, and the eye.
Excellent. That was very. Thank you for reading that, Tehuti, and very creative, Nookpoo. Yes, everybody was expelled today. Literally, everybody was removed from the spell. Go and give him some big noise for that, please. Yay. Okay, wonderful. And Nookpoo again. I got 2 more, and then we can I can take a little break, and you guys can talk, and I can close it out. Okay, so here we go. We got Nookpoo again. Let's give good brother Nookpoo some noise again. Oh my. Okay, read that again for me. Read that one again. It's Nookpoo again, Tehuti.
We got Emilio Rodriguez. Nookpoo, $9.99. Hotep SABA. Uncle Jocelyn. I don't know how to say that word. I'm sorry. Mikaru Sakim Medi Ma'at with a Blue Eve and feathers. Might be mistaken.
What's the last thing you said, Tehuti? Feathers and what?
Okay, never mind. There's a blue heart, a blue Eve, some stars, and some wings.
Yes, wonderful. And you read it right. It's Makaru. It says Makaru to the power of 3. Thank you. Thank you, Tehuti, for reading that.
Definitely welcome.
Okay, give him some hand claps for that. Give Nookpoo hand claps for that, please. And now for the largest, actually, Tehuti is the largest for a men-letter order. That was public. Shout out to Anpu for his largest
Manetta Order and the largest public Manetta Order, second to Tehuti. It goes Tehuti, Saket, and Anpu. So shout out to this Manetta Order. 7 Manetta class orders. Anpu is making sure he's not missing any of them. He's going to end up with all of them. Let's see which ones he wants here. Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. All right. First, I'm going to get the Jack. Could you read this one first, please, good brother?
Yes, it says $140 for got the hat on, SABA. That's your magic hat with the Hekau wand 1 through 7. Thanks for the knowledge. Ampu Ma'at Heka.
Wonderful. Give him some huge noise. One of the biggest meta orders at one time in a long time. This is great. Give him some huge noise, please.
Better keep teaching like this.
Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather, if you made a punch and just moved you should have moved your left shoulder a little bit to the right, and I know you could have just get in the ring and beat the guy.
Neb Nefer Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Minty's on every one. Okay, wonderful. Let me just do this here. Excellent. What was this one here? Shout out to the great supporter, Ian Pooh. He is definitely collecting all the Manetta classes possible. He's doing a great job. One moment here, I gotta fix something here. This isn't right. Hold on. Why is it doing that? That's okay. Let me okay, good. That's fixed. Boom. And Empu, are you in the chat by any chance? Are you listening by any chance? Somebody let me know if Empu is in the chat at all.
He's in there, Saba.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Thank you, Atef. Thank you, Tehuti. Appreciate that. Let me come to the screen and see if I see him. Okay, let me come to the screen. Where is Empu? There he is. Hey, Empu. You have received all 7 MetaNetter classes. Just confirm in the chat that you got them in. Wonderful order. You are consistent, and you will end up with every single class. They are addictive because they're so personal and so full of things that you can apply. It's really great. So wonderful. Check your inbox. You should have all 7 of them. And I think that's it, everybody. Let me scroll down. Is that it for the support? John Doe, but I already got the support for that. Okay, that's it, everybody. That is it, everybody. Excellent. I'm going to step off for a minute. I'm going to let you all. I'm going to let you all do your closeouts. It's only 3 of you. I am listening in the background, and I will come back, and then I will do the closeout if I come back after all 3 of you are done. But go ahead and do the closeout, and you all just also build for a while. I'll be back in a few moments. I'll be right back. Hotep, everybody. Peace and love.
Hotep,
And also, if everybody could come to the screen, it looks better for the visual of the people watching. Thank you. Peace.
Hotep, great Saba. Enjoy your break. I'll let the great brother Tehuti. You want to do your closeout, brother? You didn't get a chance to speak much, so we'll let you speak, great brother, first, and then have the Jed speak, and I'll speak last, and then Saba come back. We close it out. Tehuti, you still there? Hotep. Tehuti, you still there, great brother? Well, the Jet, I'll let you go first, great brother, and see if the great brother Tehuti came back, because that was a nice donation, some nice reciprocity that he gave, which is very, very nefer. I had to put Minty in the Gabby say Saba's nefer. That's 100%. So I'll let you speak, great brother.
Yeah, peace. Yeah, shouts out to all the supporters. And Pooh said he in the building. He said, I'm here, Saba, Uncle Justin, Nev. Shouts out to Pooh. You know him, and a few words. He out there making it happen. Shouts out to Pooh. Shouts out to Tehuti. Like I said, man, that's what you call reciprocity. I don't know how many viewers it be who watch these parts, right? Watch the donations come in. Everybody who watch in the future, I don't know how much, you know what I mean, they watch this portion, because this is where the real Ma'at comes in, right? This is where the real Eve is expressed. You know, you support what is beneficial to the Ka. And, I just want to say shout out to the great Saba, him and his out. Dua to you, great Saba. Dua for your consistency. Dua for just this presentation in itself. Definitely worth multiple playbacks. It's definitely a nefer time we are in. To receive information like this, and I hope it's never taken for granted. Like you said, a Tef in the past, man, you can give flowers now, right? People want to give flowers when people transition on or they don't. Hey, shouts out to the great Saba Tehuti Amun. Shouts out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate all the love, all the comments, and everybody who participated. Just I appreciate everybody who just who keeps this going, right? And this is a pure example of someone who living in their creativity, living in their gift. And if you're consistent in it, you can see that it's matured in my heart, right? So Saba's doing this every Saturday. And, it's the never thing. Definitely grateful for SABA always being here and, you know, always giving us more than what is actually deserved, man, because, you know, this could be on some Patreon stuff to where now you gotta pay. You gotta pay to watch these classes, right? This could be that, right? And, people usually when you charge stuff like that, people ask, well, why you just can't give it to us? But hey, man, nobody do nothing for free, man. This is people's livelihoods. This is people's livelihoods. I always tell people, man, even at the job, I said, man, the day your position becomes volunteer work, that's the last day you showing up. Because everybody there for the bread, everybody there for the money.
Right.
As soon as they tell you, hey, man, hey, volunteer work now. Hey, all right, I'm going to holler at y'all. Hey, I'm going to holler at y'all, man. I'm going to talk to y'all. I'm going to see y'all when I see y'all, right? And and if you don't do stuff like that, you know, if you don't use your life and your time for free, why not support it? Especially, I'm not talking to the ones who are one and done, right? Who show up to the class, like, hey man, this ain't for me, I'm out of here. Not even talking to those. I'm just talking to the ones who consistent in the background, consistent in getting the teachings, and no recipe. I would have to say then why watch, man? Why are you here? What you learning then? I want to know what you learning. Please tell me what you learning after all this time being here, showing up every Saturday or watching it on a Wednesday or a Tuesday. Why watch it all the time if you can't even give reciprocity? And like I said, I'm pretty sure most don't even they probably don't even, you know what I mean, go this long on the class. Once I was done teaching, they probably just shut it off and don't even hear the rest. But these are the moments, man. So, like I said, shouts out to the SABA Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. Dua to you, great SABA. And everybody, man, to you, Atef, to you, Jehuti. I appreciate you, brothers, for being on here. As always, may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. May you all rise and come forth this conscious light like the divine Ra, rise and shine for everyone. The Jed to Jim Ma'at, him, Power Coop, everybody material, that's a net, Hotep and New, after we pay.
What's up, great brother? Tehuti, we ain't heard your tones tonight. We definitely look forward to hearing you speak, great brother.
Oh, peace and love, peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And the last part of this class is very interesting. I really liked it because I'm learning some other information. I don't know if y'all heard about like the freedom people. System calls them sovereign citizens. It's pretty much it's an oxymoron because you can't be a sovereign and a citizen at the same time. But it's pretty much people who are learning about like the system, all they actually operate. And I always looked at how Google, to me, it's like especially high school, it's like a psychological program. And when you look at the of like high school, it's pretty much like psychologically setting you up for how society works and operates. Like you have your principal, who is like the president. You have to walk around with a hall pass to go to different places. That's like you having your ID. You have to go to different places with your ID. You have your teachers, who are pretty much like your constituents and the people who work in the system of government. You have your class clowns, who are the comedians. You go to ISS when you get in trouble. That's like jail. If you get in major trouble, you go into a whole separate school just for that particular people who get in those type of troubles, and that's your prisons. So the whole system of school is like preparing you for life or for the ISFET structure of how life in society is. And I don't even think people realize that, like when they're going to high school and they're just going through daily life, but you literally it's just like a baby version of what life is like. So that part is really impressive to me. It really opened up my mind to a lot of things, but I really need to go catch the full podcast in order to get the full grasp of it. But that part really just spoke to me, just based on the other things that I'm learning about how society operates. So it's very interesting and eye-opening. It just further clicked my mind to that show how society is controlled, doctored, in order for a small group of people to control the larger group. And the thing is, like, when you think about it, when does the system ever give you anything for free? You know, it never does. You always have to pay for something. It's always this monetized system. You're always having to buy things and pay for things. So when does it ever give you anything for free? But high school, middle school, those are free. I wonder why, because it seems like they're a programming system. They're there to program your mind and have you think and look at society a certain way. So that part is just very, very interesting to me. I'm really speechless. I love the classes. I love the great energy from Tehuti and everyone else. And it's definitely an eye-opener. I can't wait to view the whole podcast and get all the information that was given. But I love it.
To a great brother, I look forward to your questions being answered. The water one. The other two, I think you 3 in the hole now, right? 3?
Nah, I'm probably like 4 or 5.
4 or 5? Okay. Yeah, you definitely keeping the podcast going, because you see the kind of answers
yeah
on here, brother. When you go back and replay this one, man, I got the heat on right now. I got the fan going. I don't know. I'm a little warm, I think. I don't know. What time is it? It's 4:40 in the morning right now where I'm at, right?
Oh wow, yeah, it's 3:40 where I'm at.
Yeah, last week I kind of dozed off toward the end. I very rarely do that. I probably once or twice, if that. But you know, this is important to me. Knowledge is important to me, and I can't look myself in the mirror and know the things that I used to do at night. I would stay up to run the streets, and you know, I was completely engulfed in the ISFET, and I can't justify that to my Eve. My Eve can't justify not doing the same thing for the knowledge, especially with having a family and being in this matrix, with knowing we in this matrix. I know I'm in this matrix, right? And nobody else is giving us the information to truly break out of this matrix. No one is giving it to us to truly break free except for SABA. And that's a fact. So, you know, I can't justify within my, first of all, I don't even have a desire to not stay up. I'm here. You know, I told you his consistency is, brother, he was invited to another show. There was a brother that would come often, and he was invited to go to his platform. Mm-hmm. He had one of his vipers, or I don't even remember what kind of snake it was. It was a poisonous snake, and he got bit while he was answering a question. And he continued to answer the question at least, it was maybe at least 30 minutes, right? Maybe up an hour, right? I mean, he continued. I mean, it was like it was you know, of course, definitely don't want to see nothing happen to our SABA, you know, but it was definitely, if that was me or you, it would have been over with, for seriously. I just, you know, I can't even, but he continued to answer the question and teach the class, and he showed up for that brother. That was somebody else's platform. And he continued to you know, talk to that brother, and that's the dedication that we get. So when he says now he got something with his leg, and you know, he hurt himself working out, or what, I don't know how he hurt himself, but something under his ribs, you know, it's still, he's still here, and we still get these kind of questions. I mean, these kind of answers. He still shows up. It's no way that I could justify not being here, not and look myself in the mirror and know I'm in the matrix, know my family's in the matrix, know I want to get out, because that's a whole nother thing. Do you want to get out? The Jed, them people, they Eve ain't pure, brother. Like Saba said, you got to purify your Eve. That takes work. It takes work to purify your Eve, because we were that longer than we were this. So it takes work, and people just refuse to put in the work. They don't want to be disciplined, and it's a lot of work, you know. But I'm here no matter where I'm at in the world. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I do my best to show up. Sometimes the time zones mess me up sometimes, but I still be here. I'll be here with my laptop, and you know, I'm here because, you know, I can't make an excuse, man, because this is our immortality that we're talking about. We are literally fighting for our lives here, and no one but us is standing with us, standing beside us, right, and helping us. Nobody. They, you know, and shout out to some of the brothers that's out there, some of the teachers and the brothers that came before that, you know, that tried and they did their part, but it wasn't nowhere near this, because they wasn't taking it back to the origins. You know, peace and love to Malcolm X and, you know, the great brothers, all of them. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not one to point the finger and say, because, you know, a lot of them truly tried. They just didn't know the truth. You know, a lot of them came with Christianity and these different matrix religions and, you know, so on and so forth, but they tried, but nobody is answering questions like this. Nobody. So the reciprocity has to be shown. What are you supporting? Are you supporting the matrix, or are you supporting MAAT? Because we all are supporting the matrix, no matter what you do. Wherever you get your bread from, your food from, you look into those companies. There's no alternative. Like, where's the black school? I mean, like, for real, teaching. Where's it at? When you hurt yourself, where's the comedic hospital? You know what I mean? Where's the real, and it's not about black or white. It's just about the consciousness that we are striving for, right? The purity and the ma'at, the actual truth, that word there, that we're striving for. No organization out there is doing that. You can't go to, you know, they have a do no harm, the Hippocratic Oath, but I mean, the doctors don't live longer than their patients statistically. We all in the matrix. And I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? They don't study health, they study sickness. You understand? So it's like, man, you gotta really, really take a hard look at yourself, you know. And I'm speaking to myself in the mirror. I'm like, you know, hey, you have to really look at yourself, because, you know, I have to truly, truly put the work in to get myself out of this matrix, this financial matrix, this complete matrix, and there's so many different layers, so many different layers to get out of it. You know, to be able to really, truly teach our children. If you don't, hey, listen, let me tell you how deep the matrix is, right? If you have children and you don't send them to school, they'll send you to jail. They'll take you to jail. That's another one of their matrices. It's the law. It's the law that you practice this ritual, whether they call it truancy or you truant, or they call you an unfit parent or something like that. No, I want to teach my children the truth. No, Easter bunnies don't lay eggs. I want to teach them that mammals don't lay eggs. Nope. You go into jail, buddy, and you miss school, and we completely in it, man. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
Shaba,
that's because the system has control over our children. Like when we get a birth certificate, pretty much getting it's a lot of deep stuff, but pretty much when you have a child at the hospital, they create a corporation, and that's what that birth certificate is, and pretty much they have control over that entity, and the mother pretty much gets, because you can look on any of your birth certificate, your children's birth certificate, and you'll look where it says the mother and it says informant. So she's informing the government that she is the only parent and there is no father, because most of y'all look at y'all certificates, the father didn't sign it. So the state is coming in as a father because they see it as a bastardized child. It's just a deep system going on, and the reason why they have control. But yeah, the system is all.
The matrix is very deep, and that's why we have to strive to get ourselves out of it and get our get our children out of it. As parents, we have to strive for it, man. We have to work for it. You have to put the work in to actually do it, because it's so many layers. Having your child at the SABA did a great breakdown on that. Having your child at the hospital and laying down to give birth. Just things like that, to where no matter what you do, you participate in a ritual. It doesn't matter who you are, what religion you are, whatever you say or religion you're not, whatever you practice, wherever you live, all over the world, it's a frequency. So I encourage everyone to purify your E, Pekka MQ, and do what you need to do, or do what you can do to break free from this matrix. Purify your E and break free from this matrix, because for me, I don't have a choice. I look at it as I'm obligated to do it, and for me, it's not even an obligation; it's an honor, because I have children and I have a family whom I love dearly. So for me, it's important for me, and and I did the same things when I was on the ISFET, a PEP frequency. And in my mind, I was doing what I was doing to take care of my family.
Yeah.
In my mind, that's what I was doing. And I was feeding my family, taking care of my family, but I was doing, a lot of harm as well. And my consciousness wasn't where it was at, now. So I'm eternally grateful for my great teacher and his Aoud, his family, his animals, for you, great brothers, great brother, I just met you. I'm grateful to you for asking these questions and keeping this going, because this is part of why next Saturday, Saba's gonna, come and do what he does, So, Hinu to you, great brother, for showing up and showing that example, man. You came on, and this is what has to be done. See, this is how you build a community and raise your consciousness. When you see something, you recognize it, and then you act. Okay, boom, I see this. Okay, hold on. And I don't know how long you've been watching, right? But when I saw you, you came on giving reciprocity. You came to the panel, you came on showing love and reciprocity. You understand, where a lot of people, like he said, he doesn't get no support on Wednesday or Tuesday. A lot of people watch. I don't know what the numbers are right now. 21 people watching. When you hang up right now, the count gonna be in the hundreds. And then tomorrow it's going to be even higher. But, he knew, to all the supporters, he got a lot of support. But nowhere near the support for the answer. Nowhere near that. Like how valuable that is when you evaluate value. Like, are you getting value for whatever you were receiving? Nowhere near that. And the thing is, I'm giving adoration, because I'm thankful for all the support that SABA gets. Anything that helps him to keep going and keep showing up, and to keep doing this for us, because he don't have to do this for us, you know. So all the support, I'm grateful for you, great brother, for coming in the door and immediately showing reciprocity and setting that example. You know, my great brother, the Jed, of course. Welcome back, Great Saba. I know it's late. Yeah, I ended Great Saba, but welcome back. May you advance your station among the venerable, and may your car contend with your enemy, and may your body learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who calls the weary one. May our moon be satisfied. Hotep Inu to you, Great Saba.
Thank you, good brother. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. All the other brothers gave their closing remarks already. I heard the Jed speak, but oh yes, I heard Tehuti speak and do his the comparisons of the school preparing you for society and how it hit him hard. And okay, good. I think I heard everyone. That was in the background. I did hear everybody. Okay, everybody. So wonderful, Tua, for your beautiful, excellent words of appreciation. I'm definitely going to close this up. We're going to close up with the affirmation. And what a beautiful experience. And you're right, Atef, I'm actually recording what I was saying, but yes. And I think the Jed started this. 50 people watching, but by Wednesday, the views will be 500. So there'll be more people watching on a Tuesday and Wednesday than when the actual pod class is on. But I don't get supports from random people on a Wednesday. So by the time the next pod class is at 1.2 thousand, and so how did the numbers don't actually calculate at the expanse. So if there's 50 people watching on a Saturday, then it should be around 50 people each day. But it actually it's actually much more than that. But there's no support given. But those who do support, I greatly appreciate you. You all are a part of this phenomenon. There's been no phenomenon before where someone has. Well, first there's no one answering as I'm answering, so maybe that's it. But there's no phenomenon where someone is answering questions and the students is actually truly supporting. I'm actually the highest. I actually received the highest support of anyone that is in the conscious community, as they call them, because my support comes from directly touching people's hearts. Whereas other people get support for other things that they may be selling or who they are in their position, like the Billy brother, he's in a particular position. So they're getting government stuff too. And they get things called sponsors. I don't know what that is. Sponsored by, so I've never had any type of backing like that or any type of assistance, but I greatly appreciate those who are keeping this going because it motivates me. Sometimes when I'm answering a podcast question, I wake up in the middle of answering it. I wake up and it's hours later because the answering took my consciousness to a point where I couldn't stay up and finish the answer. And it may be 2 p.m, but it takes a lot of mental concentration to be able to do this because my answers are actually stories. If you pay attention to every answer in a pod class, it has a beginning, it has conflict, it has a climax, it has a resolution and an end. Answers don't have that. If you ask somebody who Ramesses is, they'll give you Ramesses was a great king. They give you an answer like Wikipedia. If you ask me who Ramesses is, you're gonna get a story of Ramesses with intricacies. So I appreciate you, Atef, Tehuti. You're the newest one here at the Jed, and all those who really want me to stay around on this level. I could be around on other type of levels, but you want me to stay on this high potency level, so it takes the great support. So to everybody for that. I'm going to take the banner off. I'm going to put the affirmation on, and Atef, you can lead us out with the great affirmation. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really curious. Tehuti, the dogs you have, are any of them pit bulls? Are they all those like
No,
what are they called?
Crescent Canarios. They're from the
Yeah,
Canary
they're all that
Yeah, Crescent Canarios from the Canary Islands.
with that square face and that
Yeah.
that renowned, majestic, we protect you with our life look. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Shout out to those are. I'm not even into dogs, but at all. But those dogs stand out to me as some majestic, loyal, strong creatures. I'm glad you have them around because nobody's touching you with a 10-foot pole. Do my dogs bite? I heard somebody say, does my dogs bite? They don't bite me. So they don't. Did your dog bite? It doesn't bite me. That's the greatest answer ever. I think it was a little short comedian guy said that. But shout out to those dogs protecting you. They're great friends to have around. So I just wanted to say that we're gonna close out with the affirmation. And also, Dickhead, wonderful that you brought the snake to the podcast for the first time. For the first time, that's great. She looks healthy, great, well fed, and I hope Papa's doing good too. Love the Jack in here.
Say that last part again.
Papa. I hope Papa's doing well though. Big Papa.
Big Papa Kerr? Yeah, he in there doing good, Saba. He in there, man. He in there just doing his thing. Kurt T, she's been I open the windows, right? Because we got a lot of windows in the house, right? So when I open the window, the curtains, Kurt T, she likes to come out the sand and stare, man. She stare right out the window. And she'll come out the sand. She'll come all the way out and just like, she kind of like wiggle up on the glass a little bit, but she just stays right there looking outside. And she's been doing this for probably like 3 days now. I'm like, man, like really, like, hey, it's a beautiful thing. Like I brought her earlier in the class. You saw me when I brought her out. Yeah, she's just loving I don't know. She come up out of there, Saba, and she just be looking outside. And I'm like, man, maybe I gotta take you outside. I'll hold you and take you outside. I can't let you go because she'll swiggle. She'll go, and they like to hide and all that stuff. But I'll probably take her outside just to let her feel shoe, let her feel a little bit of rod, just shining on her. But it's a nothing thing. So.
Beautiful. I'm glad you made your animal connection, and we just have Atef to go. I think Atef is the last. He is the last of the team. Everybody, Menku got his snakes. Ahatia got his snakes. Qatar got his snake. Everybody you got yours. I think Atef is the last one. He said he has a snake plant. That's not good enough. That's not gonna cut it. That's not a snake. Yeah, Atef said I have a snake plant. But we gotta get him. We gotta get Shanti on board. I think it's Shanti. I think Shanti is the reason why Tef doesn't have a snake. If it was just a Tef as a bachelor, if a Tef was a bachelor, I think he'd have about 3 snakes right now. But I think we gotta talk to. I need to hypnotize Shanti.
That's a fact.
I gotta do hypnosis.
You gotta let him start off with the ones I got, Saba. I'm telling you. Matthew, he already been holding them. Little son, man, he been holding the snakes already. He looking for babies already. He like, yo, can you give me a tank and I want my own snake if they have babies and stuff like that. He already ready. He done held them already. So
okay, wonderful. I got Shantae. I had a talk with her on the last Pathways, and it's completely. There's no logic. It doesn't matter. It could be a worm. It could be a 10-foot cobra. It could be a 6-inch garter snake. Every snake is equal. I gotta I got a hypnotizer or something.
Yes, that's the fact. It's a little bit ridiculous, actually. It really is. Because I like to go to the park. So we go out. You know, I live in Florida, so they're out here. I see snakes all the time. Matter of fact, I seen the largest snake I ever seen, like not in a zoo, in my backyard. I was walking my dog a couple years ago.
Python.
I don't know what it was. I was brown, Saba. I don't know if it was a python. It could have been. But it was huge. Oh, man, it was. And he saw us. My dog didn't see him. I had a pit bull at the time. And he didn't see him, but I saw him. And I'm like, I couldn't believe how big he was. So, you know how the dog could sense what you sense. Yeah. So when he saw, because I was trying to figure it out. And then he looked up, and then the snake saw, the dog saw, and he took off. That was it. But yeah, soon, Saba, soon.
Okay, that dog is lucky. I remember when I lived. I'll say this, we gotta close up, but I lived in Atlanta, and there was like a lot of hard thugs. They used to have dog fights. They used to have pit bull competitions, however that works. And I used to say, they said, "What do you got, man? What do you got? What do you got? Bring yours, man. Bring yours." And I'll say, "You want to do my pit versus your pit? Yo, man, mine will kill. Yo. I got it's eating hot sauce. I don't know how they describe fireworks. I don't know how they're doing whatever they're doing to make the dog angry. It's eating black pepper and gunpowder, and it's biting off 3 heads a day of chicken." And I'll say, "Okay, my pit versus your pit, but mine is only how big is yours?" "Yo, mine is 88 pounds." And I was like, mine's only about 5 pounds. "Oh, I'm gonna kill yours. What does yours do?" I said, "It has neurotoxins." I said, "It's called the pit viper. Bring your pit bull, bring your Doberman. Let's have a quick spar." bring your Mastiff. It's only 5 pounds. It'll be quick. It's just a quick little thing you'll see, and we'll see how the fight goes. So, but it was funny though. I used to joke with him that I was like, "My pit versus your pit." But yeah, that's a lucky dog because of that. That's a Burmese python you saw, and they eat dogs casually. A pit bull would be a casual snack to a Burmese python. So, shout out to you for saving your dog. Our dog. Shout out to you for the snake running, because that was a happy meal, and there was nothing you could do about it unless you bring out one of your guns. There's nothing you could do. But okay, let's go ahead and close it out, everybody. Enough snake stories. I don't want to scare away Tehuti. He's gonna, by next year, he'll probably have. I got to get him a 10-foot anaconda. He wants big, intimidating things. So I got to get him.
I had a boa constrictor in high school.
Oh, nice.
It broke out and got away. It's somewhere still in my house, probably.
In high school? How many years ago was that? It's still in your house?
Oh man, that might be like 20 years ago.
20 years? That's a skeleton in your house.
It's probably eating up all the mice it finds.
Oh my goodness. Okay, everybody, we're gonna close out. It's getting tired, Reverend. We're doing delirious talk now. Let's put the affirmation on the screen and close it out. Here we go. Are you ready, man? Are you ready? Are you ready to
I'm ready, Great Saba.
Okay, here we go. Close this tally.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unky and MAAT. Her and you. I live for MAAT.
I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of MAAT. Every day is towards MAAT.
My being is surrounded in
darkness. I come forth the conscious light.
Wonderful. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna go big screen. So peace and love. Peace and love to you, to Jed. Sadem Ma'at, peace and love to you. Peace and love to you, Tehuti. Oh, Tehuti, did you just say something? Is that a lie?
Peace and love. Peace and love. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Peace and love to you, Tehuti. Have a great night. Have a good rest with the dogs and the whatever you do after you shut them down. Have a good evening.
I start watching ASAP.
Are you in Florida?
No, I'm in Houston, Texas.
Okay. Okay. Peace and love to you. What's your name? Okay. Peace and love to you. Stay strong. Enjoy the pod class. Hotep. And peace and love to you. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Have a great rest. It's about to be your breakfast time soon. Got to get in half an hour of sleep before Shantae brings the breakfast. Get some good rest, brother. Get a good rest. And have a good tomorrow.
Nefu Pesh.
Okay, Nefu Pesh. Is tomorrow your day? Whose day is it tomorrow?
2 weeks. Tomorrow is I think Scribe tomorrow.
Okay,
Today.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, have a good rest. I'm about to go big screen. Hotep. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Okay, everybody, another beautiful experience. Wonderful. I'm not going to do a big closeout. It is late. 11 and a half hours of this. And 3.5 hour class. 3.5 hour answers. You all watching right now, just go rewind it. And you will see what... Oh, let me go big screen. What happened? Okay. You all that are watching right now, rewind it. Well, it is about to go on YouTube right now, so you won't have to rewind. Go press play. Enjoy, appreciate, and support. Even if it's a Wednesday, just be honest and honorable with yourself. It doesn't have to be a Saturday live. If you're watching this a Wednesday and you appreciate what you're seeing, then support what it is that you see. It doesn't matter what day you see it. Just support. Send a Cash App or a PayPal with a message of what you liked about it. I like such and such. Anything at all, just to show that you support, like you support all the other things that I know everybody buys on their spare time. Support the truth. Just be honest with yourself and be and have a pure Eve and assist with keeping this. Don't be a leech. Don't just leech, and just let this thing die. And then you're only remembered as a leech. Let it be a both-way conversation, communication, and let it be both-way support. This supports you if it helps you at all, and you support keeping this around. It's the reason why there's no quote-unquote black movements, is because there's no unity that's associated with creating something that financially supports the actual people, like a school teacher supported by the government sets up a system where the school teacher supported by possibly tax dollars or however school teachers supported. We have to set up our own, but it's hard to do that because I know that most people don't take this seriously as they do their burgers and French fries. But support this and take this as seriously and even more serious than your hamburgers, pizza, French fries, potato chips, and going out to see the movies. This is more important. At least it is to me. So on that note, peace and love, everybody. To all those who do appreciate this, and thank you. It is a beautiful thing. This is our set to the white, Emmet. And she is my white cobra. And she's been very good and calm in the podcast. For those who missed the class, who didn't see, you're going to rewind, or it's going to be on rewind. It's going to be on start anyways. So if you're tuning in right now, it's over. The class today, the school PSYOPS, the questions, the school PSYOPS, graduation alumni ritual, why the graduation cap, skull and bones, a little something extra about John Wayne and the Moors, ancient commit and John Wayne, the Moors, and Harry Truman, and Buzz Aldrin. What do they have in common? Ancient Kemetic sword of immortality. That part was extremely deep. What do all these people have in common? Bill Clinton, Clarence Thomas, George W. Bush, Anderson Cooper, Dick Cheney, George H.W. Bush Sr. and George W. Bush Jr., Barbara Bush, Hunter Biden, and of course Hillary Clinton. What do they all have in common? And what does any of this have to do with the Knights of Templar? A very shocking, explosive connection between the Knights of Templar and the school ritual, and what you actually received and who actually created that term. Beautiful class. Hope you all appreciated this. Once in a lifetime situation. If this is happening anywhere else, let us know. If not, appreciate what you have never seen before. Peace and love to the supporters. Vision Ray, who says, peace and love to Tehuti. Peace and love, everyone. Blick it. Make sure to make sure y'all smash that like button. Tender reciprocity for the great enlightening consciousness provided by Tehuti. Send donations and questions, and let's keep the greatness going. Pound, lick it. Appreciate everybody that does keep this going. And again, those who don't support, I know you just don't care if the podcast ends tomorrow or if I pass away tomorrow. There's no concern about that. You'll go on to the next channel, go on to the next movie, or whatever it is that stimulates you. For those who are decent and pure inside their heart and realize the quality and uniqueness of what you're seeing, you will want to do your best to keep this alive. And while this is alive, you will get credit for helping keeping this alive because you actually care. All right, everybody. Asad says peace to everyone. Peace. And we're going to close out. Hotep and peace.